Hello and welcome to the beautiful, the iconic, the legendary Sharjah Stadium here in the UAE. We're all set for the finals of one of UAE's most premier domestic cricket tournaments, the 49th edition of the Bukhatir League. The year is 2025 and this time it's powered by 7 districts. This is the finals. The screen in front of you tells you the story. It's GHK Properties taking on the 7 Districts Cricket Academy. We're coming to you live and bringing you all the action ball by ball right here from the Sharjah International Stadium. Right, exciting game coming up, and of course the toss will have a lot to say. For that, it was Ahmed Khaja down there with the 2 captains a short while ago.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the grand finale of the 49th Bukhatir League 2025, powered by 7 districts. I have the main characters alongside me here in the middle of the iconic Sharjah Cricket Stadium. In the orange corner, we have 7 Districts Cricket Academy led by Farman Ali. In the green corner, we have Humaj Gondal, captain of GHK Properties. And of course, our esteemed match referee, Mr. Tehseen Javed, is going to be 7 districts to flip the coin, GHK to call. Heads is the call from GHK. It has come down as heads. Humaj sir, congrats on winning the coin flip. Please inform the match referee. Sir, you have won the toss. What have you decided?
We want to bowl first.
Bowling first, so you are looking to restrict the opposition. What do you think is a chaseable score in a big final?
7 District is a very young and talented side and unbeaten in the tournament still. So only 2 things in the mind is a target in front of us when we are batting second, and secondly due factor, because they have 4 or 5 spinners. So in the due factor, second time bowling, it's difficult to grip the ball in the due.
Sir, how exciting is it to be leading the side into a big final here at Sharjah?
I am very much excited and confident also. Not overconfident, but is a team performing very well for last 3 to 4 games. So I believe on my guys and hopefully we win the final.
Sir, so many big names in the side, superstars, one after the other. Managing them in the dressing room is not an easy task. Yeah. So how have you managed to do that?
Yeah, main thing, yeah, you are right, sir. Too much superstar in my teams and it's very difficult to manage them. I manage them as a player. I didn't treat them as a owner or as a captain. So I play first class cricket back home, Pakistan League cricket in England. So I know how to manage these type of superstars.
Team changes?
No, same team.
All the best.
Thank you very much.
फरमान अली आइए. अनफॉर्चुनेटली टॉस हार गए, पहली बैटिंग आ गई. अगर आप टॉस जीतते तो क्या करते?
बिस्मिल्लाहिर्रहमानिर्रहीम. हमारा ये बस यही प्लान है कि मेरे लड़कों से अभी बात की. लड़कों ने बोला कप्तान गुड लक, जाओ टॉस पे, कुछ भी होता है तो हम फाइट करेंगे, हम आएंगे इंशाल्लाह, हम खेलेंगे, चाहे कुछ भी हो, चाहे पहले बॉलिंग आए पहले बैटिंग आए. तो हमारा काम है एज ए 7 डिस्ट्रिक्ट, आपको पता, फाइट करना, हम खेलना और एक अच्छी क्रिकेट सामने लाना. तो बस हम उसके लिए अवेलेबल हैं.
चले, बॉयज़ का मूड तो आपने बता दिया. फरमान अली का क्या मूड है, क्या ख़दशात है, क्या तासुरात हैं इस वक्त?
बस यही है कि हम पहले बैटिंग कर रहे हैं. तो आपको पता है जब बड़ा मैच जो होता है तो उसको पहले बैटिंग गुड रहती है, क्योंकि बाद में चेस करना प्रेशर होता है एक तो बड़े मैच का, ये तो आपको पता है. तो इंशाल्लाह हम 300-350 प्लस करेंगे, तो इंशाल्लाह बाद में डिफेंड करेंगे उसको.
एक यंग टीम को लीड करना एज अ कप्तान, आपने एज अ चैलेंज एक्सेप्ट किया या एज अ जिम्मेदारी जो आपको बहुत खुशी लगी इसको एक रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी लेने में?
एक तो इसको ज़िम्मेदारी लेने में बड़ी मुझे खुशी महसूस हुई है, क्योंकि सारे मेरे हम एज के हैं, मुझसे यंगस्टर हैं, सारे हम यंगस्टर हैं. तो एक दूसरे से कोऑर्डिनेट करना तो इजी रहता है, बात करना, समझाना सबको. तो अच्छा लग रहा है इस रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी को लेके.
आप अभी तक यंगस्टर हैं?
देख ले, अभी 25 ईयर ओल्ड सर.
टीम चेंजेस?
नो, सेम टीम सर.
बेस्ट ऑफ लक.
थैंक यू दवाई.
Right then, news from the center in the grand finale. GHK Properties have won the toss and they've elected to bowl first.
There you heard it from Ahmed Khaja. The decision from the middle and the center is that the team that is listed on your right of the screen, GHK Properties, they've elected to bowl first after winning the toss. That's the lineups for you. 7 District, as we all know, unbeaten in this tournament so far. Zainullah, Ahmed Tariq, lots of good youngsters in there. Muhammad Irfan, Aftab Javed has been in good form. Tarindu Pereira, Haider Wasisha, the prodigy Farman Ali, we saw him out there for the toss. Lahiru Sandharwan, the second Sri Lankan in that team. Nabil Aziz, Wahab Hassan, gun fielder and a left arm spinner, and of course course, Irfan Yusufzai. So a good blend of young talent and a bit of experience there for the 7th district. As for GHK Properties, well, those names are what UAE domestic cricket has seen through so many years. It's been decades, in fact. Rohan Mustafa right at the top, established it all, seen it all, alongside the young Sagar Kalyan, who's been making runs for fun of late. Mang Chaudhary as well, one of those top order batters, has been with the UAE setup as well. Yasir Kaleem, now how long has that name been around, and what an asset to have in your team right at the top of the order. Mohit Kalyan, another fantastic player. Harshit Kaushik, one of those all-rounders that brings his A game every single time. Keshav Sharma, Irfan Muhammad, Shahbaz Ali hits the deck hard. We'll find it tough going on a track like this, which seems to be quite batter-friendly. And of course, speaking of good bowlers, Wasim Akram, the lefty, comes in alongside the utility bowler and batter, that is Umair Ali. So well stacked in terms of experience and power are the GHK Properties. They've lost just the one game in their group stage, the first game that they played against the UAE Lions. But other than that, they've been on a good run. They won every single game after that, and even the semi-final just a couple of days ago. And that's why this final of the 49th edition of the Bukhatir League promises to be an exciting one, because two teams that are taking each other on are absolutely power-packed, and we're in for some serious excitement. Alongside me, calling these first few overs, is Atiq Nizam, who was here for the couple of semi-finals that we had and we brought you live coverage of. Exciting game coming up, Atiq. What do you look forward to the most?
Well, good evening, viewers. Good evening, Samir. As always, an absolute pleasure to have you here in the Combox. And it is the grand finale, isn't it? Two of the best teams going up one last time for that coveted silverware. It all remains to be seen who plays well on their day. Both teams very strong on paper, and well, certainly what I really look forward to today is some nail-biting cricket. Both very good, in very good form. 7 districts, well, they've been in red hot form, haven't they? Last game they were absolutely ruthless, so to say. A couple of early hiccups early on, and then same thing goes with the GHK Properties. Yesterday, Rohan Mustafa falling off the very first ball of the innings, but since then there was a brilliant innings there by Yasir Kaleem with a magnificent 100. Just made sure that there was no further hiccups, and today once again this is all to play for, hasn't it? 10 teams, and it finally comes down to these two. Hot conditions, Samir, can be quite sapping for the players, but I'm sure they're all well and truly switched on today.
Yeah, it's right in the middle of summer right here in the UAE, so expect a bit of sweat for the bowling team, especially GHK Properties, who have decided to bowl under the hot sun, as we all get in readiness for this final for one last time here at the Sharjah Stadium. You see the team huddle of GHK Properties. Like we said, some big names stacked up there. They will make some noise and go out there and try and get this one last game across the line and get their hands on the silverware against what is a very strong and young team in the form of the 7 districts. We've got the 2 umpires out there. The fielding team will take positions. The Sharjah Cricket Stadium looking in its usual glorious self to host another final. It's amazing, isn't it? This amazing, iconic ground, I think. If we associate it with so many iconic moments, some grand occasions, and every year we have grand occasions like this, like the finals of tournaments like the Bukhatir League, 49 editions of it. Now, that's some serious history in there. This stadium has seen it all, lived it all.
Well, absolutely. You're talking about the Bukhatir League since 1976. Well, just let that sink in. You're talking about nearly 5 decades ago. Where were you, Samir, back then?
Not even planned, my friend. But yeah, you're right. Lots of history. And you can imagine, you generally think about UAE cricket and you think, oh, it's very recent. But this alone is a fact that needs to be taken seriously. More than 4 decades of cricket just here in Sharjah. It's seen so much and been through so much. And it continues to see so much in the form of new and young talent that keeps coming through the ranks. We've seen some fantastic cricket here over the years, and it only keeps getting better. as we also see the UAE team itself making some good strides. Not long ago, there was history made here, beating yet another test nation in a T20 series, Bangladesh, who are right now, by the way, in Sri Lanka, playing the ODI series, which will be followed by a T20 series. So there's been progress, there's been an upward trend, which is great to see, and that's the results of the hard work of the academies and all the people associated with cricket here in the UAE who've put in their resources, their time, and made sure that the cricket must go on. Right, it seems like the two batters have also made their way out. The bowlers will take their marks while the fielders also take positions. We are playing in almost a centre wicket. Does seem to be a shorter boundary on the leg side from where we are seated. It's pitch number 2, I'm being reminded by Ahmed Khaja. Thank you very much, Ahmed. And let's try and see if we can get a picture of the field here. There's a couple of slips in position. It's going to be Zainullah, the youngster, to take strike. He's opening alongside Ahmed Tariq, and Irfan will be opening the bowling for GHK Properties. Right then, it is the finals of the 49th Bukhatir League. 7 District taking on GHK Properties. GHK Properties have won the toss, elected to bowl first, and we are up and running for ball number 1. Here we go. Starts off with a shorter one, bit of movement away from the right-hander. There's a sheen on this track, I think. What does that mean usually?
Well, that means that the batters have to be very careful early on, isn't it? Especially with the new ball. The Sharjah Cricket Stadium is known to assist the fast bowlers early on with the new ball. But once the batters apply themselves, there will be runs for the taking. And look at that for a replay. Beautiful. It's almost nearly impossible to play. You have to be a very good batter to get some bat there. Comes down the pitch. Once again, Zainullah missing out. Well, I'll tell you, Samir, one thing is Zainullah, he will be quite nervous till he gets those first runs. Was dismissed very cheaply in the semi-finals, and I'm sure, being the batter that he is, with the class and the levels of standards that he set for himself, he'll certainly want to make amends here, especially in these all-important finals.
Well, you could have played 100 games, but the nerves will always remain when you come out to bat for the first time in a game. Finally gets some bat onto it, pushes it through the gap on the offside. Bit of a chase. Sagar Kalyan cannot prevent the second from being taken. A bit of a struggle, but he'll make it, Ahmed Tariq. So first runs on the board for the 7 districts. And they are up and away. Irfan on that occasion just dragging it a little too short. Zainullah being able to push that off the back foot into the gap for a couple of runs. It's been a good start though from Irfan. He's kept it on that 4th and 5th stump channel. Don't mind him being a bit more fuller. Try to deduce that edge from that fuller length. If he's going to be short, he's going to struggle to get the batter coming forward.
Once again, a bit of movement there. Well, yes, he's got to be very careful here, Zainullah. Especially, he can be quite edgy early on in his innings. He's got to apply himself, back his strengths. And the Sharjah Stadium, you did mention, Samir, earlier that there is a lot of history in this ground. And it is, in fact, the most played ODI venue in the world. The Sharjah International Stadium. Down the leg side, he's got to re-bowl that. This is something that we've got to prevent. These extras, you've got to set the tempo early on. You've done quite well the first 4 balls, Irfan. Bowl some very good lines. You cannot afford to let go of that pressure.
It can be tough on the cricketers here in the domestic arena. There's so much short format cricket that's played, I think if at all, the Bukhatir League is one of the only remaining 50-over tournaments that happens here. So to make that adjustment from having to bowl 4 overs in a match to coming back to bowl 10 overs, that can be quite demanding. That's well bowled. Now that's the length you want to be on, Irfan. He got Zainullah to get forward. No real footwork on it. And a rather lazy looking drive on that. So can be difficult for a bowler to come and make that adjustment. But if you keep bowling those tight lines early on, you'll really get the batter thinking.
Well, it is that line and length in which Irfan is persisting on, where a batter can be in 2 minds whether to come forward or backwards. And just look at that again. Beautiful length. Perfect. And the feet of the batter going nowhere. That's something that he's got to be careful of. Once again, a bit of movement away from the right-hander. Watchfully played. A very good start here by Irfan. Just 3 runs coming off the first over. It's 3 for no loss.
Three for no loss. Ahmed Tariq will take strike for the first time, and he'll be up against the lefty Wasim Akram. No, not the Wasim Akram you're thinking, but the actual Wasim Akram of the UAE. Now, he'll enjoy bowling here if he does find the kind of swing that Irfan found early on. Of course, he's much more accurate. He does have that slip in position, so expect him to maybe take one of those away from the right-hander, but his natural angle is to bring it back into the right-hander. Here we go then. Wasim Akram to Ahmed Tariq. Nicely started on a good length. In fact, just back off a length, but nice and straight. Ahmed Tariq looking to fend that off the back foot, but will not get any bat onto it.
Well, just look at that replay again. Beautiful delivery, wasn't it? Ahmed Tariq once again. In fact, he's just facing his first ball. Always can be quite a nerve-wracking experience to receive a jaffa like that first up. It can certainly undo you, but he's a good batter enough to realize that he's got to put that behind him. This one went away from the right-hander. Samir, we've always seen Wasim Akram with regards to his consistency. He was known for, he has been devastating over the last year or so. He's picked up a bucket load of wickets. We were even discussing this on air in the semi-finals, where we feel that maybe he's lost a little bit of zip, maybe nursing a bit of injury, but he's known to have that beautiful in-swinger, pitching up to the right-hander, bringing it into it and castling the stumps. Down the leg side, was there some bit of pad on it? Yes, it was. Leg buys and 4 extras been given.
Yeah, that's the in-swinger he attempted, I think. Saw him take 2 away from the right-hander, wanted to bring that back in, but just the line wasn't good enough. Too far down the leg side, gets a feather touch of the pad. I think you see umpire Nadeem Anjum there, yeah, just making an indication that there was a bit of pad onto it. And 4 extras being given. 7 districts won't complain, although Ahmed is yet to get off the mark. No runs off his bat yet. Yeah, Wasim Akram does have a reputation here. Batters do take extra caution facing up against him. And you see Ahmed Tariq there, his guard is almost on the leg stump, so he's wary of that in-swinger just to bring his bat down on time. Oh, driving and missing it. This one went straight on from Wasim Akram. That's the kind of probing length you want to be on. Full enough for the batter to get tempted to drive, but then again have that bounce and movement to take it away and beat the outside edge.
Well, this is an absolute pleasure to watch, especially to my co-commentator here, Samir Yunus, who my folks, if you guys do go online and visit his Instagram profile, you can see those beautiful in-swingers that he bowls. This is what he prides himself on as well. So Samir Yunus, I'm sure what's running in the bowler's mind as well before he begins his run-up, isn't it?
Yeah, there's always a special talent, isn't it? Being a left armer, bringing that ball into the right-hander. You got to be accurate, that's for sure, and know how to move the ball both ways. Now, Wasim Akram is a good advertisement of that. A certain Rohit Bangesh also comes to mind. Does very well in terms of moving it away from the right-hander and bringing it back in. Oh, this was struck on the pad and Wasim Akram knew immediately. That was quite high. Didn't even bother turning and asking the question. But a brilliant first over. Just those 4 leg byes. Otherwise, it was pretty accurate and in line with the stumps, not allowing Ahmed Tariq to get off the mark with the runs off the bat. It's 7 for none after 2. Irfan to bowl his second. Couple of slips still in position, so expect that outswinger to be at play. Oh, nice. That's the shape that he wants to use to get Zain to hit that outside edge. Zain really driving on the up, no real footwork. He has to be careful here. It's his second over. The body is loosened up. He'll have a lot more control now.
Yes, sir. Consistently hitting some very good lines and lengths, isn't he? Zainullah, from the moment he's walked out to bat, he's been struggling with the footwork. Feet not moving. Just feel like something's about to give. Just wide of that fielder. Irfan will be very disappointed that didn't go to hand. No real timing there. They'll get a couple. In fact, they're coming back for a third. Well, he'll take it, Zainullah.
You're very half-hearted in that drive. Almost like a check shot. Didn't complete the flow of bat. That's probably why it didn't reach the boundary as well. I think he had this fear that it might just carry straight to the fielder. That's why I almost checked his shot. Lucky for him, it went in the gap. But as a result, he's picked up 3 more runs. So 10 on the total. But those are good lines from Irfan. He shouldn't be discouraged by the drive. In fact, that's what he wants Zainullah to be doing. Driving on the up. Getting him forward. And like you said early on, I think, it's the first half an hour to 40 minutes when fast bowlers can really take advantage. But once the batters are set, there's plenty of runs to be made here on this surface here in Sharjah. Back of a length this time, much straighter. Ahmed Tariq who will face Irfan for the first time. Very comfortably nudge it away towards the leg side. Now, I speak of making that adjustment, I think. It's easy to say, but it's quite hard to do. You've played 20 overs cricket for a long time and then suddenly you're coming into a 50-over tournament. You've got to constantly remind yourself, I've got 300 balls to play a long innings. I don't have just 120. So every once in a while, you've got to keep giving yourself that reassurance as a batter.
Well, yes, you're absolutely right there, Samir, because when you're talking about the longer format, like you said, here in the UAE, we just have a couple of tournaments, the D50, the Emirates D50 that is, and the Bukhatir League, the 50-over edition, are perhaps the only premier tournaments that we can think of, which usually comes once a year. So obviously you're talking about the majority amounts of cricket being played is the T20 version, the shorter formats. And as players get accustomed to the different formats, it does take some time. That's a very good shot there. Oh, there's a bit of a confusion. Yes, I know there. Finally, sanity has prevailed. Well, just adding on to that, Samir, what I feel is that when you talk about the 50-over format, the basic adjustment what you have to make, we'll talk about it after this replay. Just look at that. Good looking shot. Good effort there. It's Umair Ali, I believe, throwing himself across in this heat. It's the top 4 batters, isn't it? One of them have got to play a long innings, bat through the 50 overs. Then you have the rest of them play around you. And then once you are down about 2 wickets to 3 wickets inside the 35-40th over, then you can play the T20 version. And look at that for a stroke. Stand and deliver from Zainullah. This is what he knows and this is what he does best. Excellent shot. That would give him a world of confidence.
Yeah, too wide and too short. Zainullah threw his bat at it and it's through the fielder's legs. It's too quick for him to try and stop that. And at this level, you expect to stop those. 4 runs to end the over. It's 15 for none after 3. Wasim Akram will run in. Oh, down the leg side again. This time Ahmed Tariq seems to have got some bat onto it. It'll trickle away to the boundary. Yes, it does. We'll wait for the umpire's signal, but it is a leg by once again. So the second time now, Wasim Akram straying down the leg side. And another 4 leg bys added to the total. So just struggling to get that in-swinger in the proper line there, I think.
Well, like I've mentioned, feel like Wasim Akram is not at his best. He's been maybe a yard or two slower than he used to be a few months ago. Maybe nursing some injury, but also finding that line and length consistently has been a bit of an Achilles heel for him. And look at that, this one way down the offside. So Wasim Akram, I feel, is slightly losing the plot here, just building some undue pressure on himself.
Yeah, just struggling here with the lines. One down the leg side, this one's far down the offside, and even the slip fielder couldn't get a hand to it. That's how far it was. Big attempt from the keeper, but there's no chance he was going to stop that. So he needs to just get back on the basics, land it on that good length, top of off stump. No need to think about swinging the ball too much. Seam up, see what it does. And then once you've loosened up, found that rhythm, that's when you start working the batter out. You've got 10 overs to bowl, remember? It's a long game. That's much better, although it's back of a length. Ahmed Tariq will comfortably nudge that off the back foot and will get a single. So far, the bowling has been contrasting. Irfan has been keeping it tight, whereas Wasim Akram, yes, he did bowl that good over the first one, but you can just see there is a sign of inconsistency there in the way they're hitting their lines. And like we said earlier, it's that first half an hour. If you can't take advantage at that time, then it becomes very difficult for the bowlers.
You're absolutely spot on there, Samir. He's got to take his time. And unlike the T20 version where it's only just 4, it's a 4 over burst. Here you've got time to get accustomed to some momentum in your line and length. You've got 10 overs to bowl. You can afford to take a bit of time. You can bring in some of those techniques that bowlers use even in the test cricket version as well, where you set up batters with one similar type of delivery, 3-4 deliveries on the trot, and then you bring in swinger to trap them in front. Obviously in the T20 version you do not have the time to do that. So Wasim Akram, he's got to try and utilize this. He's got a beautiful surface in which he can bowl, but I just feel that he's struggling with the line. But this is a very good shot, nicely flicked off the pads there. Ahmed Tariq, we all know what a class act he is, and it is the first boundary for Ahmed Tariq today.
Exquisite timing this. Onto his legs once again. Was finding the sweet spot of the bat, and the timing was just absolutely brilliant. Didn't try to hit it too hard. Placed it in the gap away from that deep square leg, and he's found his first boundary. That should make him feel good. Wasim Akram, in the meantime, this over has been expensive. 11 runs off it. Of course, when you don't count the 4 leg bys. Otherwise, it's 15. Couple of deliveries left. He needs to finish well here. Back off a length once again. So that is a trap bowlers generally fall on to, I think, when you're struggling with consistency in terms of line or even hitting the right length. You somehow start going back off a length, wanting to bend your back and push the batter on the back foot. But I'm afraid that might just not be the way to go on a track like this. You want to try and be up there, get the batter playing and get that ball moving around.
In all honesty, I feel that this is a surface that is tailor-made for a bowler like Wasim Akram. His natural in-swing. And just look at that. Straight down the throat that was. A full toss that went horribly wrong for Wasim Akram. And somehow Ahmed Tariq could not put a bad ball away. Very unlucky to say the least.
This is what it is. It's never the good balls that get you wickets. Who would have thought Wasim Akram, after going for plenty in this over, a full toss to end it, Ahmed Tariq could have hit it anywhere he wanted. But he finds Harshit Kaushik at extra cover and he has to depart having made 6 of 14. Unfortunate for 7 District, but that'll be the fall of the first wicket.
Well, a lucky breakthrough for the GHK properties. And it is the man in form, Ahmed Tariq, back in the dugout. And that too being dismissed by a loose ball from Wasim Akram. But I'm sure Wasim Akram will not be complaining. He'll certainly take it. Now the new batter is the left-hander Mohammad Irfan, who will be at the non-striker's end. 7 Districts, 30 for 1. Irfan will continue. Down the leg side. So now it's going to be that much crucial that Zainullah gets going here for his team. They cannot afford to lose another wicket. He'll need to dig deep. There's plenty of time remaining. Just see out this first 30 minutes and then take it forward. Nicely played behind square. Fielder in the deep will cut it off. Mohammad Irfan will now take strike. He's been in very good form. He's scored a lot of runs in the tournament. A good all-rounder to have in your team. Now there'll be some advantage now for the 7 Districts as well, Samir, with the left and right hand combination out there in the middle. A partnership right now is absolutely vital.
Yeah, Irfan to bowl to his namesake. And again, a change of angle for him as well. So he'll have to make that adjustment in line. The left-hander to take strike for the first time. He'll have a slip in position. There's a third and fine both deep. Fine is more of a square-leg position, very round. But Irfan's a very good batter, a utility player. Known more so for his batting, but he does bowl quite well as well. In at number 3 for the 7 District. Starts off well on that 4th stump line. He'll simply nudge it towards the 3rd. Get off the mark with that single. And what's been impressive about 7 District, they've been unbeaten in this tournament, and it's with these young rising stars that have been with 7 District for a long time. Now, we've covered a lot of their tournaments, I think, and we've seen firsthand how these players have grown so much, improved, and tournament after tournament they've just gotten better and better. And in this tournament, one of the premier tournaments, being unbeaten, being in some of the big teams and coming to the finals, I think that's testament to the hard work that the 7 District management has put in. Well driven by Zain, square of the wicket again, won't go to the boundary, but a couple of runs added to the total.
Well, like you said, kudos to the management, especially Mr. Muhammad Haider, founder of the 7 Districts, club. He's invested a lot of his time and resources in bringing this team up, and you're talking about a team such as these youngsters without the big names, Samir, without the names like Mohammad Saghir or Haider Ali or even Rais Ahmed for that matter. And I was just having a discussion the other day as well with the founder, Mr. Haider, is that the consistency that these youngsters have showed, even the big names were not able to do in the past tournaments. So certainly future looks bright and a lot of talent coming through, Samir. Certainly exciting times for UAE cricket as well.
Yeah, it's also a good service, isn't it, for domestic cricket, having the facilities that they do, giving a platform to these young cricketers. Otherwise, it's very hard. You can have all the skill you have, but having the platform to be able to express yourself and show off that skill is indeed a big deal. Pulled away. It's in the gap. Doesn't have the legs to reach the boundary. It will be cut off. Umair Ali has been busy on the field. It's a hot summer's day in the UAE. Yes, it's well past 5 p.m, but it's still quite warm out there in the high 30s. A real task playing this 50-over format in these conditions. Quiet over this. 36 for 1 after 5. Got a wicket off the last ball of his last over, Wasim Akram. I'll have to bowl to the left-handed Irfan. Let's see what options he uses. Does he get that natural angle away from the left-hander, or does he look to bring it back in? He's got a slip in position and a gully in there. Quite interesting that. And between that gully and point, there's a deep third and a deep fine leg in position. Oh, nicely bowled. Wide of the crease. Angling into Irfan. Drew him to the front foot, got him to drive, and he beaten him comprehensively. Good start to the over.
I like this field setup here by the captain of the GHK properties. A slip in place and a gully, more like a fourth slipish position with the kind of movement that Wasim Akram's getting. They can come in play. Good delivery and very well played there by Irfan. Watchful right onto the bat, head over the shoulder. 36 for 1 after 5.2 overs. Going at 7 runs and over thanks to a few extras been provided by the bowlers of the GHK properties, not helping their cause. Especially this man on your screen being the main culprit. His special talent, Wasim Akram. He will come back stronger. Trying to cut that a bit too close to my liking there. Irfan has got to be careful with the moving ball, especially with Wasim Akram. When he does get that in deeper into the left-hander, and if you try to cut it, there's a very high chance of getting that inside edge onto the stumps. So he's got to be careful here, Irfan. Be better off playing it with a straight bat towards the mid-off, mid-on region.
This one's gone away from him. He'll let that one go. The one thing I've noticed about Irfan in the years of watching him play is that in the shorter format, sometimes he tries to play a shot too early because of that pressure of having to score runs quickly, and that's been the reason for his downfall. But I think on this format, he'll be a lot more comfortable because he's the kind of batter who looks to get set in. He'll watch the ball, play out a few, see what the ball's doing, see what the wicket's doing. And then he's the kind of batter that once he's set, he can play those long innings. So he might enjoy this format. Nicely flicked. It's too full on the leg side. There is that deep fine leg in position. And Irfan will get that single. But yeah, he's the kind of batter who would enjoy a format like this, I think. And you do find those still in this day and age who rely on their technique, rely on that hand-eye coordination. Not necessarily have to tonk everything out of the park.
Well, you're absolutely right. This is the kind of format that I drool over as well, Samir. It's the perfect edition in which you can just take your time and play some beautiful flicks just like that. And is that a boundary off the bat? Yes, it is a boundary. So that's a very good shot there by Zainullah. That would give him some confidence. The sixth over comes to an end. It's 41 for 1. (41 for 1) after 6 overs. Irfan will continue. To Irfan. Oh, that's a good shot. Straight down the ground. And a couple of bouncers. But does the ball have enough gas to carry through? Yes, it does. Just trickles away to the boundary. Mohammad Irfan taking full value of the field restrictions in place. A very good shot down the ground.
Yeah, that was in the slot, wasn't it? Full and straight. He likes to play down the ground, Irfan. The moment he saw it, the eyes lit up, went aerial. Was a bit of a teaser for Umair Ali. He could have maybe reined that in with a bit more effort, but he's been running around quite a bit already in this first 6 overs. There you go, full flow of the bat, went aerial. Upish again, this time to the left of Umair Ali, and this time it'll get to the boundary much quicker. More convincing, and 4 more to the total. So Irfan is up and running.
Well, look at that once again. Consecutive deliveries. Mohammad Irfan, the bowler, not learning the lesson. But I'll tell you what's more painful for Umair Ali there, the fielder. Is going and fetching that ball from the boundary ropes for the second time in a row in this sweltering heat. Spare a thought for that man, but Mohammad Irfan, well, he's got going 10 of 8 now. Couple of boundaries in quick succession. 7 districts. The run rate's looking good. Touching 8 runs and over here. Well, he goes 3 in 3. What a shot here by Mohammad Irfan. Well, he's setting this finale, the stage on fire.
With that shot, he's completed the V. One down the ground, one over mid-off, the other one over mid-on. 3 boundaries. And now the 50 has come up for the 7 district in very quick time in just the 7th over. Yes, there's been some wayward bowling, a few too many extras, too many down the leg side, but these 3 deliveries were nice and straight, but because it's a little too full, Irfan looking for that swing. But Irfan, the batter, says, thank you, I'll go after you. Still the field restrictions in place. Plenty of gaps past the 30-yard circle. No real change in the field. There's going to be a deep square leg and third man still in position. Oh, that's a question being asked. In fact, the bowler's celebrating already, but umpire says no. I don't think that's touched anything. Maybe the bat hitting the turf is what Irfan is indicating. There was certainly a sound. That's what excited everyone. But a good comeback delivery. Full again, but much better line.
Well, let's have a look at the replay again. Well, definitely did seem like there was a bit of daylight between bat and ball. And Irfan, the bowler, well, he was ecstatic, wasn't he? He was absolutely positive that there was something behind it. But there could also be emotions of the previous 3 balls being hit for the boundary. Shorter one this time. Very well bowled. There's a good comeback here by Mohammad Irfan. He's got to finish off well now. 53 for 1. And now it's about... They've already found 12 runs in this over, Samir. They just got to try and rotate the striker on. Not take undue risk at this stage.
Yeah, whatever swing and movement he found in that first over seems to have disappeared here now. Irfan just relying on change-ups in terms of line. Saw that fuller delivery followed by a bouncer. How does he finish here? Bouncer again down the leg side. Irfan will get enough bat onto it. Another chase here. This time comfortably done. And a couple more runs to the total. So an expensive over here. 14 off it. Trouble times for GHK Properties. 7 District have gotten off to a very good start. It's 55 for 1 after 7.
.55 for 1 after 7. Zainullah 19 of 16. Mohammad Irfan. Now there's a change in the bowling. It's Umair Ali coming into the attack and straight away gets a breakthrough. It's Zainullah who plays away from the body. And just look at that for a celebration. Doing some push-ups just to show who's the man. Zainullah playing away from the body. Well, it's been the hallmark of his innings throughout. He's not been in the best of touches, and this time the technical flaw causes his downfall. 2 wickets falling in quick succession here for the 7 districts. The GHK Properties are bouncing back hard. It's 55 for 2. Alright, so this is the replay of the breakthrough, and look at that. Feet not moving. Umair Ali Khan, first ball of his spell in this finals of the 49th edition of the Bukhatir League. And getting a breakthrough straight away, and just look at that for a celebration, Umair Ali. Certainly a character. And in walks at number 4, a man who's been in red hot form, Aftab Javed, out at the centre. 400s in 5 games for Aftab Javed. Certainly a strong contender for the player of the tournament. What a tournament this man has at Aftab Javed. Well, it's going to be crucial that he contributes in a big way. Scored a massive 100 in the semi-finals as well. Dug his team out of trouble. Well, he's got to do it once more. Finish the season off on a high. Speak more about it. I've been joined here in the combox by a legend in these parts, a man who does not mince his words, and the whole cricketing fraternity is quite aware of the famous voice of Mr. Ahmed Khawaja. Ahmed, welcome to the combox.
Thank you very much, Atiq Nizam, and what a lovely way to get off the mark. Elegant backfoot punch, teasing the fielder, and the run machine, that is Aftab Javed, gets his journey underway. Great balance, even better timing. And that's a solid shot to get underway. Not a bad delivery, back of length, but look at that balance, look at that timing, look at that flow of the bat. Absolutely picture perfect.
And most importantly, placement, wasn't it? He was absolutely spot on. Certainly does help to be in form. They say when you are in form, everything begins to work like clockwork. The foot movements, the placements, the timings, the head position, the balance, everything will be perfect. And Aftab Javed seems to be in perfect sync with himself. It's always a great feeling to have as a batter when you're out there in the center in a big game like this. Now he's got to make that form count for his team in this finals of the 49th edition of the Bukhatir League 2025.
Absolutely. It's all a matter of delivering when it truly matters. A good looking pull shot. Had all the time in the world. Hit well in front of square. Umair Ali Khan, you cannot bowl that length to Aftab Javed in this form.
Beautiful once again. A bit too short. Umair Ali, well, he's not learnt his lesson. Recognizing that Aftab Javed is somebody who's very strong off the short ball. Couple of boundaries to end the over. Umair Ali, in spite of getting a wicket, he'll not be a very pleased man. 8 overs done. It's 63 for 2.
Double change in the bowling. Rohan Mustafa coming on from the Sharjah Cricket Academy, and looks like he'll be bowling a bit of off spin or quick darts into Mohammad Irfan. Oh, he's launched this up and over extra. What a glorious shot. First ball against Rohan Mustafa.
Well, this is how Irfan plays. He doesn't need sighters. If the ball is in his slot, he's going to go after it. Look at that for a reach. Look at that for the bat flow speed. Beautiful. Shot there by Mohammad Irfan. He moves on to 22 now of 13. Rohan Mustafa getting a taste of his own medicine here, Ahmed. Good comeback by him this time, pulling the length shorter. A quicker one there by Rohan Mustafa. Very experienced campaigner, former captain of the UAE national team. Bucket load of experience. He's got a job to do later on with the bat. Well, he certainly got the goods with the ball as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Very useful fifth or sixth bowling option. Mohammad Irfan has gotten off to a start here. Struggled a bit in the semi-final. I think he made 20 odd if I'm not wrong, but he looked scratchy at the crease. But he's timing the ball beautifully this afternoon. Especially the way he took on his namesake, Mohammad Irfan. Smashed him all over the park. Long on and mid-wicket in position for Aftab Javed, and he very smartly just taking what's on offer. Turning it around the corner. Just keep that scoreboard ticking, ones and twos. That's all they need at this stage. Current run rate is good. Round about 8 runs per over. Drop kicked it over mid-wicket. Mohit Kalyan will clean it up, and excellent fielding to just keep it to a single. So an expensive over from Rohan. 72 for 2. So the final over of the power play restrictions. After that, 4 fielders will be allowed outside the 30-yard ring from overs 11 to 40. And then in the final 10, you have 5 allowed. A wideish long off and a deep square leg in position for Irfan, as Umair Ali Khan switching to around the wicket. Interesting field setup. Not sure exactly what they're trying to protect. The long off is perhaps for the fuller ball. The square leg for the back of the length pull. But Umair Ali Khan is a canny customer. Capped by the UAE. Star all-rounder in his pomp. Still a very effective domestic cricketer. Good fielding at short third. If you can't create wicket-taking opportunities on a placid wicket, the fielding has to be sharp. So far, GHK have done well. It is a veteran side, chock full of superstars. And that seems to be the game plan from Umair Ali Khan. Don't offer width to Mohammad Irfan. The SDCA, one thing perhaps they lack might be a bit of frontline batting, I dare say. So the onus is on this pair to play a long innings here. Really build up that platform. Oh, this is Fuller and in the gap. Mid on, save your legs. You're never going to get there.
Well, when Mohammad Irfan is in this kind of a mood, he can be quite devastating, I'll tell you. He's off to a rollicking start here. He seems like he's got his game plan very clear. He wants to go hard at it. And that is when he can be at his devastating best, Mohammad Irfan. Striking it at above 120 now, Mohammad Irfan. 28 of 21 balls. Umair Ali under pressure. Nicely played. Umair Ali, that is what he's known for. Not express fast, but he's a very clever campaigner. Mixes it out very nicely with those slower bouncers, those dippers into a left-hander as well. Not easy countering that. He's a tall lad. Slightly losing his shape there. Mohammad Irfan trying to hit that over mid-on. So good comeback here by Umair Ali. Just 4 runs off that over. First power play done and dusted. The 7 districts. 76 for 2.
Right then, confirmation of power play 2 from Asif Iqbal. So now there is plenty of cushion on the onside for Rohan Mustafa. Long on, mid wicket in position, a long off and a deep cover. So trying to protect the straight and square boundaries. And Aftab Javed will just look to build his innings here. Interesting field setup. They had 3 men on the onside for the right-hander. Mohammad Irfan has looked dangerous. Timing the ball well. Oh, poor delivery. Good effort by Wasim. At short fine, that ball was skipping away quickly. Attempted Yorker from Rohan gone wrong. But he certainly saved 3 runs for the side.
Yeah, very well done there by Wasim Akram. Using his foot to stop the ball. Oh, beautiful delivery. Aftab Javed. A big wicket here by Rohan Mustafa. The 4-time centurion of this Bukhatir League, the 49th edition, has to walk back to a dugout after a jaffer of a delivery from the former UAE captain. This is huge under the circumstances. What a moment in the game here, Ahmed Khawaja.
But that's a dream delivery from Rohan Mustafa. Grip turn and through the gate. And he needed something magical to get rid of this man. Bitterly disappointed, but he had no chance on that one. Rohan Mustafa bowling a world-class delivery to remove a world-class player. 78 for 3. SDCA in trouble. Played a fabulous composed half century in a close run chase in the semi-final. Syed Haider Wasi Shah in at number 5. But what a ball from Rohan Mustafa. Absolutely stunning. And he enjoyed it too.
Well, you needed a special ball to dismiss a man who's been in red hot form as Aftab Javed has been. He's been absolutely impeccable throughout the tournament. 400s in 5 games, Aftab Javed. And today, when it matters the most, in this grand finale, Rohan Mustafa turned up and produced an absolute jaffer to get the breakthrough. Now, this is a crucial period of play. Haider Wasi Shah, another man who's just got into form, played a very good knock in the semi-finals. But he'll need to go on and make a big one along with Irfan here if they are to get to a respectable score.
Catching mid-wicket in short cover in position. Slip in place as well. And if you analyze that dismissal, Atiq, there were only 2 men in the offside ring for Rohan bowling to Aftab. So he wanted him to look for that gap at extra. And hence, that slight gap between bat and pad was exposed. And timber was struck. Superb strategy, superb execution from Rohan Mustafa. Meanwhile, it's up to Wasi and Irfan, 2 very experienced players, cornerstone players of the 7 Districts Cricket Academy, to show their quality. But Rohan Mustafa is well and truly in the game. 80 for 3. Well, this man in frame holds the key. Mohammad Irfan, 30 of 25. He has to carry through. And so far, this move to win the toss and elect to bowl first has paid off rich dividends for GHK. Syed Haider Wasi Shah, capped by the UAE. Technically sound, superb athlete. It's high time he steps up to the plate. He's in good form as well. Has a century to his name in the tournament. Match winning 50 in the previous game. And he would dearly love to produce a big innings this evening.
Well, 10 teams. And with over a month long of the duration of playing in the sweltering heat, it all comes down to this day, isn't it? This is what the teams play for, they yearn for, they train so hard for, especially getting their hands on a coveted silverware of a reputed historical tournament such as the Bukhatir League, which has been in running since 1976. To represent such a tournament is itself a huge honor to be a part of it. That's going to be a wide. It's going to re-bowl that. And just a slight correction here. The Bukhatir League's been running since 1974. So it certainly has lot to play for here. It certainly is one of those tournaments that will go down in the books of history which will be spoken for generations to come. Beautiful looking shot there by Haider Wasi Shah. He's a crucial man here. He's got to be the one who's gonna play the sheet anchor role, bat till the 35-40th over if possible, because knowing Irfan, he's gonna go his merry way. He's been very attacking and positive from the moment he's walked out to bat. It's crucial that these two build and stitch a partnership together. They cannot afford to lose another wicket. They've got to control aggression with rotating the strike around as well. That's a lot better. Just steal those singles and doubles, and before you realize, you bat together for 10-15 overs and go at around 5 runs and over, you'd have amassed about 50 to 60 runs.
Yeah, just to mention what you were describing about the Bukhatir League, it is in fact a tournament that preceded the construction of the Sharjah Cricket Stadium, which was built around 1981, if I'm not wrong, when there was a invitational 11 coming in from both India and Pakistan. There was the Sunil Gavaskar 11, the Javed Miandad 11. That started off this epic journey to a world record holding venue that is the Sharjah Cricket Stadium. 85 for 3. Game is finely balanced at the moment. 49th Bukhatir League final in progress. GHK properties have struck early. Rohan Mustafa producing a dream delivery to get rid of the man in form, Aftab Javed. Zainullah chopping onto the stumps, and Ahmed Tariq will be desperately disappointed, getting out to a full toss, chipping it straight to extra cover. This will be a good tussle. Syed Haider Wasi Shah very much an understudy. Played alongside Rohan Mustafa for many years. They still do, probably on occasion, but on opposing sides of the fence currently. Oh, that almost carried to Mohammad Asif at short third.
Well, Rohan Mustafa seems to be in a phase of his own, isn't he? He's bowling some very good lines and lengths, and that too very nearly carrying to that fielder at point. Well, he's bowling quite well now, Rohan Mustafa. And more often than not, I'll tell you, what I've seen in the past is when Rohan Mustafa does pull out the goods with the ball, that automatically reflects to his batting as well, on more occasion than not. So certainly ominous signs here for the 7 districts. Early on, yes, it is still quite early. We're just in the cusp of the end of the 13th over. And just look at that. Just 1 run off this over, Rohan Mustafa. He's come in and he's applied the brakes straight away on the 7 districts innings. Is 86 for 3.
Well, change in the bowling. Umair Ali Khan being given a break, and Shahbaz Ali, outstanding right arm fast bowler. Fast bowling all rounder, I dare say. And how well did he bowl in the semi final? Picked up 3 wickets, restricted the opposition. Seasoned campaigner, and can surprise you with the amount of bounce he can generate, even off very placid wickets.
And not just the bounce, Ahmed Khawaja, he is also a very skiddish type of bowler, can really surprise you with the pace. He does feel like he's moderate to medium at most, but sometimes with those bounces he can hurry you up. Goes down the pitch and plays it very nicely over mid-on. Good timing there by Irfan. Well, he was kept quiet for a couple of overs, and well, he's decided enough is enough and he's going to go after it. A very good stroke.
Yeah, I've loved the intent coming in from Irfan. He was just dead batting everything in the semi-final, but he's come out with a much more positive approach and looking to hit boundaries. That's the right way to go about it. Change in the angle from Shahbaz Ali, switching to around the wicket, catching mid-wicket and mid-on in the circle. And that's smart batting. You've picked up the early boundary in the over. Now just relax at the non-striker's end.
Good start to the over here for the 7 districts. 6 runs have come off the first 3 balls. Partnership absolutely the call of the hour for the 7 districts at this stage. They cannot afford to lose another one. A couple of all-rounders to come into bat after this. You've got the likes of someone like Lahiru Sundaruwan. You've also got Tharindu Pereira, Farman Ali, the captain, to come in as well. So these two will need to do all the heavy lifting, at least for the next 25 overs. It's not a game in which you can do some trial and error runs. This is all to play for. Vital that now that Irfan's got a start, he's got to carry through, and Haider Wasisha has got to make good use of his newfound form of recent past. Got to make it count here for the 7 districts.
Current partnership up to 14. Oh, ripping bouncer. Just followed the batter there. And a good old-fashioned sway coming in from Wasi. That's something that has gone out of fashion. Look at the way he just leaned away from the ball. Good technique. Kept his eyes on it and dropped his gloves. I remember one of my favorite players of the mid-2000s, VVS Lakshman, a tall, elegant right-hander. He didn't like to duck. He liked to sway away from the ball. And of course, you never want to leave that periscope up or your gloves. Well done again. Good contest. And a decent over from Shahbaz Ali. Good comeback in the final 3 deliveries. 92 for 3. Slip in place for Irfan. Well, this matchup does favour the bowler. Right arm off break versus left hand batter. Can he get one to grip and turn once more? Completely lost his run up there, but not losing his run up as he joins him in the com box is Samir Yunus.
Good afternoon, if I could say afternoon. We're maybe an hour away from sunset here in Sharjah. Rohan Mustafa in the meantime trying to dictate terms here. Short one outside off. Irfan is in good touch. And he'll play a good touch to hit that away to the boundary towards backward point. The 100 is not far away from 7 districts.
Yeah, that was a poor delivery. Short wide, no turn. Just lent on it. Beautiful, elegant late cut from Irfan. And he brings out the sweep as well. This is superb batting.
Yeah, good options this from Irfan. He knows very well Rohan Mustafa likes to mix it up. Short one followed by a full one. He was down on his knees very quickly up on that occasion and playing it fine enough behind that fielder who was in the circle to find another boundary. So run making continues for him. Yes, those 3 wickets have fallen, but the 100 has come up in good time. And this time he'll give it the respect it deserves. Good length delivery just outside off. He can afford a few dot balls here. Good little partnership. Early days for Haider, but it's looking good for the 7 district, who've been unbeaten in this tournament, mind you. Have been really impressive. And they continue the good run here in the finals. Rohan Mustafa with his usual antics. Keeping an eye on the non-striker, Haider Wasi Shah. Down the leg side again, it's a wide. He might have to re-bowl that. Yes, confirmation from the umpire that it is a wide.
Yeah, looking slightly nonplussed by those shots coming in from Irfan. No spinner likes to be swept. But he'll certainly always be in the game. He's a character, Rohan. A good over for SDCA. 101 for 3. Back live after the drinks break. 101 for 3 are SDCA after being invited to bat first in the 49th Bukhatir League final. Lost 3 wickets in 11 overs, but since then, partnership brewing between Syed Haider Wasi Shah and Mohammad Irfan. Shahbaz Ali to continue. Well, that seems to be the concerted game plan. They're trying to cramp Wasi for room, testing him on that hard length.
Yeah, he's been really bending his back, Shahbaz Ali, especially against Wasi. Seems to be some kind of plan there, as you said, to try and push him on the back foot, get him to play one of those false shots. He's an impulsive puller and hooker of the ball, so you expect him to come out with that shot, but so far, he's shown restraint. They have that deep square leg and fine leg in the deep, if he does decide to play that shot. Shahbaz Ali has been impressive so far, though. There you go once again. It's bouncer after bouncer to Syed Haider Wasi Shah, who isn't the tallest man out there, to be fair.
One thing I would like to tweak in the field, if he's going to go with this persistent short ball plan, there you can see once again, good carry through as well to Yasir Kaleem. Maybe get a short leg in or bring that deep square into the circle. Entice Wasi into playing that shot. You bring that square leg in, tell the long leg to move a touch squarer to cut the angle, and then you look to set him up with a fuller ball. Maybe his feet would be stuck in the crease, anticipating the short ball. Fans at it and does get enough bat to squeeze it away to third for a single, and I think he'll be quite relieved. Shahbaz Ali showing that fast bowlers are a thinking breed as well. It's not all brute force.
I think the game has evolved so much now. It's about time that fast bowlers, or in fact every cricketer for that matter, needs to have that game awareness, and that intellect. Skill alone is not going to get you through. At least not now in the modern day and age. There's so much strategy, so much data involved in the way you prepare for games and build up to games. Right now, around the wicket, Shahbaz to Irfan, who's been in very good form. 45 in quick time. Goes short to him as well, but Irfan very comfortably will guide that towards third. And I think these two can afford to do this now, Ahmad, for the next at least 10 to 15 overs. Nudge it around, get those ones and twos, put the loose ball away. They're in a very strong position, and they've got batting to come as well to try and apply those finishing touches where it matters the most. So right now, the pendulum is towards the 7th district.
Oh, definitely. Especially with having a productive power play one. They were scoring at about 7.5, 8 runs per over. So they're ahead of the game at the moment. Current run rate of 6.6 is pretty comfortable. They can afford to just nurdle the ball around till the 25, 28 over mark. But can they? That is the key. Oh, once again, well bowled. And not only can he sway, he can duck out of the way as well.
Now, if I were Shahbaz Ali here, I've bowled bouncer after bouncer to Haider Wasi Shah. Here's another one of them, and very well directed as well. Might just slip in a Yorker in the next couple of deliveries, surprise him, play that bluff. Wasi Shah will be on the back foot, expecting that Yorker. So Shahbaz Ali might just be tempted to maybe send in that surprise Yorker, provided he gets it right, because otherwise, with the field up in front of the wicket, it could prove costly to him. They can't afford to be giving away too many boundaries in the position that they are, GHK.
A gully in place as well to stop that single. So far he is testing Wasi on the back foot, and he's having a bit of a chirp as well. When are you going to look to pull me? When are you going to hook me? I'm waiting for you. 103 for 3. Oh, this is going to be close. Yes. Too full to sweep. And a mental error from Mohammad Irfan has led to his downfall.
If you saw him attempting the sweep in the previous over, Rohan was a little too full on that occasion, and I'll tell you what, you don't need replays for that. It was plumb in front. Asif Iqbal had no second thought of it whatsoever. Mohammad Irfan, after having made a brilliant 45, it looked like he was going to go for a big one, has fallen victim to another wicket from Rohan Mustafa, who visibly is delighted to have contributed to another wicket. 46 of 39, promised to be a big innings, but has been cut short by another Rohan Mustafa wicket. 7 District lose their 4th with 103 runs on the board.
Well, this was the dismissal. Absolutely stone dead. Crashing into middle of middle. Mohammad Irfan premeditating. That was the mistake he made. And Rohan Mustafa was absolutely delighted. He had been swept for 4 in the previous over, but didn't back away from that game plan. In comes the skipper at number 6, Farman Ali, the wicketkeeper batter. Slip in place. And he'll certainly need to dig deep here because SDCA are in trouble, Samir.
And it's that man once again, Rohan Mustafa, who continues to find ways to become an impactful player, whether with bat or ball. Farman Ali off the back foot will push that towards extra. They're looking for the second one. Bit of work for the man in the deep. I think it's a skipper himself. It's Mohit Kalyan, in fact. And they'll comfortably get back for the second. So Farman's off the mark here. Now a partnership is required here because the set batter is gone. 7 District have to reset. Yes, the run rate's looking good, but that 4 next to it with the 4 wickets gone will be a problem for them.
Oh, acres of room outside off. There's literally only 3 men on the offside. So Farman Ali can just poke it away for a couple. It's a very sneaky game plan from Rohan Mustafa. He wants them to push the ball on the offside, and anything that grips and turns, they might be in trouble. That's a value of experience. Rohan Mustafa has been there, done that for the UAE on the domestic scene for 2 decades plus. And there, if anything just turns in, Farman Ali will be in trouble.
Yeah, right. Plenty of experience for Rohan, especially here in Sharjah. He's played hundreds of games. He knows exactly what this track does, the dimensions of the ground. And because he's a batter himself, he knows exactly what the batters are thinking too. Slightly shorter in length. Farman can only push this towards extra cover. But another successful over for Rohan Mustafa and for GHK. 4 wickets down, 7 District for 107 at the end of the 17th over.
Well, Mohammad Irfan, the fast bowler, took a bit of tap in the power play. But apart from that, everybody has done an outstanding job. Wasim Akram picked up the key wicket of Ahmed Tariq. Umair Ali Khan got Zainullah. And that man, Rohan Mustafa, 2 for 27 in his 5 overs. Excellent bowling. Wickets have fallen regularly. No meaningful partnership there, Samir.
Yeah, that's been the problem for 7 District. Their run rate has been pretty decent. That's also because there was quite a few extras early on in the power play. But other than that, it's been pretty ordinary shot selection that has led to the fall of the wickets. Shahbaz Ali once again to Haider Wasi Shah. And he will continue to bend his back and get Wasi to duck at it. It's almost like a replay from the previous over.
Well, this is reminiscent of Alan Donald versus Michael Atherton, peppering him with the short ball. And how well directed are they from Shahbaz Ali as well? He's really bending his back in hot conditions. It's at least 38 to 40 degrees out there in the middle. And to sustain this pace, sustain these bouncers, it's a lion-hearted effort from the star all-rounder of GHK. But he was ready for the pitch-up ball and beautifully caressed to the cover boundary.
Yeah, that look of frustration from Shahbaz Ali. Haider is the kind of batter, he knew it's going to be any time. He was expecting a change up, a fuller one. This time it's slow and full, and Haider was up to the mark, leans into it through the gap, and 4 more to the total. So in this little cat and mouse game, Haider goes 1-0 up against Shahbaz Ali. And just to get back on Shahbaz, he's one of those bowlers that you look at him and say, you don't really think of him as a bowler, but he's got so much in him that he has to offer, and that bounce that he extracts is one of his standout features, and he gets selected into teams just for that sometimes. And he goes back to that. What a battle this between a senior pro and a young prodigy.
Well, who is the cat and who is the mouse? That is the question, Samir Yunus. Absolutely, Shahbaz Ali. Well directed once again, wider on the crease. If I were to select a third seamer for any game in the UAE, he would be my man for sure, because of his unique ability to hurry the batters. Field on the offside is very close in. Point, gully, short extra cover are well off the 30-yard ring. Oh, through Yasir Kaleem. Maybe it just ducked a bit in the air when it hit the green after the pitch, but that is extras conceded.
Once again, well directed by Shahbaz Ali. And Yasir Kaleem was probably blinded by Haider there. But 4 extras again. So the runs don't seem to be stopping. There you go, another good bouncer. Yasir Kaleem just completely lost it there. Generally a very good wicket keeper, safe hands. But that just got through and went all the way to the boundary thanks to the pace that Shahbaz Ali has. That's a seriously good effort here, bending his back ball after ball, taking it short and directing it well as well. Well, it's almost as if he's waiting, isn't he? He knows exactly what's coming. And Haider has been up to the task.
Yeah, he's showing solid temperament here. I'm impressed with Wasi. Once again, making sure his hands are not near the ball. And speaking of the hands of Yasir Kaleem, when I shake his hand, mine disappears. He has Frankenstein-like hands. That's why he's so strong on the offside. That power he can generate to cut the ball. And an absolute gentleman off the field as well. Superb personality. Good tussle going on between Shahbaz and Wasi. 115 for 4. "49th Bukhatir League final in progress, powered by 7 districts. And of course, you can tune in and watch all the action of this grand finale on the Sharjah Cricket YouTube channel. Take part in the live chat as well. We'll be reading your comments, and something is worthwhile, then why not? Samir Yunus. Always love to get input from our well-wishers in the UAE. Oh, Mr. Farman Ali. Mind games from Rohan Mustafa.
Never a dull moment when he's in the action, whether he's batting or bowling, and then he'll smile it off. That's always the best part about it. Rather lazy effort to try and stop that. We'll get the single. Farman Ali back on strike. 5 off 6, so he's gotten a start, but now this partnership is going to be important for the 7 district. Cannot afford to lose another wicket here, because then that'll expose that tail, which is what GHK want to do. These are the two, probably the last recognized pair for the men in orange. If they can somehow sneak in and break one more partnership, then they'll really feel like they're in the game.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind changing it up here, to be honest. Get some left arm spin on with Keshav Sharma. Creating a lot of room just for a single. So maybe just mix it up here and bring back a frontline fast bowler. Maybe Wasim Akram for a couple of overs. Give Shehbaz Ali a blow. It's energy sapping stuff. You don't want to let the game just drift away from you. Quick single taken there. And Rohan Mustafa is rightly not amused.
Yeah, you mentioned that the fielders inside the 30-yard are quite close to the pitch. It's probably because they want to prevent those easy singles. Rohan Mustafa will not give up, that's for sure. He'll talk about it till tomorrow, I'm sure, with Umair Ali. They are good friends after all. 19 done, it's 120 for 4.
So the floodlights are starting to kick in here at the iconic Sharjah Cricket Stadium. These were reinstalled, I believe, last season. A multi-million dirham project executed by Sharjah Cricket to bring them up to world-class standards. That's what I love about Sharjah Cricket. They're always taking the game forward in the UAE. They never rest on their laurels. It's a competitive business to be up there as a world-class venue. And they have certainly not taken a back seat. Wasim Akram back into the attack. So we were anticipating a bowling change or some changes being made. And that has come through.
Yeah, I think they've realized they cannot afford to let another partnership brew. It was almost in autopilot mode between these two, so a change was required, and they brought back their ace bowler to try and create a different angle. That left arm can be difficult for batters who have just walked in. Good move this by the skipper of GHK. Let's wait and see if it can bear some fruit for them. And you're right about the Sharjah Stadium. Consistently innovating, reimagining, keeping up with the modern requirements of the game. They do have tournaments throughout the year. Shorter format, longer format. Nicely driven straight to the fielder. And I don't know if you've seen the show that they put on with these new lights. Quite spectacular. Always nice to come and have a look. They do that on regular occasions, on big occasions, when there's a special event or anything of that sort. So it's always nice. And to maintain a world-class venue like that in the middle of the city of Sharjah, that certainly it's something worthy of applauding.
Absolutely. There are plenty of logistical challenges in the UAE, as you well know. But they have truly been outstanding. Oh, looking for that pull on the front foot. Well, that is a rare lapse in concentration from Wasi and could have paid the price very easily.
Yeah, change of angle. He's been watching Shehbaz Ali coming from over the wicket as a right-hander, dropping those bouncers. This time it's Wasim Akram from a different angle. So because it seems like it's about to come to you, you're almost compelled to play that shot. And with that, I think Wasi will learn his lesson and realize that he needs to stay away from that. But you see, there seems to be a proper plan against Syed Haider Wasi Shah. He hasn't gone about things very comfortably. 12 off 30, so that bouncer ploy does seem to be working. There you go. That's what they'll go after. This might be called a wide, a little too short. But there certainly seems to be a plan in place here.
100% sure. But for that, I would like to see some more fielders in catching positions though. They had a gully earlier. This one was a bit wayward, down leg and too short. Still have that gully in there, a slip in there, short leg, maybe even with the lid on. They have a catching mid wicket and extra, but you need somebody behind square as well. Nicely controlled on that occasion. And fair play to Wasi, he hasn't, for the most part, fallen into that trap. Partnership up to 19 runs between this pair. So they're just hanging in there. And that's what they need, at least for the next 7 or 8 overs.
Yeah, still a long way to go. They can afford a few quiet overs here. What's important is they make sure they don't lose further wickets in the next at least 15 to 20 overs, because 4 already they're in the middle to lower order. Run rate is not a problem for them. They know they can catch up later. The top order has done a decent job, especially Irfan, to get them up there. Now is the time when really your skills in this format is tested. The temperament to be able to avoid the temptation of going after big shots, keeping it quiet, milking those runs, having that patience. And that's why this format is so good. Ahmed, yes, we all love the T20, but when it comes to the 50 overs, it's a real test of your skill. When you attack, when you get defensive, that's what gets the best out of these cricketers.
Oh, absolutely. And Atiq Nizam in his previous stint made that point. We don't have a lot of 50 over cricket in the UAE. Well bowled there, the fuller one, and equally well watched by Farman Ali. 20 gone, 1-2-4 for 4. Well, Samir Yunus, we should have asked for $1 million. Maybe our wishes are coming true. Rohan Mustafa, as we were anticipating, has been given a break. And I think he's taken a wellness break as well, heading to the locker room, rightfully so. He is absolutely drenched in sweat, even though he has a smile on his face as per usual. Keshav Sharma, a very fine bowler, coming on to bowl.
Yeah, left arm from both ends, left arm pace and now left arm spin. Both right-hand batters, does make sense. Irfan is not out there anymore, so right time to bring in this spinner, an ace spinner for GHK. We'll rely on him to break this partnership as well. Nicely flighted, driven through extra. Will be a single to start the over. Different challenge here for Wasi. He's taken his time in this innings. 13 of 31, but again, he won't mind it. He knows very well that he's got the skill to catch up with that strike rate, but for now, it's just about consolidation and keep batting. Much more comfortable on that occasion, pushing it down towards the leg side for another single.
Oh, absolutely, strike rate is of no issue at the moment. You have all of 30 overs to bat. Crease occupation is the name of the game at the moment. Take the game deep, keep building this stand for the 5th wicket. Farman Ali, technically sound, hasn't quite lived up to his ability as a batter. He has been on the UAE domestic scene for at least 2.5 seasons now. So it's high time he really blossomed and showed his skill and talent. Excellent wicket keeper, but you cannot make your way into the side purely on your skills as a glove man, arm delivery, but clearly sneaking down leg. Wicket keeper batter. Now it's more of a batter who can keep rather than vice versa.
Yeah, as the game moves on to becoming very batter friendly, batter heavy, you've got to have that skill to be primarily a batter and then a wicket keeper. Farman Ali, you're right, and he's been given the captaincy, leadership position to try and take more responsibility. Makes room. Wasi Shah has gone aerial. The fielder can only watch it sail over him onto the roof of the Sharjah Stadium. So change of gears from Syed Haider Wasi Shah, and it's resulted in a maximum for him.
Well, that's a lusty blow, overpitched, hitting from the crease, and a clean connection, clean as a whistle. That's a fantastic strike. Shifting the momentum towards them, our 7 Districts Cricket Academy. 30-run partnership developing, and I think we might need a new ball here. That may have cleared the roof and cleared the Sharjah Cricket Stadium proper.
Last ball of the over after a drinks break from that wicket. A success, in fact, not a wicket but a 6. But you all need a drink, don't we? 21 overs done. It's 133 for 4. Starts for almost everyone here for the 7 District. But it's been Irfan who has been the highest scorer so far. And a little partnership here brewing between Farman Ali and Syed Haider Wasi Shah. Wasim Akram now back into the attack. Bowling his second over of this spell. Starts off with a wide. He's had his troubles with his extras. And doesn't seem to have gotten over it yet. It's 133 for 4. 21 overs have been completed. It's been a rather up and down game for both the teams. Yes, 7 District got off to a decent start. The run rate's been good, but they have kept losing regular wickets, and that's been the problem for them. At GHK, they'll be now trying to get a couple of wickets early, expose that tail of 7 District, and really take control of this game. It's been a bit quiet in the last couple of overs. Farman on 10 off 15, Haider Wasi Shah on 20 off 34. 22nd over in progress. It's a good time to welcome back our friend in the combox, Atiq Nizam. Good break for you, and welcome back now.
Well, thank you, Samir. Much needed breather indeed. 134 for 4. A lot has happened since I was last here on the combox seat. A crucial wicket of Mohammad Irfan, who's back in the dugout now. A little partnership brewing up. 31 run stand between the captain Farman Ali and Haider Wasi Shah in progress. We've often said how crucial it is that one of the top 4 batters have got to bat through in the 50 over format. We've seen that over and over again in international cricket. Some superstars do that masterfully, likes of someone like Virat Kohli, Rohit Sharma. Got to get in and then dig deep. Getting yourself in and then building your innings from there by rotating the strike, putting the bad balls away. It's an art, isn't it, Samir?
Yeah, Haider Wasi certainly capable of a role like that. Generally bats up in the order, but in this tournament, we've seen him come down in that middle order. He has got a start, 20 of 34, has taken his time and he can afford to, as we've been saying. He's been peppered with some serious bouncers against him. Wasim Akram also continuing the treatment that Shahbaz Ali was given him, so they haven't made it easy for him, but kudos to him. He's been patient, he's taken his time, not been tempted into playing any rash shots, and that's what's required in this format, I think. Perseverance, patience, wait for your moment, tire out the bowlers, and then you take advantage.
Well, it's a format of mental and physical strength. The 50 over format. The T20 is one of those formats that can be less demanding to the body. Well, he's got to re-bowl that. Is that a wide? I'm wondering how was that not given a wide. Well, Wasim Akram, after being slightly wavered in his first spell, he's come back quite well. Kept things quite economical. And right now, the 7 districts batters, they are on survival mode. They don't want to throw away their wicket at this stage. Haider Wasi Shah batting quite well. In very good form. Made sure that he saw his team through into the finals. Well, that's the end of Wasim Akram's over. 22 done. 7 districts, 136 for 4.
.136 for 4. Keshav Sharma bowled the previous over, gave away 8 runs. That was a huge 6 that Wasi Shah played in the previous over of his, which required a change of balls. Some words of advice from Rohan Mustafa, who's back into the field. They need to break this partnership here. They're growing comfortable, these two. Makes room. Wanted to cut it away, but it was really slowed down by Keshav Sharma. Had too much time on his hands, Haider Wasi Shah. And in the end, played it straight to the fielder.
Well, these two are certainly digging deep here, Samir, and that's how it's got to be done. They've got to break it down into phases, isn't it? Initially, just try to get to the 30th over mark without losing any further wickets. And if they can keep it around the 4 runs and over mark, they will get up to about 160, 165 at the end of the 30th over, which would still mean that they're going at close to around 5.5 runs in over. And then with wickets in hand, if they can try and break it down into 5 over blocks, get towards that death overs before the specialists can come in and go for those big shots. A couple of runs they're down towards, in fact 3 runs been taken by Haider Wasi Shah. I beg your pardon, in fact that was Farman Ali with that tickle down towards the leg side. They've got to play very smart here, Samir, now. Break it down into phases and then reassess as they go on.
There's a big vacant space behind square on the leg side. The moment he drifted down the leg, he knew there was an opportunity to pile up on some runs there. Oh, makes room straight to the hands, but Wasim Akram has put this down. Haider Wasi Shah, probably for the first time, looking to go flat and big. Shot of aggression here, but Wasim Akram, well, you expect him to hold on to that, and this could be costly for GHK Properties.
Well, the question is, how costly is this going to be here for the GHK Properties? Putting down a batter like Haider Wasi Shah, it can come back to bite you very badly. He's been a man in form of late, Haider Wasi Shah. Keshav Sharma will be quite disappointed. 23 overs done, 141 for 4. So Umair Ali coming into the attack. 1 for 17. Wasim Akram been given a break. 141 for 4. The run rate is quite good here for the 7 districts. They're going at above a run a ball at this stage. The problem here for them is the wickets column. The question is, can they capitalize, get a good score on the board? Haider Wasi Shah, he'll need to make sure that he's there till the end, and if he's there, the 7 districts will certainly get to a good score. And Samir, we all know that the GHK Properties, they have a very heavy batting lineup. They bat all the way down to number 9. Good delivery, excellent delivery from Umair Ali.
He comes back into the attack to bowl his 4th. So he's been changing it up, the skipper of GHK Properties. 2 to 3 over spells for his bowlers. He had Wasim Akram come on and bowl about 3 overs. Did bowl a barrage of bounces against Haider Wasi Shah. I'm not sure if Umair Ali will continue to do that. I don't think he has the pace to be able to trouble Haider with those bounces. It should be a different ploy here. He survived all that planning against him, Haider Wasi Shah. Let's see how he goes about against Umair Ali. Nice and straight. Ooh. For a moment he thought about disturbing those non-striker stumps, but Farman was well within the crease and therefore no cause for concern. But it's been a good battle, this. Lots of phases in which each team has had the upper hand. Right now, I think the pace at which it's going, GHK Properties have certainly blocked off and made run making quite difficult. They've been very disciplined in their bowling in the last 2 to 3 overs at least. In the meantime, 7 District won't mind it. A slow little phase in the game wouldn't hurt too much because runs have come early on. And as you've been saying, it's the wickets column that will bother them. And that's why they'll have to really be very smart in the way they go about things from here on.
Well, we've seen very often that in this Bukhatir League, the 49th edition, scores have been more often than not above the 300 run mark. And nowadays, in today's day and age where the T20 and the T10 versions are being played, batters certainly back themselves even to go at 6, 7, 8 runs and over as well. And with the kind of batting that we were just mentioning about, the GHK Properties have, I'm sure the 7 districts have recognized the fact that they need to get a score of in excess of 310, 320 to put any pressure for a team like the GHK Properties. These two will play a vital role in achieving that.
Attempting a bouncer there. It's been given 1 for the over. Surprised it wasn't called a wide. I thought it went over the head of Farman Ali. It's been a quiet over. Just 1 run off it. Add 1 more to it. Simple nudge towards point. And they'll complete a quick single. So just 2 off it. And that'll end over number 24. It's 143 for 4.
Well, so this is the bowling scorecard. Pick of the bowlers being Rohan Mustafa. 2 for 32 of his 6 overs. He's bowled extremely well. Picking up that big wicket of Aftab Javed certainly turned the tide. A wicket apiece for Wazim Akram and Umair Ali as well. So they've done decently up to this stage, the GHK bowlers. They've now got to make sure that they keep chipping on the wickets. And Keshav Sharma into bowl his 3rd over. He'll have a role to play. Samir, quick question. I believe that even Rohan Mustafa currently being the pick of the bowlers, he's bowled 6 overs. He's picked up 2 very big wickets. Don't you think that maybe it would be a good idea to see him through his spell? Maybe try and get another 1 more, and that can certainly open the gates towards the tail enders or the lower middle order.
And the skipper Humaj has been content on giving his bowlers short spells of 2 to 3 overs. Short and wide. This time it's beaten the field at point. There will be a chase for deep extra cover, but he'll only watch it get over the boundary line. That's Haider Wasi Shah. You give him a little bit of room, and he will ensure that he capitalizes on it. Nicely done.
Yeah, relying on placement and timing there, Haider Wasi Shah. He's a very wristy player, especially in this format. He's a very attractive looking batter. When he gets going, he's a pleasure to watch. Good comeback here by Keshav Sharma. Watchfully played a quick single. Good running by the 2 batters. Farman Ali running to the danger end. Does quite well. 6 runs have come off the first 4 balls. Well, this is what you got to do at this stage, isn't it? Once you get a boundary of the over, keep rotating the strike. Could have got about 8 to 9 runs in the over.
Yeah, just to continue on your point about bringing Rohan Mustafa back, we've got to keep in mind, I think the shorter spells are probably also because it is quite hot out there. You have to keep the fatigue levels in mind as well. It's a 50 overs, remember. You're going to need them later on towards the fag end of the innings. This is nicely driven. Farman Ali is a technically sound batter. Was full and wide. And he's been down on one knee to drive that through the covers and into the fence for 4 to end over number 25.
Very good stroke once again. This time slightly flighted. And Farman Ali, once again, very good reach to the ball. A couple of boundaries in the over, 10 coming from it. 25 overs done and dusted at the halfway stage, 7 districts, 153 for 4.
153 for 4 at the halfway stage. 19 for 1 Umair Ali. He'll continue. Ball is 5th over. Oh, good length. It's beaten everyone. The batter and the wicket keeper. And it'll run through for 4 byes as signalled by the umpire. So quite a few byes and leg byes in this innings, adding to the total of 7 district. They won't mind this, Haider and Farman. They found round scoring quite difficult, but these extras will certainly help. Wasn't a bad ball. You can't blame him for that. Probably the wicket keeper there, Yasir Kaleem, not being able to pick that up with an awkward bounce just in front of him.
Yeah, it can be quite tough, isn't it, when you get that awkward bounce, but nevertheless slightly sloppy there by Yasir. This is one thing that you've got to tighten. You cannot afford to give these extras, especially in these all-important finals, when you've done extremely well in the first half. Another bouncer, Yasir, yeah, Umair Ali, this is what he's known for. Not express fast, but with those lines and lengths, those shorter deliveries, with those cutters, he will keep surprising the batter, and this is what he brings in all his experience recently playing a league in Saudi Arabia as well, Umair Ali. Big man. Quick single towards mid-on. Haider Wasisha has quietly crept into the 30s, setting himself up for a big one here today.
There's been a very patient innings from him. He's been dealt with a lot of short stuff, and so far he's come out on top against all of that. Started off with Shahbaz Ali trying to bounce him out. Some really good bounces against him, and then it was Wasim Akram and Umair Ali also meeting out the same treatment against him. Shot to Farman Ali this time. He'll get nicely on top of it, swivel across and push it towards deep square. It'll only be a single. So slow proceeding here at the Sharjah Stadium. Not much in it for both teams. Something's got to give here. You're just expecting the next 5 to 6 overs. One of these teams will want to go on attack mode. Of course, GHK are constantly looking for wickets. But there seems to be some lack of motivation, if I were to say that, from both sides. Nicely cut away, straight to the fielder. Will fumble, which will allow them to cross over for a single.
A 56-run partnership between these two, coming together at 104 for 4. Since then, the captain, along with his senior statesman, when you say senior statesman, Haider Wasisha is quite young, but mind you, he is being capped by the UAE national team as well very recently. He's a special talent, Haider Wasisha, man with a lot of capabilities. He's got a very bright future ahead of him. 26 done, 161 for 4. So the 7 districts, the sponsors of this 49th edition of the Bukhatir League 2025, also representing the tournament and one of the finalists right now in a very good position, the 7 Districts Cricket Academy, one of the top tier clubs in the UAE. Shahbaz Ali into the attack after a short spell of 3 overs, 12 runs. Well, the captain will certainly look up to him to get that breakthrough, to break this partnership, because he is a man with a lot of experience. Shahbaz Ali having played a lot of cricket in the domestic circuit in UAE. He'll need to put his hand up. If he can get a breakthrough here, that would once again set the 7 districts back by a few overs. Good delivery, nicely bowled, and Haider Wasisha solidly behind that. Samir, 26.2 overs, 162 for 4, with another 24 overs remaining and 6 wickets in hand. What are your predictions as far as the final score is concerned? And what do you think that they need, keeping in mind the opposition and the surface as well?
Well, the question of what they need is they need a lot of runs, because they've got an opposition filled with batting prowess, but what they can get, depending on the position they are, and given this partnership, I think anything just beyond 300, they'll take it. There you go. Shahbaz Ali bowling bounces to Wasi Shah. It's almost on repeat mode now. You watched him in the previous occasion, the previous delivery. Wasn't all that short. It was a little fuller, but still Haider, because he was expecting that bounce, he was parked on the back foot, almost expecting everything to be directed towards his body and be short in length. That has certainly casted a doubt in his mind. But yeah, on a track that isn't offering much, I think. We haven't seen too much turn. There was a bit of swing early on, but that too has disappeared. You need a lot of runs, at least 320, north of 320, to make a game out of this. Another short one. Shahbaz this time indicating that he wants his gully-ish third man fielder to maybe just move over to the leg side, see if Wasi fends that one, will pop up and perhaps, hopefully for him, convert into a catch. But this is good stuff from Shahbaz Ali in this heat, to be running in ball after ball, digging it short. He's very consistent and he's consistently good at it.
Season campaigner he is, Shahbaz. Bringing it into the right hander, angling in. Haider Wasisha trying to go through that mid-wicket region. 162 for 4. Well, the sun has set and the lights taking effect. And this beautiful setup, the views that we have here from the commentary box, certainly a sight to watch out for. Oh, an inside edge. I'm sure he's a tough man, he's not going to show the pain. But nevertheless, a brilliant over. Just a single of it. 27 done, 162 for 4.
$162 for 4. It's 162 for 4 after 27 overs. Irfan back into the attack now. Nice and straight. Farman will push this towards the leg side. Both of them now looking very comfortable. Farman and Haider finding those ones and twos consistently. Finding the gaps as well. Happy to nudge it around. Not really looking for those big shots. They know they still have a long way to go. 20 plus overs remaining in this game. And the longer they stay together, the better chances they have at a strong finish in those last 10 overs. That's what they'll be eyeing. Again, no fielders in front of the wicket. All of them behind square. Deep extra cover. Deep square leg. Fine leg third man, and this is why Haider has looked to go as straight as possible towards the leg side, but the fielder will cut it off. They'll get a couple of quick runs. Well run by the two batters. Farman Ali responding to the call of Haider Wasisha.
Very good intent. This is what you need when you feel that the boundaries are tough to come by. You need to run hard. Turn those ones into twos. And all this will matter when the game goes down to the wire. Mohammad Irfan has been quite expensive. None for 34 off his 4.2. Oh, that's a good shot. Very, very good hit. A flat six in front of square over mid-wicket. That is Haider Wasisha for you. Magnificent stroke.
Well, that's an absolute slap. Was flat hard. And he has absolutely deposited that out of the park. Clean hit. Irfan didn't know what hit him. Wasn't a bad ball. It was at a good length in line with the stumps, but he's picked it up very nicely off the back foot. And despite the fielder being there, was hit with so much force, had no time to get across and get close to it. Cutting loose here, Haider Wasisha. 39 of 58 now. This time onto the offside. It's been expensive, Irfan. 40 in his 4.5 overs. He'll look to bring back some control in his bowling. That's another look at that huge flat batted six. Brilliant shot.
And mind you, that isn't a short boundary. From the end in which the commentary box end in which Irfan is bowling towards the farther end of the ground on the leg side is a very long boundary. Very good take there by Yasir Kaleem. That one suddenly burst off the pitch. But Haider Wasisha, well, he seems to have had a good sighter in. He's been there for a long time. And the moment you do spend a lot of time in the center, batting becomes that much easier. That's what the Sharjah Cricket Stadium offers. If you apply yourself and spend some time, there are runs for the taking. A single to end the over. 10 runs come off that Irfan's fifth over. 28 done, 172 for 4. .172 on the board now. Shabazz will continue searching for wickets here. Oh, good delivery. Wicket to wicket there. Haider Wasisha solidly behind that. He's on 40 now. This is going to be a vital innings. He's a big match player, Haider Wasisha. We've seen him over and over again pile on the runs over the last couple of years or so. And deservedly getting a national call-up. Haider Wasisha very recently representing the UAE. thoroughly deserved, this young man. But Shahbaz Ali does what he does best. He's somebody who is a very reliable campaigner with the ball. The captain can certainly rely on and entrust Shahbaz Ali to provide the goods, and I'm sure this is where once again that the captain Humaj Gondal will certainly expect Shahbaz Ali can get a wicket or two here, break this partnership which looks extremely threatening now. 69 together. Now a wide being called. $173 on the board. Current run rate 6.1 runs and over. So the run rate is quite good at this stage, and with the build up of this partnership, promises to be a good finish to the innings. Down the leg side, Sagar Kalyan, the wicket keeper, has just been changed. The gloves been changed to Sagar Kalyan from Yasir Kaleem. Does quite well. So a couple of loose deliveries here by Shahbaz Ali. Very unlike this man. He's somebody who's very accurate, but mind you, not easy conditions out there. We are in the peak of summer. Temperature is absolutely sweltering out there. 38-40 degrees plus during the midday time, and I'm sure now it would be around the late 30s. As we go on towards the latter part of the evening, temperatures do get a bit comfortable towards the mid 30s or the lower 30s perhaps. There is easily a 10 to 12 degree drop in temperature during the peak noon time till the latter part of the evening. So that's what the players will look for. It's not easy. They've been out there in this heat, the GHK Properties team. Well, they did win the toss and electing to bowl first. They were quite aware with what is in store for them. But they're very fit cricketers, playing a lot of cricket, and they have a very strict training and fitness regime in order for them to be able to handle the demands that their profession expects of them. Solidly behind that. Excellent delivery here by Shahbaz. Well, after a short break, I've been joined here in the comm box by Ahmed Khawaja once again. Ahmed, hope you had a good rest. What are your thoughts on the game?
Good evening, Atiq. Very nicely balanced this game. Superb partnership of 72 runs between Farman Ali and Syed Haider Wasi Shah, who's been really, really impressive. Rock solid temperament. He's applied himself. Technically sound. Some good looking shots as well for fours and maximums. Once again persisting with that short ball plan, but drifting down leg. Shahbaz Ali, he's cutting a frustrated figure. He's peppered both batters with short pitch deliveries, but they haven't really taken the bait. That was once again banged in short. He's put in a lot of effort in this 4.4 overs and little reward. Wasi was dropped at extra cover against Keshav Sharma. So he's gotten a life and he needs to make it count. Well controlled square drive there from Farman Ali. And this partnership has certainly given them hope. They were 104 for 4 when these two got together, and anything could have happened at that stage in this game.
Well, they were on the verge of oblivion, weren't they? Another wicket there would certainly have meant and made them kiss goodbye to their hopes of putting a hand on that coveted silverware. But these two have now given them renewed hope. Surprised why Rohan Mustafa is not brought back in yet. 9:29 done. 177 for 4 as players will have drinks.
Welcome back to the grand final of the 49th Bukhatir League 50 over tournament powered by 7 districts. GHK Properties taking on 7 Districts Cricket Academy. GHK Properties inviting SDCA to bat first. And they had them in trouble at one stage, 104 for 4. Since then, this 74 run partnership, 103 for 4, pardon me, has taken SDCA to a decent position, nearing the 30 over mark. Excellent batting by the senior pros of the side. Farman Ali, the skipper, on strike, 25 of 31. Syed Haider Wasi Shah has played beautifully, 41 of 65. Mohammad Irfan back into the attack. How often do we see that after a drinks break, after a break in play, something tends to happen, a wicket falls or a flurry of quick runs? For the sake of the batting side, I hope that this pair is concentrating hard. Remember, it was GHK Properties who won the toss and elected to bowl first, so they're backing themselves to restrict SDCA to a manageable score. What is a decent score that SDCA are willing to defend is a pertinent question. Usually they say in a 50 over game you need to look to double your score at the 30 over mark. Current run rate of just above 6 is a pretty ideal position to be in terms of runs on board. Maybe they've lost a couple of wickets too many. They would be eyeing that 300 score, that psychological barrier. No matter how strong your batting lineup, chasing 300 plus in a big final, that too at the Sharjah Cricket Stadium, will not be straightforward. Just drifting beyond the tram lines there, Irfan. He's had a rough outing. Was taken to the cleaners by his namesake in the opposing side in the power play overs. He does have that lively pace, springy action. On his day, when he gets it right, he is a fearsome prospect, able to swing the ball at good pace, 135 clicks. But when he gets it wrong, when he's a bit inconsistent, that pace can be your worst enemy as well. There has been a concerted short ball plan to Wasi. There you can see once again, back of a good length delivery. He's left it well alone for the most part, and that just shows good mental application from a young batter, Atiq.
Yeah, he's way beyond his age, isn't he? Haider Wasi Shah, his skills and the way in which he reads the game as well. He's done extremely well, dug deep. And now certainly have put their team in a decent position. But Mohammad Irfan has been quite expensive today. He's gone for 43 of his 5.5 overs. He'd love a wicket at this stage, especially if he can get the wicket off Haider Wasi Shah at this stage. It would be very crucial in GHK's pursuit of the trophy in these finals. A dot ball to end the over. A decent over here by Irfan. At the end of the 30th, it's 179 for 4.
So Keshav Sharma will continue into his fourth over, wicketless so far. Syed Haider Wasi Shah has had a pretty good 49th Bukhatir League. 294 runs to his name before this innings. 2 half centuries and 100. He's been the second highest run getter for SDCA apart from Aftab Javed, who's been unbelievable. 478 runs. And it's not about the number of runs you get, but when you get them, Atik, isn't it?
Well, you're absolutely spot on there. That's why you say big match players, they put their hands up at the times when it matters the most. When you look at players in the caliber of someone like Brian Lara, that's what he did extremely well. Perhaps was the single horse that carried West Indian cricket for many, many years. And not when the West Indies was at its peak, when they had the likes of someone like Clive Lloyd. And they had those big names such as the Ambruses and the Walshes, that the West Indian cricket dominated world cricket for many, many years, from the early 1970s, 1980s. Brian Lara single-handedly carried the team through in many match-winning cases, big games, scoring against some top names in world cricket. And he did it consistently for many years. Yes, he does. Maybe he may not have the numbers to back his brilliance, but that is where you say a true match winner is, isn't it? Play those crucial roles and innings in those crucial games.
Well, I have a fun fact for you that I'll share with you after the break. Oh, well played there from Aman Ali. That's a delightful late cut. Not an easy shot to execute, but he made it look so easy.
Well, the secret there was he didn't try to hit the ball too hard. He relied on the pace of the bowler, got on the back foot and placed it beautifully into the gap, and the ball sped away to the boundary for 4. Excellent shot to end the over. 6 runs coming off a 31 done, 185 for 4.
Irfan. Oh, back cut up and over. Beautiful shot from Wasi. And now the shackles are breaking for SDCA. That's a crackerjack of a shot.
Terrific hit there by Haider Wasi Shah. The ball was climbing. He's not the tallest around, Haider Wasi Shah, but just see him climbing onto that ball. A jump at the very last second to place it above the point fielder's head. And the moment he passes the fielder in the 30-yard circle, it was a boundary for the taking. Moves on to 46 as a Jaffer from Irfan, followed up by the previous boundary. Well, this game set up beautifully, hasn't it? 189 on the board, now 31 overs. You've gotten 18 overs after this. And with them touching 200 now, you can say that the 7 districts have put themselves in a very good position.
Almost certainly. And we were musing about West Indies cricket in the previous over. From 1979 till 1994, 15 years, West Indies did not lose a single test match series. Can you believe that? For 15 years not losing a series. Of course they lost a test here and there, but can you imagine for 15 years unprecedented red ball success? He's cut it square again. Good fielding. Wonderful effort by Harshit Kaushik. Takes a bit of a double tumble, but that ball was screaming away to the boundary. And Syed Haider Wasisha is one hit away from yet another hard fought half century in the Bukhatir League.
Well, I truly am very happy here for Haider Wasisha. Like as we've mentioned previously, he'd struggled for form earlier, and this tournament he's truly come back in style. Good delivery. Irfan testing Haider Wasisha with that bouncer. And well, yeah, absolutely there, Ahmed, mind-boggling to imagine, to say the least, the kind of run that West Indian cricket had in those early years, the kind of players that they had in their mix. Just imagine the likes of someone like Ambrose and Walsh running at you. Certainly would have brought nightmares for even the best of the batters, the best of the business. Over comes to an end. 7 coming from it. 32 done. 192 for 4.
All 18 overs to go in the game, nearing the 200 mark at SDCA. And Syed Haider Wasisha has played out of his skin today. Tremendous powers of concentration, discipline. And this half century will mean a lot to him. What a special knock from a special player. When the chips were down, when his team was struggling, he's produced an outstanding innings.
Well, that's 2 in 2 for Haider Wasisha. Played a glorious knock in the semi-finals, and now he's followed that up here in these all-important finals. Haider Wasisha, what a champion. They say come at the hour, come at the man. Well, he's certainly come here for the GHK properties. Nicely played there by Farman for a couple. This partnership is now menacing for the GHK properties. 90 runs added to the tally. 92 in fact. Before these two came together, they were placed in a precarious position. How well these two have batted. Oh, I thought that crept through the bat and pad for a second. Farman Ali respecting a good delivery there from Keshav Sharma.
Even he had a chuckle about it. Oh, cutting a arm delivery from the stumps, my dear. Farman Ali, my friend, I would not advise playing that shot again. Very lucky that he's well set. Otherwise, that was crashing into middle. I'm not sure why, because he's been batting so well. Maybe just the heat getting to him. Your mind tends to wander. You've done all the hard yards. You don't want to throw it away now. And even GHK properties, they're looking a bit listless in the field, I dare say. Tired legs, tired bodies. It's been a month-long tournament. The Bukhatir League. Tidy over from Keshav. But they cannot find the wicket they're looking for. 196 for 4. Wasim Akram back into the attack, searching for wickets. Well, that will be a wide. Farman Ali in the last 10 minutes or so, Atiq, some of his shot selection has been a bit suspect.
Yeah, slightly flirting with danger there. As you did mention, when you do spend a lot of time and when the body gets tired, the mind can start playing games with you. And that previous delivery that you did explain about, where the Fuller delivery tried to cut it towards the point region, was a very high risk shot. He got to be careful. He's done all the hard work. Still 17 overs remaining in the innings. You've put your team in a very good position. Why throw it away at this stage? When you can play strokes like that, well, that's all you have to do, Farman Ali. Still plenty of time remaining. If they can go on in this vein for another 7 overs up to the 40th, then you'll have the other batters to come in that can put in their T20 cap mode on and then go hard at the last 10. So another 7 overs, go at 5-6 runs and over. You get to about 230, 240, and then you can set yourself to that 330, 320, 330 mark, which would be a very, very good score on the surface. I'm sure Haider Wasisha would have had a chat with Farman and made him aware that at this stage undue risks are unnecessary at this stage. They have to carry on, keep rotating the strike and keep moving the scoreboard.
I completely agree. They're going at 6 runs per over, so they're not in a bad position. Don't need to change anything as such. Well, the umpire has let that one go by. Was slightly leg side-ish. And you can see that GHK are visibly frustrated. They weren't expecting such resistance from this pairing in the middle. Their captain has really shuffled the pack. Tried Wasim Akram, Shehbaz Ali, Keshav Sharma, Rohan Mustafa. But nothing doing. Maybe turn to Umair Ali Khan to try to produce a breakthrough. Very smart batting indeed from Syed Haider Wasisha. Like you mentioned, he has been capped by the UAE. Hasn't represented them in ODIs just yet, but I'm sure the head coach, Mr. Lalchand Rajput, is monitoring his progress, and he'll be mighty, mighty impressed by the way he's applied himself this evening.
And mind you also, Ahmed, with the chat that I did have with Haider Wasisha the other day, he's not fully fit as far as I believe he's nursing a small injury as well. 200 has come up for the 7 districts, and it's come in the 34th over. They've done brilliantly, have done extremely well to get here. 200 for 4. At one stage they were 104 for 4. And these two have pulled their team out of trouble, and they've risen from the ashes, so to speak. Outstanding partnership. The captain Farman Ali taking on the responsibility, supporting Haider Wasisha beautifully out there. Oh, that's a big one. That's a big one. That's gone all the way for a maximum. Haider Wasisha cutting loose, and cutting loose gloriously. What a way to bring the 100 partnership between these two. Fantastic batting.
Oh, this is sensational stuff from SDCA. Backing away from the sticks and launching it over mid-off. And he timed it sweetly as well. To hit a premier fast bowler over his head for 6, that's a special shot indeed. 206 for 4 now. Rohan Mustafa back into the fray. He's been the pick of the bowlers so far for GHK, but right arm off break against two well set right hand batters. I'm not sure how much he can extract from this very placid surface, really. No real rough to work with. Hard pull is gone into the fence.
Beautiful hit there, Haider Wasisha. The moment he saw the ball was shot, rocking on the back foot, and was placed with brilliant precision. He's gone into the 60s now. Rohan Mustafa, well, in all honesty, I feel that maybe the captain would have missed a trick early on when Rohan Mustafa was bowling beautifully, picking up those 2 early wickets. When these two were quite new in the crease, I'd like to have seen him earlier. And now it doesn't look like he's getting much spin as well. He was turning the ball profusely early on. That delivery to get the dismissal of Aftab Javed was a humdinger.
Well, I do understand your point that Rohan Mustafa was in the middle of a good spell when he was taken off, but you do need to bowl your entire 50 overs. It cannot be only one man carrying your bowling. What about the likes of Keshav, Wasim, Irfan? High quality bowlers, all of them. They haven't quite delivered as per to the expectations of Homaj Gondal. So certainly something has got to give here. 2-1-2 for 4 at the 35 over mark. Well, there you can see it was an early flurry of wickets falling for 7 districts. Zainullah inside edge onto the stumps, gone for 19. Ahmed Tariq caught at extra cover. Mohammad Irfan played really well for his 46, but they were 103 for 4 like you mentioned, and since then this 109 run partnership has taken them to 212. Pick of the bowlers as per usual, Rohan Mustafa. Shahbaz Ali has bowled really well as well, none for 18, but the others, Wasim Akram, Mohammad Irfan, they certainly need to do a lot better. Keshav Sharma has been disappointing as well, none for 33 in his 5 overs. So if you were to put your captain's cap on, or maybe you can do that after your well-deserved break, Atiq. Umair Ali Khan will come back into bowl. Bowled a tidy spell. But can he produce a breakthrough here for GHK? Call is for 2. Good effort there by Mayank Chaudhary. So the partnership keeps moving along nicely. Current run rate of 6.1 will get them to that 310, 320 sort of mark. That would certainly be interesting. Even though they have a high octane batting lineup, GHK, with the likes of Rohan Mustafa, Mayank Chaudhary, Sagar Kalyan, Mohit Kalyan, Yasir Kaleem, all veritable superstars of the UAE domestic scene. To be able to execute a 300 plus run chase is never easy.
Well, a good 15-20 years back, Ahmed, chasing 300 plus scores rarely existed, wasn't it? But today, it's become quite a norm, even in the international arena. But you're absolutely 300 plus will always be a tough task. But keeping in mind the superstars that the GHK properties have in their midst, you have the likes of someone like Yasir Kaleem, Rohan Mustafa, Mohit Kalyan, Sagar Kalyan. You also have Shahbaz Ali. Some really big names there. Umair Ali Khan as well. Well, they can certainly give any score being set by the opposition a true run for their money, and this is why it was very crucial. That's why this partnership becomes that much more important for the 7 districts, that if not for this, they could have been in danger of being bowled out for a very meagre score. That's being pulled. Not timed, fielder comes under and takes it. So the partnership has finally been broken, and it is the captain Farman Ali who has to walk back to the dugout. 112 run stand finally comes to an end, but thanks to a brilliant thinking delivery there by Umair Ali, bouncing the batter and causing his downfall.
Well, it had been on the cards for the last 3 or 4 overs. Farman Ali was playing one shot too many, a loose shot and a simple catch at deep square for Mohit Kalyan. Umair Ali Khan is delighted, gets a pat on the back, and this is a body blow to 7 districts. The captain departs after making a well-made 38, and it's game on once again. 215 for 5. Tarindu Pereira coming in at number 7 certainly is very capable with the bat. But now the onus is on Syed Haider Wasi Shah to carry them through. 36 gone. A much needed breakthrough for GHK. 215 for 5. Rohan Mustafa. Well, now he can be very, very dangerous. Now that he's got an opening, now that he's got a sniff with the new batter in the middle. Samir Yunus also adding some much needed flavor to the com box. Welcome back.
Yeah, thanks you, Ahmed. It's been finally the partnership being broken there. It was a long one between Farman Ali and Haider Wasi Shah. And they needed that at the time they came together. There was a bit of a step back for the 7 district. They did well enough to make sure that they batted long enough. And now that, as you said, they've seen a sniff, they've looked at an opportunity to bring back Rohan Mustafa to try and maybe sneak in one more, especially the wicket of the set batter Haider, who's been brilliant. Was patient, was persistent, had to deal with a lot of body line bowling, but he's survived out there. And he continues to add on to his total.
Very tight over from Rohan Mustafa. Targeting the stumps, bowling dead straight. In the end, only 1 run conceded. 216 for 5. Umair Ali Khan. Well, the man with the golden arm for sure. He looks innocuous, but the mind, the strategy that he works out to dismiss batters so regularly, so consistently, that's why he's such a great value add to any team in the UAE.
Yeah, he's one of those lives and breathes cricket kind of cricketer. Constantly thinking about the game. And as you said, he's asking the question. It was quite full outside off. Haider Wasi Shah going for the drive. And as you said, you look at him, you don't think he's going to be one of those regular cricketers. Plays in almost every tournament. But he's always there and teams want him. That's because of what he brings to the table in terms of match awareness, making the right calls, contributing in the right ways. Almost a replay of the previous over. Slightly closer this time, but Syed Haider Wasi Shah missing out on a couple of occasions. 100 balls he's faced. That's a long time to be out there.
Yeah, real slow down coming in. He was 13 of 30, then he kicked on, got 45 out of 60. But now, since the departure of Farman Ali, he slowed down once more. Swatted that away towards square. There should be 2. Malayang kicked quite easily. And Umair Ali Khan, he has nothing to prove. He's been there, done that, capped by the UAE, represented them for many years. But still, like you mentioned, the hunger, the desire, the passion for the game. He's won all there is to win on the UAE domestic scene. But still, that fire within still burns bright.
Yeah, you get some cricketers when you ask them, why don't you now step away from the game? And they say, what else do you expect me to do? This is all I've done all my life. I've been out there on the turf, in the grass, doing what I always do. And that Umair Ali is another one of those. Nicely driven away, square of the wicket. Will be a single to Syed Haider Wasi Shah. Well, they are in a very strong position, 7 district. Yes, they've lost 5 wickets, but 219 after 38 overs looks good. And there's 12 overs left in this innings. They are looking at that 300 number for sure.
getting through their overs quickly. Umair Ali Khan and Rohan Mustafa trying to build that dot ball pressure on SDCA. Oh, that was a poor ball. Didn't take advantage of it. Should have been put away. Pass fine for 4.
Yeah, pushed it quicker, Rohan Mustafa, and as a result, losing his line there. He's been given a wide. He's making another adjustment. He's bowled well. 2 for 40 in his 8 overs. This has been pulled away nicely. There is protection in the deep, but he got onto the back foot very quickly there. Haider Vasisha, which will bring the left-hander Tarindu Pereira on strike. Just faced one delivery so far. This should be an interesting battle here. The left-hander Tarindu against Rohan Mustafa, who likes to mix things up. Let's see what the field is doing here. There's a deep extra cover. Long off and long on in position, and the deep square leg, so not much of a change. Tarindu, oh, they're asking the... Oh, this was suicidal. Had Vasi committed fully, but he was quick to get back on time. Tarindu with a yes and no, almost costing his team a wicket.
Yeah, that's better. Just to the left of Shehbaz Ali. The previous one was straight to him. Rohan Mustafa with a bit of a glare to Shehbaz, but he was a yard or two deep. Allowed Vasi to recover and dive in. Tarindu is a bit of a nervous starter, but certainly capable with the bat. While trying to pull a foolish delivery. Not going to be easy against Rohan Mustafa, who's been absolutely immaculate once again on a placid batting track. Not much on offer for the finger spinners. He's been absolutely brilliant, Samir.
Yeah, another great spell from the veteran. Constantly contributing to any team he plays for. That's why he's so highly valued in the domestic circuit. With bat or ball, he just wants to be involved in the action. Every bit of play, Rohan Mustafa wants a piece of it. Nice and straight again. And I think they'll look to play him out, both these batters. Don't want to take any undue risks against him. There's plenty of time still left, 10 plus overs. Haider Vasisha in the meantime moves into the 70s. 39 overs done, it's 2-5 for 5.
Umair Ali Khan. Oh, nice Yorker there. Almost caught Syed Haider by surprise. Into the 70s, it's been a patient innings to say the least from Vasi. But when does he change gears now, or will he? He is certainly looking to strike the ball harder. But it's a very fine balancing act, isn't it, Samir? You're 5 wickets down. Another one falls here. And then you're into the lower order batters. Shouldn't call them tail-enders.
Yeah, thank you. Otherwise I would have taken personal offense to that. No, you're right. I think that is why it makes this format all the more special, because it's a lot more awareness than just skill. As a batter, you've got to be very smart in the risks you take, in the calculations you make, how many overs you want to bat, how many overs you want to be aggressive, defensive. It all matters. Tarindu Pereira certainly capable with the bat. These two will now look to try and just go along the same way, 4-5 runs and over until maybe the 45th. Get to about 250, 260. And then from there on, go for those big shots. Haider Vasisha has been there for a long time, so I wouldn't expect him to pull out those big shots because he looks like he's properly drenched. It is hot out there, humid conditions. Pulled away. And what a catch! Wow! Where did that come out of? Completely against a run of play. That is why this team is so special, GHK Properties. And Umair Ali once again in the thick of things.
Well, all I saw was a streak of green leaping in the air. Mayank Chaudhary has perhaps taken the catch of the Bukhatir League. Back of length delivery pulled, an unbelievable take. A stinger at short mid wicket. And he produces a wicket out of thin air for Umair Ali Khan. So Tarindu Pereira gone to a magnificent piece of fielding from GHK Properties. And SDCA are in trouble now. 2-2-6 for 6. Lahiru Sandurwan coming in at number 8. Combative Sri Lankan all-rounder. Well, Sabir Yunus considering himself an all-rounder, that is a very bold statement to say the least. He has 10 overs to bat. 62 deliveries to be precise alongside Wasi. SDCA, they've fought tooth and nail to get into a reasonable position. But a flurry of 2 quick wickets. Good looking square drive to get off the mark. Now that 300 mark is looking a bit dicey, Samir Yunus.
Yeah, with every wicket that falls, it becomes all the more difficult for them to assess where they want to be. Risk options become lesser. I said one man that's on strike right now, Syed Haider Rasisha, he needs to carry this innings bat till the 50th over. Of course, he'll get to his 100 in the process if he does so. But a lot rests on him. Yes, Lahiru, again, a very decent batter. But with every wicket that falls, that strong finish becomes all the more difficult. 40 done, 10 overs to go. It's 227 for 6.
So into power play 3. 5 fielders allowed outside the 30-yard ring. And the field set up for Lahiru. 2 men on the offside in the circle. A catching backward point and short extra very close in. And good batting from Lahiru. That's smart. You cannot afford to get bowled out here, Samir Yunus. You need to play all 60 deliveries remaining.
Yeah, indeed. And the kind of score they have on the board, they'll do well if they bat out the 50 overs, get to a sizable score, and then give that challenge to the GHK Properties strong batting lineup. And of course, being bowled out also has that psychological momentum with the bowling team that they've got the opposition all out. Makes room for himself, up and over. High risk for just a single, but he'll take it.
Yeah, I do feel for Wasi here. What does he do? Does he look to counter-attack, take some risks, or just nurdle the ball around? Inside edge. Well, it depends how much trust he has in his partner at the other end. Rohan Mustafa with an outstanding spell. Look at that economy rate in 50 over cricket these days. To be going at even 5.5 runs per over is world class, and he's well below that.
Especially on a placid wicket like this, we've been talking about how it's offering nothing to the bowlers. Firmly defended. Shouldn't have been a single, but it has resulted in one, with Rohan Mustafa finishing on 48 for 2 in his 10 overs. And as we said, given the conditions, those are brilliant figures. 41 done, it's 230 for 6.
Well, our powered by sponsors and bringing this wonderful tournament to light, the 49th Bukhatir League, powered by 7 districts, one of the preeminent cricketing franchises in the UAE. They have their own venue, they have 2 club sides, an academy side as well, and a big shout out and a gesture, a note of appreciation to Mr. Mohammad Haider, their founder and owner, for doing so much for domestic cricket in the UAE over the last 3 or 4 years. On to bigger and better things for sure will be 7 districts and UAE cricket together. But Syed Haider Wasi Shah was down and out for the count mid-over, cramping up quite badly. But looks like the 7 districts physio has got him back on his feet. What a Herculean effort it's been from Wasi this evening, Samir Yunus. Outstanding knock.
Yeah, to put it into context, I was panting climbing the stairs up here on my way up. That's how hot and humid it is outside. These boys are fit, aren't they? Playing through the summer, 50 overs. A long time to be out there. He's been out there 111 deliveries. That's a long time. Lahiru Sandharwan will have to now partner Syed Haider Wasi Shah to bat out these 50 overs. But it's been a brilliant effort from him. 73 on the board is not done yet. Might just be the case where he looks to try and go big from here on. He's done his job. He's steadied the ship. He came in at a very difficult position, but now maybe he has the freedom and he's earned himself the right to try and go big and find some boundaries.
Well, he's not moving swiftly, that is for sure. Tired minds, tired legs. He's shown immense powers of concentration this afternoon at the Bukhatir League final, but he is merely human, or is he? We'll find out over the next 8 or so overs. Trying to thrash the ball hard, but has absolutely no momentum behind it and barely hobbling through for the single. This is going to be tough for the young lad.
Yeah, I think the instruction must have come in saying, don't worry about running too much. Just try and go big. We've got batters to come. You've done your part. Of course, he'll be eyeing that 3-figure mark for sure, Haider. But what an absolute star. Whether it's his batting or even his fitness standards, he does have very high standards for himself. Constantly been making those runs and playing those clutch innings for his team and his home, that is 7 District. Oh, he hasn't hit that with too much conviction. Lahirus on the one got to him very quickly. Lucky for him, didn't fall into the fielder's hands, just short of him.
Yeah, not quite middling it out there. Umair Ali Khan caught him by surprise. And yeah, I've seen Syed Haider Wasi Shah for many seasons now, but this is truly, I feel, the best innings I've seen him play. Not because of the stroke play, but because the way he's applied himself, the way he's gutted it out. And he lofts it. Has he lofted it far enough? No. Rohan Mustafa takes a brilliant catch right on the edge of the boundary rope. And Umair Ali Khan is on his way.
Yeah, the ultimate pair to pick up a wicket. Rohan Mustafa and Umair Ali Khan combining to get rid of what has been a brilliant innings from Haider Wasi Shah. It took something special to get him out, and a good catch by Rohan Mustafa. But you got to salute this innings from Haider. We knew he was going to go for the shots because there was no way he was going to run for the rest of this innings. He did get a decent bit of bat, but with Rohan Mustafa patrolling the boundary there was no way that ball was going to cross the line. And Umair Ali once again providing an important breakthrough and breaking that partnership. 4 wickets to him. And this was probably the most important one in this innings. So the set batter, Syed Haider Wasi Shah, has to depart after playing a brilliant innings, being congratulated and appreciated by his opposition. A super knock by a super batter. 74 of 114, 4 fours and 3 sixes, but more importantly, he's kept his team in the game. 233 for 7.
Wahab Hassan, the left arm tweaker. Well, he certainly is capable with the bat. He can hang around with Lahiru. Can they get some quick runs? Umair Ali Khan, what a star performer. 4 for 34. Can he get a 5 in his final over? 42 gone. SDCA are 233 for 7.
Seven wickets down, 7 District. 7 overs to go, lots of sevens in there. 233 runs on the board. Lahirus on the one will be joined by Wahab Hassan, a left-hander who's at the non-strikers then, and a left-arm spinner, Keshav Sharma, back into the attack. And back in the com box, Atiq Nizam to take you through these last 7 overs. Last 8 overs to be more precise. Pushed away towards long off. A single to start things off.
234 for 7. The pendulum swung once again. Two set batters for the 7 Districts Cricket Academy. When Farman Ali and Haider Wasi Shah were going great guns, it did seem like they were in pursuit of a 330 plus score. Now suddenly 2 new batters out in the middle. And now they are huffing and puffing their way towards the finish line. The question is, how much more can they get? And it's once again that champion Umair Ali who's turned the tide back into his team's favour. Getting the bottom edge there. Wahab Hassan get a couple of runs to get off the mark. Well, they'll need some brilliance here. Wahab Hassan, he's no mug with the bat, can handle himself, can give out some lusty blows. Lahiru Sandaruwan, an all-rounder, played a very good knock in the semi-finals, Lahiru, along with Wahab Hassan to get the team over the line. He'll need to do the same here today again. He'll need to get a partnership on. Last recognized batting pair, so to say, here for the 7 Districts. But they'll need to try and get to the 300 run mark. Another 60 runs of the last 7 overs. But the problem is, with 3 wickets in hand, can be quite tough. Single down towards the sweeper cover. Lahiru Sundarwan, it's not an easy pitch where you can walk out to bat and start scoring straight away. Samir, the question is, what is the realistic score here that they need to set?
I think first things first, they want to get past the 250 mark. And then maybe try and look at the 270, 280. But the problem, as you said, is they don't have wickets in hand. The risk-taking options will be closed off. Quick single. That's one way they can pile on some runs, because it's been a long evening. Fielders have been out there for a long time. Maybe use those gaps. 4 fresh legs out there. Might as well run as much as you can. 239 for 7 after 43. Four wickets to Umair Ali. He's been brilliant today. Tight lines and lengths, mixing it up. Now he's around the wicket to Wahab Hassan. Can he get a 5-4? It's his last over. Starts off just outside off. Wahab Hassan will cut him away towards third. Will get a single. Now, do they try to play him out because he's picked up 4 wickets, or maybe think about trying going after him? He doesn't offer too much pace, but his expertise is, he keeps it there and thereabout, makes run making very difficult, and of course all that experience of his comes into play. Knows exactly what the batter is thinking. So quite often outplays the batter. Oh, that was very slow. Lahiru Sandarwan was waiting and waiting until it got to him, and when it finally did, he played it still too early.
To answer your question, Samir, I feel that right now what they've got to do is take it deep. Take it down to the 47th, 48th over. That's a good shot. A very, very good timing there behind. Lahiru Sandaruwan was on top of the bounce and beautifully places it to the boundary for 4. Much needed one here for the 7 Districts.
As soon as he saw the width, went hard at it. That point is in the circle, and there is that sweeper cover. I didn't have enough time to get to it. So important 4 runs here. 244 now. Lahiru is certainly one of those who can really thunk the ball. 7 District will be hoping he comes good in these last few overs. Low full toss driven towards long off. It'll be a single. So I think if they can continue this, try and find a one boundary every over and then run those 3-4 runs, they'll still go at about 8 per over. That should get them to that 280 odd mark. And I think, given what we've seen so far, that should be a pass score. But remember, GHK Properties, very strong on paper. Some big names in there. They'll have to bowl out of their skin, 7 District, to defend that.
Well, certainly they do. Especially the wicket of Rohan Mustafa becomes that much crucial with not many runs on the board. Umair Ali Khan, what a night he's had, isn't he? 4 for 41 of his 9.5 overs. He's got one more delivery. Can he get a fifer? Thoroughly deserved though. Slow ball. But Lairu Sundaruvan plays it quite well into the gap. He'll get a couple. And that brings a close to Umair Ali's spell. 10 overs, 4 for 43. He's brought his team right back into the game. 44 overs done and dusted. 248 for 7.
Shahbaz has bowled 5. 6 overs left in the innings. Come back to bowl the 45th one. Around the wicket to Wahab Hassan. Starts off with a dot delivery. I think he's been brilliant today. Has not been rewarded with a wicket, but he's bowled some brilliant lines, especially early on to Syed Haider Wasi Shah. Didn't really allow him to express himself, be his usual aggressive self. But Shahbaz has been superb.
Well, he's always been one of those bowlers who's been very reliable, isn't it? As a captain, you'd love to have a player like Shahbaz Ali in your setup. He's one of those players who'll always give his 100%, be it with the bat or ball. Stays low there. Watchfully played there by Wahab Hassan. Well, this is where Samir, they've got to take a cue from greats of the game. Someone like MS Dhoni, perhaps. When you look at Dhoni, what he does so well, especially when he does find his team in a situation like this, is he takes it down deep towards the 49th over. It's a good delivery. He bats extremely well with the tail, and then in the last couple of overs he launches to maximize the runs that he gets. That's something that these youngsters can look at very deeply and learn, because if you take a risk at this stage, you have a chance of getting bowled out even before facing your allotted 50 overs. So every run counts, and mind you, in a final, and when there's a lot of pressure, and the scoreboard pressure can also certainly mean something. Yes, you do have experienced batters in the other opposition, but you need your bowlers. You need some runs on the board and give them something to bowl at, something to defend at, and a couple of quick wickets here and there. You never know. Certainly can expect a tight game.
Just a single off this over so far from Shahbaz. Has kept it very tight. At the business end of this innings, these kind of overs are gold. Yasir Kaleem there on your screen. He's obviously fielding at mid-off. Wicket keeping duties being passed on to Sagar Kalyan. Just outside off, slowed it up. Push towards extra cover. They won't mind these 1s and 2s GHK properties. They just want to close off the boundary options. Make sure these two don't get off to a big finish here. 250 comes up for 7 districts. So that's a little milestone they've managed to cross. But they'll know that this is not going to be enough. They need at least another 30 or 40 more to make a good game out of this. 1 delivery left. Shahbaz Ali has bowled a good over so far. Around the wicket once again to Wahab Hassan. Slow bouncer. They're taking the single and they won't mind conceding it. GHK properties. A good over from Shahbaz Ali. Just 3 off it. It's 251 for 7 after 45. Death overs in progress now, and that is why they've turned to their specialist Wasim Akram. 33 for 1 in his first 6 overs. He'll want to now close out this innings without conceding much. Right then, 4 overs, 5 overs left. We've got fielders all that they can have outside the 30-yard circle. Wow, good bouncer to start off. Couldn't really get any bat onto it, Wahab Hassan. It's gone off his body and therefore being given a leg by. Good start, nice and straight. Right-hander now on strike. Lahiru Sandharuwan, who's on 15 or 14, so he's got a start. So look at the field, he's got long on. Deep mid-wicket, in fact it's a deep square leg. Deep fine, third and a sweeper cover. So don't expect him to bowl anything too full outside off. As Lahiru Sandharuwan takes strike now. Oh, big shot. He's got a lot of elevation on that and it's in the gap. And it'll trickle away to the boundary. 1 bounce. Lahiru Sandharuwan has middled that and picked up a boundary. It was in the slot, to be fair. He's swirled his body across towards mid-wicket. There was a vacant space there. Remember, in the last 10, you can only have 4. Or rather 5, beg your pardon. Outside the 30-yard. Now they'll place the fielder there. Oh, that is unfortunate for Wasim Akram. Come down the track, Lahiru Sandharuwan. Hoping to hit it in front. Gets a thick under edge. It was over the keeper. And a couple of runs. And it's a no ball. Wow. Wasim Akram wanting to know if it's an overstep, and Mr. Nadeem Anjum will tell him, yes, you've stepped over the line. So finding some momentum here, this partnership between Lahiru and Wahab. Got a boundary, then 3 runs off a no ball, and now a free hit for Lahiru Sandharuwan. We want to maximize here. Wasim Akram isn't obviously happy with the decision, but umpire Nadeem Anjum will signal a free hit here. This is good for 7 district. They'll appreciate this momentum shift. Some boundaries, some easy runs on offer. Sliced away towards the sweeper cover. Will only get the single. Yorker outside off from Wasim Akram. He looks like a very frustrated figure out there. He knows he can't afford to be bowling those no balls. Still discussing with the umpire. He's not 100% convinced that he had stepped over the line. The decision has been given. He should just move on here. Think about the next ball. Don't worry about what has gone on already. Change in the field. It's the left hand on strike now. Wahab Hassan. This is lofted very high. Don't think he's got any distance on it. The fielder's getting under it. And he takes it. In fact, no, he's dropped it. Oh, he looked very comfortable when the ball landed. But just lost control at the last moment and it just fell off his palms. That is unfortunate for Wasim Akram. Look at that. It's gone really high in the night sky. Barely past the 30-yard circle. And it looked like he had it. But just couldn't hold on. That is unfortunate. Chance gone begging. Wasim Akram. His frustration will only grow now. He's bowled a no ball, given away runs, and then a catch is dropped. Wahab Hassan will live to see another day. 260 now. The score moves on. This is turning out to be a good over for the 7 districts. 2 deliveries left. Lahiru back on strike. Down the track, pushes it straight to the fielder. Will cross over for another single. So finding some momentum here towards the latter part of the innings. These two doing a decent job for 7 district. 1 more delivery left. Wasim Akram will want to close it out without further damage. Long on in position. Deep mid wicket will also take position down towards the boundary line. So big vacant space on the leg side inside the circle. Sweeper cover third and fine leg now comes up. Last ball of the over. Oh, full toss. This has gone high. Wasim Akram with a one-handed attempt. He would have been hoping it won't be called a no ball, and it's not called a no ball. Got away with that one. It's quite high actually. I was dipping on him, so lucky for him, wasn't called a no ball. Could have run backwards, but was always going to be difficult. End of over number 46. It's 262 for 7.
Shahbaz Ali to bowl the 47th over. 262 for 7. Make the 263 now. Lahiru Sundaruwan once again coming to the rescue of the 7 District Cricket Academy. A decent little partnership building here. 30 together. Every run counts. Every run will matter at this stage. Last 4 overs absolutely crucial. He's a master at that, Shahbaz Ali. Bowling those cutters into the pitch makes it that much harder to get under it and hit it over. Drawing in all his experience, Shahbaz Ali, seasoned campaigner. None for 23 of 6.2 overs. Very unlucky not to have got anything in the wickets column, but most likely he will bowl the 47th and 49th over. That can change. A blind heave there by Lahiru. He was nowhere close to making contact. Lahiru Sundaruwan. They need to keep rotating the strike. Target 1 ball and over to get that boundary. And it's going to be very important because the next 4 overs, if they can get another 25-30 runs, That would mean they get to that 285, 290 mark, which would give them something to bowl at. Good stroke there, into the gap. Very good hit there by Lahiru Sandaruwan. That stood up. And he made sure he got enough willow on it. One bounce into the boundary ropes.
He's doing a job for his team, providing that late impetus into the innings. Was becoming a bit laborious after the fall of Syed Haider Wasi Shah. But Lahiru has stood up and used the opportunity. Shahbaz Ali conceding a boundary in this 47th over. 2 to go. Oh, nicely done. Very nicely done. But it's gone straight to the fielder. He wanted to go over the fine leg. The idea was good, but the execution not so perfect. Shahbaz gets his revenge after getting hit for a boundary.
Well, he had the right plans, didn't he? It certainly was on the cards, but the fact of the matter is, he did get a boundary in the previous ball. So I'm not really sure if it was the right plan there by Lahiru. Unfortunately, he has to walk back. But it's been a good fighting cameo. 26 of 22 balls, 3 boundaries in that innings. 8th one goes, 268 on the board. Mohammad Irfan. In fact, it's Irfan Yusufzai, the new batter at number 9. A single to end the over. In fact, at number 10, beg your pardon. Shahbaz completes his 7th over. 47 done, 269 for 8. So Wasim Akram to bowl the 48th over. He's most likely going to be the candidate to bowl the 48th and 50th. 269 for 8. And Irfan Yusufzai, well, he'll just need to give Wahab Hassan some company. Just keep rotating the strike. Oh, good delivery. Yorker length. Wasim Akram hitting the block hole, not giving any room for the batter to free his arms. Perfect delivery for a new batter in the crease.
Yeah, that's what you need from your premier bowler, to be hitting those Yorkers, pinpoint. Don't want these tail-enders to get too many in these last few overs. Every run counts, as you said earlier, Thik. Dug in short. Didn't really rise as much as he wanted it to. As a result, Irfan was able to pull that away. And more importantly, get Wahab Hassan on strike. Now, can Wahab try and end with a flurry of boundaries here? Just 10 deliveries left. In fact, 16 deliveries left, beg your pardon. Try and maximize from these. Well, both teams will feel fairly comfortable. Yes, 7 district have managed to make 270. But GHK probably say, well, we've got 8 wickets, so we've done well to keep them quiet. Really hard to pick whose game it is for now. This has been sliced up. Could be a chance. And Rohan Mustafa, well, he doesn't miss many. Took off immediately. Soon as he saw the ball was aerial. And he was never going to let that ball get away from him. Almost 40 years old, but fielding like an 18-year-old Rohan Mustafa.
Firstly, to begin with, excellent delivery there by Wasim Akram. Recognizing that the batters are certainly targeting to go after the bowling. Pitching in a short ball, Wahab Hassan was in no position to play that pull shot, miscuing it to the bucket-like hands of Rohan Mustafa, who accepted it gleefully. Wahab Hassan departs for 10 of 17 deliveries. 270 for 9. Nabil Aziz, the last man in. Good delivery, excellent delivery. 7 districts now in danger of being bowled out. Another 14 deliveries remaining in the innings. If they can just get singles, that will get them to 284, 285 range. Should give them something to bowl at. They've just got to make sure that they dig deep and not try anything fancy at this stage. You've got to use your entire 50 overs. Down the leg side, Wasim Akram. He's come back quite well. But he's not been his lethal best as we've always seen. Let's have a look at that replay again. A bit of movement away from the left-hander. Would have been a perfect delivery for a right-handed batter on that occasion. Nabil Aziz. Well, what can he do? Oh, fishing at that outside off stump. Good delivery there by Wasim.
Yeah, he's done well in this over. Went for a few in the previous one. Lahiru Sundarwan really took advantage of some very wayward bowling from him, especially that no ball. But this over started off with that wicket. Good catch from Rohan Mustafa. And now he's just trying to close off without further damage. I'll try and see if in this last ball he can somehow get that wicket and get 7 district all out. Nabil Aziz on strike. Oh, very close to the stumps. Nabil Aziz was thinking about getting some bat onto it, but he'd rather watch it go past him. 48 done, it's 271 for 9.
.271 for 9. Last 2 overs. Huge heave there by Irfan. But kudos to the men in green. They've been outstanding today. Picking up some early wickets at one stage, 104 for 4. And then you had that mammoth partnership between the captain and Haider Wasi Shah. And you certainly did expect them to get to that 320 plus score had they carried on. But once again, failing to capitalize on the start that they got. And now the GHK properties, well, they're just 1 wicket away from bowling the 7 districts out, showing us the quality and the depth in their bowling, and very soon, in a few minutes, you're going to witness the depth in their batting as well.
Yeah, I think both teams will feel comfortable in the way things are placed right now. I don't think 270 is going to be all that easy a chase. Remember, 7 districts are unbeaten in this tournament, so they know what it takes to keep a team like GHK Properties quiet. They've got some good bowling options, so they will back themselves to defend whatever they put up from here on. 9 deliveries left. So going into the break, I'm sure it's going to be a 50-50. Both teams will feel like they've done a decent job given the conditions, given the wicket. But you know what they say, you truly judge a wicket after you watch the second team bat. So far, yes, from the look of it, it does seem a good, easy wicket to bat on, but hasn't been a very convincing performance from 7 district batters. Another single, that's all they can get. And I think for the last wicket partnership, you can't expect more than this. Instruction for them will be just don't get bowled out, get as many as you can.
Yeah, well, you cannot counter the fact that they've got an X factor in their bowling. Someone the likes of Wahab Hassan, who is one of the top left-arm spinners in the country. He's been amongst the wickets, and you just need someone on the other end to keep supporting him. You've got the likes of Irfan Yusufzai. Also got a lot of spinners and medium pacers. Nabil Aziz himself a left-arm spinner. So they've got the goods, 7 districts, to certainly defend the score that they've set up. They bowl well. They got to keep picking up early wickets, and if they do that, we're certainly in for a humdinger of a game. Last ball of the 49th. Brilliant delivery. Excellent delivery there by Shahbaz Ali. And is he gone? Was he short of the crease? It did feel like he was perhaps on the maybe just short of the crease, but the body language of the fielders does not talk much. But this is going to be an interesting replay. Let's have a look at that underarm. Well, I think he's gone for all money. He's gone for all money. Yes, he was. Not exactly sure why the GHK properties were not confident with that. The 7 districts have been bowled out inside the 49th over, and all they've managed to score is 275 runs, setting the GHK properties a target of 276 for victory in this all-important finals of the 49th edition of the Bukhatir League 2025. What a performance. What an outstanding performance here by the GHK properties. The batting lineup, the batting scorecard, right there at the top. Zainullah getting a start, not carrying on. Ahmed Tariq getting out cheaply. Mohammad Irfan, well, seemed good. It was going quite well before he threw away his wicket. Aftab Javed, the man who scored the majority of the runs, 400s in the tournament, departed cheaply due to a brilliant delivery from Rohan Mustafa. And then came the partnership between Haider Wasi Shah and Farman Ali. 100 plus run stand. Haider Wasi Shah 74 and Farman Ali 34. And apart from that, when their wicket fell, the rest of them kept falling like 9 pins. For the bowlers, well, 2 wickets for Wasim Akram, not at his usual best. Rohan Mustafa picking up those wickets early on, 2 for 48 for him in his 10 overs. Shahbaz Ali 1 for 32, but the pick of the bowlers was Umair Ali Khan, 4 for 43 off his 10 overs with an economy rate of 4.30. He was absolutely outstanding, putting his team into a very good position and then bowling them out for 275. 38 extras to go with it did not help their cause, but nevertheless done extremely well to limit the 7 districts to a paltry 275. Well, we're going to take a short break. And when we come back, we'll have the run chase of the GHK properties in pursuit of 276 for victory. Stay tuned.
Good evening, cricket fans, and welcome back to the iconic Sharjah Cricket Stadium, the home of cricket in the UAE, and of course, the home of the 49th Bukhatir League final in progress. GHK Properties taking on the 7 Districts Cricket Academy. It was GHK Properties who won the toss, invited SDCA to bat first, and they've done an outstanding job to restrict them to 275 all out. Syed Haider Wasi Shah with an outstanding knock of 74. Steady contributions from Farman Ali and Mohammad Irfan has given them a semblance of a score to defend, but you do feel they are at least maybe 25 or 30 runs short of where they wanted to be. Umair Ali Khan outstanding, 4 for 43 in his 10 overs, 2 wickets for Wasim Akram, and of course that man Rohan Mustafa who set the tone. 103 for 4 were SDCA at one stage, so they've done well to fight back and get to a decent score, but they'll really need to bowl out of their skins to defend the score. New opening combo for GHK Properties. Mayank Chaudhary will be opening the innings alongside the skipper Humaj Gondal. Mohammad Irfan taking the new ball with a slip and a gully in place. And immediately on the move is Mayank Chaudhary. Joining me in the comm box is the one and only Atiq Nizam. Good evening and welcome to the run chase.
Well, good evening, Ahmed. Good evening to all our viewers. Mouth-watering contest is unfolding before us here, folks. 276 runs required for victory. The GHK Properties, well, they certainly believe that this is certainly very much gettable. First runs on the board, courtesy of a wide from Mohammad Irfan. The 2 opening batters, Mayank Chaudhary and the captain Humaj, will certainly want to get a good start here for their team. Especially the first 5 to 6 overs will be very crucial. The ball will be moving around under lights. Temperatures, conditions out there a lot better now as we step into the latter part of the evening. Good looking shot there with a straight bat there. Mayank Chaudhary, very technically correct batter. Scored a lot of runs and certainly look forward to putting on a good score. Plenty of batters to come. Very, very strong batting lineup here for the GHK Properties. Surprised Rohan Mustafa was not thrusted up the order. Ahmed, last match he was out first ball. I think that maybe today, maybe his day.
Indeed, I was mildly surprised as well. Wonderful fielding of his own bowling, Mohammad Irfan. Just showing you the commitment levels of SDCA and rightfully being congratulated by his teammates. He's such a wholehearted cricketer.
Yeah, giving his 100%, isn't he? No matter in whichever avenue, be it the role of a batter, bowler or a fielder, Mohammad Irfan, he'll always give you his 100%. Short ball. There's a fielder and takes the catch. Huge wicket here. Mohammad Irfan strikes and strikes early. It is Mayank Chaudhary who has to depart without troubling the scorers. Big wicket under the circumstances. 7 districts draw early blood. And this is huge.
Well, looking for that up and over towards third. Hit it a bit too fine and straight to Lahiru Sandarwan. Well, Rohan Mustafa, he'll have to be in the middle earlier than he would have liked. Another opener goes for a duck for GHK. Mayank gutted. But what a moment in the game. It's 1 for 1. Well, one class player departs and another arrives. Sagar Kalyan, elegant right-hand batter, but GHK have certainly been rocked very early once again.
Once again, a surprising move here, Ahmed. No Rohan Mustafa yet. So there must be a game plan in place here for the GHK properties, holding on to their star batter. That beautiful start. Sagar Kalyan, you beauty. That's class. That's finesse. Not trying to overhit it, just relying on timing and placement. What a way to get off the mark.
Absolutely gorgeous. Flowing square drive. Just lent into it. Merely a push. And a big yawning gap between cover and point. Wonderful start for Sagar. But we know he's a free-flowing player. Can tonight be his night? Slip has been taken out. Only a gully fielder now. So trying to bolster that offside ring. It's an uppercut towards third again. But it will carry over for 6. Fine margins in the Bukhatir League.
Well, that seemed like a photocopy of what transpired earlier on in the over for Mayank Chowdhury's dismissal. This one had enough wood on it to just merely carry it over the boundary. A successful over, but nevertheless a good one. First over done and dusted. It's 11 for 1.
So it's going to be Lahiru Sandruan, the man of the moment, with the new ball from the Sharjah Cricket Academy end. Homaj Gondal, hard-hitting captain. He has a very simple game plan. See ball, hit ball. Deep third and a long leg in position once more. Lahiru can swing the ball at lively pace, but he needs to get it right. Slip in a gully in a catching position. Edged and just in front of the first slip. And it will dribble away for 4 as well. Streaky boundary to get underway for the skipper.
Well, he would have had his heart in his mouth there for a second there, Homaj. Beautiful start. Look at that. More like a catch in practice effort there by the captain. But very lucky. That bisected, in fact, was very close to the reach of the first slip. Even though in spite of getting a hand, that did have enough to carry it over to the boundary. Lahiru Sandruan, a very good start. Good to see him open the proceedings with the ball. He's a decent pacer who can move the ball both ways. Oh, stayed low. That stayed low. You've got to give yourself a chance, isn't it, Ahmed? In this surface, it's not easy to hit against the line of the ball and across. Just got to make sure that you get a measure of the surface, a measure of the pitch before you start going hammer and tons. Can be a risky ploy because another wicket or two here, you don't want to give the opposition a sniff to get back into the game.
Oh, keeping low again. So some variable bounce creeping in, especially with the new ball. Well, yes, Homaj, you're practicing that orthodox cover drive. But when he's about to face the delivery, his natural instincts take over. He tries to whack the ball hard towards the onside. Just need to keep your shape. Play the ball on merit. Once again looking for a big pull. So Lahiru is certainly getting the ball to misbehave bowling from the academy end.
Very consistent with the lines and lengths here, Lahiru. Very experienced campaigner, Lahiru Sundarawan. Played a decent cameo with the bat. He's been entrusted by the captain Farman Ali with the ball to open the proceedings from the academy end. Oh, has he got an edge? No, it has not. Well, that's play 3 and miss 3 by the captain. Getting closer and closer to that outside edge, Lahiru Sundarawan.
Yeah, Homaj is just planting that front foot and then he gets stuck. Needs to get a lot closer to the ball. Be light on your feet. There is some swing on offer. Much straighter delivery on that occasion and well defended. Very, very good over from Lahiru. Almost created a wicket as well. 15 for 1. So it's been a cagey start to the run chase. The 7 districts academy bowlers are not as quick as what GHK properties had to offer, but they can move the ball in the air. That's their strength as compared to Mohammad Irfan and Wasim Akram. Look at that one coming in sharply into Sagar Kalyan. That is why we rate Mohammad Irfan of 7 districts so highly. Proper top order batter, proper swing bowler. He's super fit as well, excellent fielder. There's a lot to like about this young all-rounder. And I dare say, Atiq, maybe the UAE national team will be taking a close look at him as well as a genuine all-round option. Trying to cramp Sagar Kalyan for room. Not an easy batter to tie down at all. He's strong, square on both sides of the wicket and can drive the ball down the park as well.
You love watching him bat, Sagar Kalyan. He's one of those technically correct batters who's got a very strong base and his technique is very sound. Perfect for this format as well, Sagar Kalyan, even though he scored a bucket load of runs in the T20 format as well. Oh, beautiful. Just beautiful. Sagar Kalyan once again toying with the fielders, toying with the outfield, toying with the bowler. And so far, he's winning the contest hands down. Another glorious tap down towards the point boundary.
Oh, he makes batting look like an art form, doesn't he? Fabulous touch player. And he's looking good tonight. 14 of just 5 deliveries. He got recently capped by the UAE one-day team as well on that tour of Europe in the Netherlands. Tough batting conditions. Oh, looking for that expansive pull shot. Mohammad Irfan, he can catch you by surprise when he bowls the bumper.
Sagar Kalyan has got to be careful here. You don't want to throw away your wicket at this stage when especially you've got a good start. 14 of 6, you're striking it above 200. You're just inside the third over. There's still plenty of time remaining. Scoreboard not challenging or threatening. You can have required run rate of just below 5.5 runs and over. So you can afford to take your time. Look at that for a defense. Solidly behind it. Perfect. Perfectly played right in front of his eyes. But yeah, Irfan Yusufzai, beg your pardon, from Mohammad Irfan. Very skiddy type of a bowler. He can surprise you with that bouncers. Seven District on the other end. They'd like a wicket or two here. Especially Sagar Kalyan, Rohan Mustafa. They'd like to see the back of all of them. Gets the top end of the bat. And the ball trickles down to the boundary for 4 towards that third man region. And in fact, it's got the shoulder and been given leg byes by the umpire.
Yeah, no bat involved. Unlucky there, Irfan. And in the end, a productive over for GHK. 23 for 1. Lahiru to continue. Oh, just about smothered the bat there. Quick single. There is a direct hit. Has Homaj Gondal made it? The body language suggests that I think he has. But these direct hits can always be interesting, Atiq.
Well, looking at Lahiru's body language, looks like he ain't that confident. Looks like he's made his ground here, the captain. But this is going to be a very, very interesting replay. The umpire's facial expressions also did show that he was not too keen on that. But Homaj on the other end, he'll be holding his breath. Let's have a look at that replay again. Good delivery to begin with. Bat being shown by the leg umpire, and just have a look at that replay. He was quite slow off the blocks there to begin with, but I think he's just got his bat down in the last second. So Homaj will live to fight another day.
Yeah, good technique there. Slid his bat in, didn't plonk it down. He just got wrapped on the gloves there. Bit of extra kick off the surface for Lahiru. Doesn't like to be cramped for room. Homaj Gondal likes to open up his arms and whack the ball hard. So smart bowling from Lahiru, trying to bowl as straight as possible. Right then, they've got a slip and a gully in place for Sagar Kalyan. Long leg and a mid on. Only 2 men on the onside. So the demand from Lahiru is to bowl outside off. Try to get an outswinger going. He was caught at backward point, cutting in the air in the semi-final, Sagar. Sometimes can be a bit casual in doing the basics right. Wickets is the name of the game. GHK took 3 wickets in Powerplay 1. Can 7 Districts do the same? Another thing that stands out about Sagar is his balance at the crease. Tall lad, but remains absolutely motionless till point of contact. Very stable base, head is still, remains square of the ball as they teach you, don't get opened up. Has represented the UAE in 4 ODIs, still new to the international scene. Driving away from the body. That's what got him out in the previous game, Atiq.
Seems like the 7 Districts bowlers have done their homework. They've worked quite hard on recognizing the weaknesses, the downfalls of their opponents in the previous games, trying to create a game plan around it. Sagar Kalyan, we know that he can be Quite devastating when he gets going. Getting an inside edge, not convincing there for Sagar. Once again been beaten by the bit of movement that Lahiru Sundaruan is offering with the new ball. Very rare this is here by the captain Farman Ali, giving a chance to first Lahiru Sundaruan to open the proceedings with the ball. He's more of a batter, and that's a big one. In fact, one bound into the boundary ropes. Very good shot there by the captain. It was in the slot and capitalized on it beautifully.
Yeah, he threw the kitchen sink, the garage door, and everything else at that one. Too full from Lahiru. He doesn't quite have the pace to bowl that length. And that was pretty much a free hit on offer for Homage, with everybody in on the offside. Four overs gone, 29 for 1. Going at about 7.5 runs per over. Oh, that's a brilliant pull shot from Sagar. That swivel pull, absolutely gorgeous.
Well, this is what he can offer. Sagar Kalyan, perfect balance in the crease, swiveling across, and well, you bowl that line and length to him, he will feast you all day long. Sagar Kalyan, class apart, an absolute champ with the bat. And when he gets going, it's certainly like an artist in motion. Beautiful stroke play here by Sagar Kalyan. He's got the start, now he's got to carry on. 33 for 1 on the board now. Required rate just above 5 runs and over, so quite manageable. Mohammad Irfan. This is what sometimes when you have a flat batted hit like that can unnerve a bowler. Good delivery, asking the question. Well, he's literally pleading to the umpire, and both Sagar and Irfan are having a bit of a banter out there in the middle. Well, he's a character, isn't he, Mohammad Irfan?
Well, he's persisting with this short ball ploy against Sagar. Not sure it's going to work really. Yeah, he's nippy in terms of pace, but Sagar has already dealt with one, and I think he was a bit unnerved by that one. Needs to be a bit careful. Oh, the fuller one, the big booming in swinger, and just got his bat down in time. This is excellent bowling from Irfan, really testing his technique.
Brilliant delivery, wasn't it? You had to be extremely good with your technique and your foot movement to counter a swing like that. Sagar Kalyan was solidly behind it. Looking good out there, Irfan. I think that is the line that he's got to persist on. Good delivery, excellent delivery, and once again Sagar Kalyan very strong with the defense. Well, he's like a wall, isn't he? With his technique and defense, Sagar Kalyan. Such a pleasure to watch, and that's again one of the hallmarks in the GHK Properties batting lineup, isn't it, Ahmed? They've got the likes of someone like Sagar Kalyan and Mohit Kalyan, two of the most technically correct batters going around here in the UAE domestic circuit, and who can also amass a lot of runs in the process. Bouncer gets a top edge. One bounce into the boundary ropes. Well, they say fortune favors the brave, and it certainly is today for Sagar Kalyan. Irfan, very, very unlucky.
Yeah, that was well directed. But he took the challenge on. You have to feel for the bowler. That top edge could have gone anywhere, including the wicketkeeper. But he's riding his luck at the moment. Into the 20s now, Sagar, dealing in boundaries. Mohammad Irfan really bowling his heart out here. Already has one scalp to his name. Can he add another? Will retain the strike with that quick single. 38 for 1 after 5. Sagar Kalyan facing up to Lahiru. I think that hasn't happened yet in this game, so will be interesting. Gully still in position. Certainly looking for that drive outside off. And that man who just fielded the ball, Ibrahim Masood. Now that is one lad, the leg spinner. How well did he bowl in that semi-final, Atiq?
Well, he was the game changer, wasn't he? Well, today they've got a couple of them in the arsenal. Along with Ibrahim Masood, they've also got the likes of Wahab Hassan, Nabil Aziz as well. So some good spin options available. And that's another very well played shot. Sagar Kalyan just tickling it round the corner. An easy couple added to the tally. Another 236 more runs required for victory. Plenty of time remaining. Ahmed, would you, if you were the captain of the 7 districts, just proceed with these two bowlers, or would you like to maybe bring in a spin option? One of the trio, maybe someone like an Ibrahim Masood, give him a crack inside the power play overs. Yes, I know that these two bowlers have bowled quite well, the two opening bowlers for the 7 districts, but maybe just try something out of the ordinary, because it looks like Sagar Kalyan is now getting comfortable out there in the middle.
Yeah, I would definitely use one of the left arm tweakers, Nabil or Wahab. Ibrahim, I just wait till I can spread the field. But certainly agree with that suggestion for sure. Humaj Gondal at the toss did mention that SDCA are very spin heavy and he wants to slow them down with the dew factor. They also have Irfan Yusufzai, right arm seamer. Maybe slightly quicker than Muhammad Irfan rather, but not express pace. So their batting and spin bowling is certainly their strength. Will be interesting to see how Farman Ali manages his resources.
Well, he certainly got the goods. The question is how he's gonna use his resources. Oh, has he got an edge? Umpire lifts his finger. Lahiru Sandaruan strikes and strikes big. It is the big wicket of Sagar Kalyan. A loose shot outside off stump, trying to pull that behind square on the leg stump. Gets a bottom edge and an easy catch to the wicket keeper. The captain makes no mistake. Sagar Kalyan, what have you done? Disaster here for the GHK properties.
Well, a loose shot and a soft dismissal again. He is frustrated, but he has nobody else to blame. Game on here in the Bukhatir League final. 40 for 2 GHK properties.
Forty for 2. Two big wickets back in the dugout. And now it's the centurion from the semi-finals. Yasir Kalim walks out to bat at number 4. A bit of a yes and no there. Yasir Kalim off the mark straight away of the very first ball. And the over comes to an end. A successful over for Lahiru. 41 for 2.
Well, it's game on here. Absolutely game on. Early wickets falling for GHK properties as well. Sagar Kalyan was looking so good, but one shot too many, trying to drag a ball from outside off and got that faint under edge. Yasir Kalim himself in prime form. A quick bouncer. That one caught him by surprise. The use of the short delivery in this Bukhatir League final, Atiq, has been quite exceptional from both teams.
Well, they've been very clever, haven't they? They've read the wicket extremely well. And they've utilized it to perfection. But also, what you've got to take into account is how the batters have responded for such deliveries. It's been a few loose shots by some top batters. Sagar Kalyan, Farman Ali, Mayank Chowdhury. They've all succumbed to that short ball outside off stump. Nicely played there, a quick single. Yasir, this is what he will give you. He'll take his time, he'll knock it around. Before you've realized he'd amassed a few quick runs without you realizing it. Irfan looking slightly expensive, 1 for 25 of his 3.2 overs. The GHK properties, mind you, they've got plenty of batting yet to come. Rohan Mustafa, Mohit Kalyan, Harshit Kaushik. They've got batting all the way down to number 9. The captain Humaj still out there in the middle, battling it out. Can he get going? Can he make a notable contribution here today for his team? We'll expect that. Bouncer once again now from Irfan to the captain. Oh, good delivery. Just that bit of inside edge would have been the only thing that would have saved him. And straight away pointing out to the umpire there, the captain, that he got a big chunk of the wood there.
And why was he on the back foot? He was expecting that bouncer. Very smart bowling from Irfan. Big inner edge. So he was always safe. But he's been thinking about that bumper for sure. And why Rohan Mustafa is not batting in the top 4? I think they're just holding him back to face the leg spinner, Ibrahim Masood, the chief weapon. Solidly behind that one. Wahab Hassan, be careful. Slipping and sliding. That indicates to me, Atiq, that this outfield is now becoming a bit slick with dew.
Well, you made a very good point there, Ahmed, about Rohan Mustafa being held back maybe to counter someone with the likes of Ibrahim Masood. But the fact of the matter is, it could be a double-edged sword here, because we all know that Rohan Mustafa, he excels in the power play overs. But yes, I think that could be the only definition of it. This was in the air, but it will fall in no man's land. Just look at that bouncer once again. Very well targeted. Once again, nowhere near to being comfortable, the batters, with the short one.
Yeah, what I didn't like about that sequence was Ahmed Tariq at square leg. He was late to react. He did a double turn, hence could not get to the ball. So Humaj not quite convincing on that pull shot. Needs to be careful. Good over from Irfan. Testing times indeed for GHK. 43 for 2.
Live under 1 will continue. Oh, good shot. Straight to the fielder on that occasion. Humaj looking a bit more stable out there in the middle. Having spent some time out there, he seems to be getting a pace of the pitch at this stage. On 10 of 13, now 43 for 2. These two will need to get a partnership on. You don't want to throw away your wickets at this stage. Short ball and slapped in front of square for a boundary. Well, this time he got the middle of the bat. He was expecting it. He's waiting on the back foot. And just look at that for a strike. The umpire had to take evasive action. Brilliant strike there by the captain. Growing with stature with every ball. Well, the GHK properties will be happy with how the captain's striking them. Well, I've just been joined here in the com box by Samir Yunus. Samir, the game's very much in the balance, isn't it?
Yeah, still, which is amazing to see. Well bowled. This time much fuller. Got punished trying to go short. Lahirus on the one. But yeah, it is a final, isn't it? You can't really pick a winner even after 58 overs almost. And that's why we were looking forward to a close contest, because both these teams very resourceful, some very good players in both their lineups. Still hard to pick the team that is on top. GHK Properties, well, they've lost 2 early wickets and 2 big names, mind you. 2 run grafters sent back to the hut. Lahirus on the one in the meantime, sticking to those tight lines, not making it easy for the batters to get runs. In comparison to how GHK Properties started, a little bit wavered, too many extras. And we thought 7 districts bowlers, maybe the reputation isn't as great as the bowlers of the likes of Wasim Akram and them. But they've stuck to their tasks and done quite well to pick up those 2 early wickets. And GHK haven't run away with the run rate.
Yes, and I must say I'm extremely impressed with how Lahirus Sundarwan has gone about his bowling. He's been keeping it there and thereabouts. Oh, getting an inside edge. Very, very unlucky there. But Humaj will certainly take it with both hands. A streaky boundary down towards the fine leg region.
I can tell you, when that happens to you as a bowler, it's like a knife in your heart. So unfortunate. Not the bestest shots, no real footwork there from Humaj. Could have easily driven that, was in the slot. Chose to play a very agricultural stroke, got the inside edge. And unfortunately for Lahirus Andruwan, got punishment he didn't deserve. He's bowled extremely well, kept it very tight. And he's bowling with a lot of energy. It's good to see that. The 50 has come up for GHK. At the end of the 8th over, they are 51 for 2.
$51 for 2. Mohammad Irfan continues on to his 5th over. It's been an extended spell by Irfan. Not easy bowling 5 overs on the trot, especially in these conditions. Temperatures a lot comfortable at this stage, maybe just hovering around the mid-30s now. But right now it's about making sure that the GHK properties don't run away with the game inside the power play overs. Good looking shot there by Yasir Kaleem. Not timing it. He's doing the right thing here, isn't he, Samir? Just handing the strike back to Humaj, who seems to be striking it nicely off the middle of the bat. He's spent some time out there in the middle. He's not one of those batters who will just like to rotate the strike or caress it around the ground. He's that kind of a batter who just sees ball, hit ball kind of player. And it's so far, he's managed to pull it off. He's on a run ball 18 now, the captain.
Pulled away, 1 bounce to the fielder. Yeah, both these batters, contrasting styles, contrasting approaches. Yasir is one of those more technically sound, classicist, as cricket heroes would call him. Takes his time, gets his eye in. And you need a batter like that at the top of the order in the 50-over format. Someone who looks to play through. And with the target that they have in hand, they need one batter to do that. Bat the entire innings, make sure that he keeps the scoreboard ticking. And then, of course, Humaj will look to continue to attack. It's still the power play, remember. So he'll look to try and find boundaries. Keep the scoreboard in check. Put the pressure back on the bowlers. It's a good contrast to have. We'll pull back at the last moment. Some disturbance on the side screen. Yeah, they'll still feel GHK that they're well in the game. 224 required of 249 doesn't look too tough. But they'll want to make sure that they don't want to lose wickets in clumps here. Get that partnership going. Bat long, frustrate the bowlers. Get them tired, the fielders, and then keep milking those runs. You don't have to go at 6 or 8 runs per over. Even 5 will do. 5.4 is what's all that's needed. If you have wickets in hand, come the latter part of the innings, they should see themselves through. Shot again, pulled away. It's taken the top edge and it's gone all the way. In fact, it's one bounce into the fence. Oh no, it is all the way. Umpire Nadi Manjum signals a 6. He's not afraid to pull and hook Humaj, and that has brought him a couple of boundaries already.
Well, that wouldn't say it being very convincing, because it rather did get the top edge of the bat. But the pace of Mohammad Irfan carried the ball all the way for a maximum. He's off to 24 now of 20 balls. Worrying signs here for the 7 District Cricket Academy. They cannot afford to let this partnership flourish. They want to keep picking up wickets in regular intervals. Just tucked around to the corner. No single. But I just feel here, Samir, that Mohammad Irfan especially is just overdoing the short ball a little bit, up to an extent in which Humaj is ready for it. He's expecting it on the back foot, and it's making it a lot more easier for him to counter that short one.
I was about to make that remark about Irfan actually. Watching him play over the last couple of years, you ask him to bowl on a coin, he'll do that for you 6 balls an over, but sometimes he ends up trying a little too hard. Just like that, looking for another bouncer. He knows there's no fielder in the deep on the leg side. He still attempts it. And in this 50-over format, you can't go searching for wickets every ball. You've got to be consistent on a length. Keep it nice, keep it tight. Once you've frustrated the batter, that's when those wickets will come, especially on a flat track like this. Productive over this for GHK. It's 59 for 2 after 9.
Last over of the power play, and Humaj clears the infield with ease. He goes hard at it over mid-on. And here at the Sharjah Cricket Stadium, the moment you manage to clear the 30-yard circle, you will get full value for shots.
I'm not too sure if this is a good idea to give these extended spells to the fast bowlers. There is a lot of fatigue on the faces of both these bowlers. We saw how Humaj himself, when GHK were fielding, short spells for all bowlers, 2 overs, 3 overs, keep them fresh. I just feel here that Farman Ali may just be pushing his bowlers a little too far. Lahir is on the run into his 5th now. And as a result, might not be at his absolute best. Started off by conceding a boundary. Humaj has gotten off to a really good start here. 29 of 24. He's been on attack mode anytime it's been in his zone. He's gone for the shots. Hasn't shied away from being aggressive. 63 for 2. 213 runs away are GHK properties. Remember, they've just a one game, the first one that they played, but otherwise they've been comprehensive in their performances. Across the line, into the gap, it's a chase for the deep square leg and the deep wicket, and they both have to give up because this has gone away to the boundary as well. So he's picking up good length deliveries and hammering them to the boundaries. This is bad news for 7 District.
Well, I think that Farman Ali has made an error in judgment here. We've just mentioned the fact why it's crucial. Maybe change something up, bring in a spinner, try something different. But he feels that he wanted to give the fast bowlers to continue. And so far, it's backfiring on the 7 Districts big time. Humaj, well, he's getting comfortable out there. 33 of 25. 3 more deliveries remaining in the over. A slower ball this time. Get a bit of pad there. Certainly wouldn't have hurt, isn't it? Maybe give someone, the likes of someone like Wahab Hassan or Nabil Aziz, a left-arm spinner, to bowl against the 2 right-handers inside the power play overs. And also we've recognized the fact that Humaj, when the ball is pitched up, angling into the right-hander, he struggled. Just extremely not able to. Once again, a bit too short. And he's pushed it over the boundary ropes. Very, very unlucky. Lahir Usandaruan is absolutely devastated. A catch goes down. How costly is going to be?
Nabil Aziz, I think, the culprit there. That came at rocket speed to him. Was up about 10 steps from the boundary line. You expect those to be taken at this level, I think. But it went straight through his hands. That's how powerfully it was struck by Humaj. We've seen him, not the first time that he's gone for that big, flat pull shot. This time, once again, he picks up a maximum of it. And a drop catch to add insult to injury for Lahir Usandaruan. He's not afraid to go for that bouncer, despite Humaj pulling him a couple of times already. But that drop catch is going to be costly for 7 District. Last ball of his 5th over. Slow one, and he'll comfortably defend that, presenting the full face of the bat. 10 done. GHK looking at the more comfortable side here now. 73 for 2.
Thank you very much, Combs. I'm here on the sideline of the Bukhatir League with Mr. Zakir Khan, who is the head fitness trainer of the 7 District franchise. Zakir bhai, assalamu alaikum आपको. 73 for 2 अभी भी 200 रन बाकी हैं. मैच की क्या सूरत हाल है इस वक्त?
मैच तो अभी फिलहाल 50-50 जा रहा है इंशाल्लाह, और यंग टीम है हमारी, तो इंशाल्लाह स्ट्रॉन्ग कमबैक करेंगे और मैच जीतने की कोशिश करेंगे इंशाल्लाह.
जाकिर भाई, you have trained franchises all over the world. आपने PSL में काम किया, पाकिस्तान की फर्स्ट क्लास में काम किया, पाकिस्तान नेशनल टीम के साथ भी काम किया. जो फिटनेस और ट्रेनिंग कल्चर उधर था, यूएई में लाने की आपकी कोशिश थी, आपका क्या सेटअप था, क्या गेम प्लान था उसके लिए?
जी अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह PSL में काम कर रहा हूँ पिछले 4 साल से, उसके अलावा डिफरेंट लीग्स में काम कर रहा हूँ. लेकिन 2 साल पहले हैदर भाई ने अप्रोच किया, 7 डिस्ट्रिक्ट के ओनर, तो बहुत अच्छा लगा जब उसने अप्रोच किया. फिर उसके साथ बैठे, फिर जब हमने बात की और फिटनेस के हवाले से, लड़कों के हवाले से, तो अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह बहुत ज़्यादा अच्छा रिस्पॉन्स आया पूरी लीग के क्रिकेटर्स से और पॉजिटिव रिस्पॉन्स था. और अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह हमारे लड़के भी फिट है और अच्छा कर रहे हैं इंशाल्लाह.
सर, जितने हाई वॉल्यूम पे 7 डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स क्रिकेट मैचेस खेलती है थ्रू आउट द 8-9 मंथ्स, अभी हम ऑफ सीजन में भी तकरीबन क्रिकेट खेल रहे हैं, तो उसको मैनेज करना, लड़कों को मैनेज करना कितना आसान या कितना मुश्किल होता है?
बहुत ज़्यादा मुश्किल होता है, क्योंकि आपको पता है कि 7 डिस्ट्रिक्ट वाहिद एक ऐसी टीम है यूएई में कि ऑलमोस्ट हर टूर्नामेंट खेलती है, बी डिवीज़न, ए डिवीज़न. तो हैदर भाई जो है वो बहुत ज़्यादा अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ देते हैं यंग लड़कों को. आप जिस तरह देख रहे हैं हमारी टीम फाइनल खेल रही है बुखातिर. इज़ द फर्स्ट टाइम कि अकेडमी के बच्चों की टीम है माशाल्लाह और बहुत अच्छा परफॉर्म कर रहे हैं और फाइनल खेल रहे हैं. तो अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ बहुत ज़्यादा देते हैं हैदर भाई जहाँ पे भी टूर्नामेंट होता है, तो हमारे साथ डिस्कस भी करते हैं. जहाँ तक आपने फ़िटनेस की बात की, तो देखिए फ़िटनेस वाहिद एक ऐसी चीज़ है कि आप उसको अगर इम्प्रूव करेंगे और उस पर काम करेंगे तो फिर रिजल्ट भी पॉजिटिव आता है और लड़के भी परफॉर्म करते हैं और आगे जाते हैं लीग्स में.
तो जो हमारे यंग एज क्रिकेटर्स के हैं 13, 14, 15 ईयर्स, इन टर्म्स ऑफ फिटनेस एंड ट्रेनिंग क्या एडवाइस देंगे, क्या नसीहत देंगे आप?
एडवाइस तो यही है कि देखिए जो भी आप लाइक अगर आप फास्ट बॉलर हैं या बैट्समैन हैं, वटेवर आप जो भी स्पोर्ट्स खेलते हैं, तो सबसे पहले आजकल की जो वर्ल्ड में जो क्रिकेट हो रही है, जो स्पोर्ट्स हो रही है, तो उसमें फ़िटनेस बहुत ज़्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट होती है किसी भी प्लेयर के लिए. तो जो भी स्पोर्ट्समैन इस वक्त देख रहे हैं मुझे, तो उनको मेरी ये रिक्वेस्ट भी है और एक एडवाइस भी है कि आप अपनी फ़िटनेस का ख्याल रखें, अपनी डाइट का ख्याल रखें, जिससे अगर ये 2 चीज़ें आप प्रॉपर कवर करेंगे तो आपकी इंप्रूवमेंट आएगी और ग्राउंड में आपकी परफॉर्मेंस अच्छी होगी.
लेकिन फिर लड़के कहते हैं हमसे चावल नहीं छूटते, पराठे नहीं छूटते, ये वो चीज़ें नहीं छूटती, हमारी मज़ेदार चीज़ें नहीं छूटती, फिर उसके लिए डिसिप्लिन कहाँ से लाएं हम?
देखिए फिटनेस एक प्रोसेस का नाम है. अगर आप डिसिप्लिन के साथ नहीं रहेंगे, देखिए प्रोसेस एक ऐसी चीज़ है कि अगर आप उसको कंटिन्यू नहीं करेंगे डिसिप्लिन के साथ, तो हाउ इज़ इट पॉसिबल कि आपकी इंप्रूवमेंट आएगी. तो डिसिप्लिन बहुत ज़्यादा ज़रूरी है किसी भी प्लेयर के लिए, स्पेशली यूई क्रिकेट में. जिस तरह यहाँ पे क्रिकेट हो रही है, आप देख रहे हैं कितनी गर्मी है, लड़के लगे हुए हैं, तो ये फिटनेस के बगैर पॉसिबल नहीं है. अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह हमारी टीम जिस तरह आपने कहा कि बैक टू बैक मैचेस खेलती हैं. अभी हमारा अपकमिंग अकेडमी का टूर्नामेंट भी आ रहा है अंडर 19 का. तो फिटनेस बहुत ज़्यादा ज़रूरी है किसी भी प्लेयर के लिए.
Fitness and discipline is the name of the game. Zakir bhai, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Let's head back to the com box.
Entry for 2. It was nice to hear the thoughts of the camp of 7 District. Yeah, an interview with Ahmed Khaja. In the meantime, Ibrahim, the young wrist spinner, has been introduced in the attack and already become an eventful over this. There's a chance that went begging at deep mid-wicket. Fielder making an absolute mess of that, and the previous delivery was hit for a 4 by Humaj, who's looked really good here on 47. And with that single off the last delivery, moves on to 48, and another good over for GHK Properties. They're 84 for 2 after 11.
Well, so now it's going to be trial by spin. Nabil Aziz comes into the attack. Well, this could have been a bit sooner for my liking. But Humaj, he's batted quite well. A quick single, moves on to 49 now. The captain leading from the front. Batted really well inside the power play overs. But I just felt that the fast bowlers were just a bit too predictive for my liking, with the overuse of the short ball against the captain. Well, can they fight back here? The 7 districts, they need a wicket or two here right now.
Well, it's glad to see that Nabil Aziz is doing all right. He took a real blow to his hands trying to go for that catch. Good to see him being able to bowl here. But you're right, I think took a little too long for Manali to make that change. He was persistent with his fast bowlers for a little too long. He's brought the spinners in now. Ibrahim, the youngster, started off from the other end. Now it's Nabil. That was a straighter one, didn't really take much turn. And I like him, this young lefty, Nabil. He's worked extremely hard to make it into the starting lineup of the 7 districts. And he's been consistent ever since. Nice straight lines. Doesn't try to do too much, sticks to the basics. And very often we found with left arm spinners that when they do that, batters do find it difficult to get them away.
Well, looking for that single, isn't he, Humaj? To get to that 50. So far, Nabil Aziz bowled extremely well. Last ball of the over and knocked around, and still is not able to get to that half century. A very good over from Nabil Aziz. Just 2 runs coming off his first over. 12 done, 86 for 2. Good shot. Yasir Khalil this time joins the party. First boundary of his innings. 2 shot there by Ibrahim Masood. And rocking back on the back foot. And then that's easy pickings for a batter of the class of Yasir Khalil.
Yeah, he's been at the non-strikers end for quite a while now. Maj has been farming a lot of the strike. This one, Ibrahim, once again being too short and wayward. Yasir Khalil is not going to miss out. You've spoken highly about the youngster Ibrahim Masood, but so far he hasn't been able to really control his lines. Been quite wayward. First ball of this over has been dispatched for a boundary now that required. Is under 200, looking all the more easier here. No ball. Wow. Things are not going well for this young man. Got hit for a boundary of the first ball. Yasir Kaleem left it assuming it's going to be called a wide. But it was called a no ball because that was the first offence. And that's what counts. And now he's thinking, I should have gone for it. Either way, he gets a free hit now. And watch out. If you're watching from the stands, you better watch out for that white ball coming towards you. 185 is what they need. They've brought that target down. 91 runs on the board, making it look quite easy, these two. Oh, that's huge. Massive slog sweep. And the ball will go out of the stadium. That has gone a long, long way. This is Yasir Kaleem for you. He'll hit you and then he'll smile at you.
Like a smiling assassin, isn't he, Yasir Kaleem? Oh, that's gone a long, long way. More than I'd say a 90-meter six. What a hit there. That would give him a world of confidence.
I think I'm afraid the guy who was bringing our chai to us might have taken a hit. It's just around there. But yeah, they'll have to wait for the new ball because there's no chance of bringing that back. Yasir Kaleem, what a strike that was. Now he's moved on to 15 of 11. Hasn't had much of a strike, but now that he did, he's made maximum use of it. We'll wait for the ball to be replaced. It's 97 for 2.
$97 for 2. Yasir Kaleem with that humongous 6 out of the ground. The free hit disappearing out of the park. Oh, down the leg side. Ibrahim Masood seems to be struggling out there. Complete contrast with how he went about it a couple of days ago in the semi-finals. Nothing's going wrong for this young lad. He's already gone for 24 runs in 1.2, 25 runs in fact in 1.2 overs. The hundreds come up for the GHK properties and it's come in double quick time. They're going at almost 8 runs and over. Required rate very, very comfortable. 4.7 to be exact. Single down towards long off. Well, they're in the driver's seat here, isn't it?
Just the way Ibrahim is going about, one might imagine there might be a lot of dew there, struggling with control. But we've just heard from Ahmed, who was down there with that interview, saying there isn't any signs of it, at least now. So can't really explain why Ibrahim seems to be struggling so much. Oh, nicely driven. This is gone behind point, and extra cover will give up the chase. Humaj brings up his 50 in style. What a knock this has been. He's been ultra aggressive, not afraid to take on the bowlers, and a deserved half century.
Well, a captain's knocked today when it mattered the most. Humaj with a brilliant half century, 53 of 40, and he's put his team in a commanding position, and the GHK properties will feel that they've got 1 foot in the door. 171 more runs required of 224 balls. Well, if they go on and play smart from here, this would be an easy game. Solidly behind that, the captain, Ibrahim. Well, spare a thought for this young lad. Mind you, he's a young kid in the block, but extremely talented. He's gone for 15 runs and over so far. Last ball of his over. Flighted. Straight to the fielder. Expensive over by the young leg spinner. 13 done, 105 for 2. Nabil Aziz will continue. Yasir Khalib looking solid out there. He's letting the captain do the heavy lifting while he's holding the fort from the other end. 8 wickets in hand. Oh, that's gonna go down to the boundary. Let's wait for the umpire's call, and in fact he's been called for wides.
I'll tell you what, 7 district spinners have been unimpressive this evening. Just when you thought that the fast bowlers were taking a tonking, the spinners might get some control, but they have been nowhere close to being able to land where they want to. Nabil Aziz on that occasion drifting down the leg side, the keeper missing it too. That'll be 5 wides, 5 easy runs given to GHK. They don't have too many to play with. They've only made 270 odd. That's much better, nice and straight, forcing Yasir onto the back foot. The situation they are in now, 7 district, they cannot just do this with dot balls and quiet overs. They need wickets and regular wickets. Quicker, straighter, and another dot ball. We were discussing this off air, I think. As a bowler in this format, you cannot be going chasing wickets. You've got to work your batter. You've got to work through your spell. Bowl those right areas, be patient, be persistent, and frustrate the batter. Especially on a flat wicket like this, you're not going to get too much assistance. Create that dot ball pressure, and then you allow the batter to make a mistake. Unfortunately, 7 district have gone too far searching for wickets, and that has costed them.
You're absolutely spot on there, Samir. The fact of the matter is, in this format, sometimes all you need is a wicket or two, and then suddenly the pendulum can swing in your favor. So they've got to believe and keep working hard at it. A wicket or two can keep breaking, and then wickets. Collapses can always happen. Another good over for the GHK properties. Nelson on the board, 14 done, 1-1-1 for 2.
111 for 2, 14 overs done. 165 runs away are GHK properties. They can almost feel as if that silverware is well within grasp. Wahab Hassan now a change in the bowling, a forced change in the bowling. Both the young spinners going for plenty. So the other left arm spinner, Wahab Hassan, has been introduced into the attack. He will now bowl to Yasir Kaleem, who's on strike, playing the more quiet role in this partnership. Cuts away the first delivery towards extra cover. Will be a single. A change in the com box as well. Ahmed Khaja joins me again. Seems to be comfortable for GHK properties. They are well in control here.
Almost certainly bossing the game at this moment. Going at about 8 runs per over, required only 4.5. The captain has played a stunning innings. Fighting brave half century. And looks like he will continue in that same vein. But like you mentioned alongside Atiq in the previous over, Ibrahim Masood was the bowler, the go-to bowler for 7 districts to create that kind of impact, be able to keep a lid on the scoring, try to pick up wickets as well. But they've controlled him and counter-attacked him exceptionally well. And since then, SDCA have been struggling. Let's see if Wahab Hassan can make something happen. But it won't be easy against 2 clean strikers of the ball at the crease.
And also well set. They've been out there for quite a while. Seeing that this pitch is offering nothing much, even to the slow bowlers, makes their job all the more easier. And both of them heavily experienced, been in such situations many times before. Once again down the leg side, looking to sweep that away. They're asking the question, may have brushed something. That's why it's not being called a wide as well. Yeah, that's the indication from Humaj. It may have taken the pad on the way. But yeah, this is cruise control for GHK. Wahab Hassan, he might wonder if he had been brought on a little earlier. Now this is what they can afford to do. Watch out the good bowling and then pounce on anything loose.
Yeah, absolutely. And even under floodlights, the ball tends to skid on, come on that much nicer onto the willow. And with Yasir Kaleem in this sort of form, ominous signs here for SDCA. A tidy over from Wahab, 15 gone, 113 on board. So Nabil Aziz will continue into his third over. So Ibrahim Masood, in fact, has been pulled from the attack. So that is a major psychological tick in favor of GHK, that you have managed to force a change and take off SDCA's prime wicket taker. So all advantage for the chasing side at the moment.
Yeah, I thought that was a genius stroke to go after their best bowler, put him off early on. That's a lot to think about for Farman Ali now. Who does he go to? Remember, this is a very young side still. You don't have a lot of experience in there. So in situations like this, who's going to put their hands up and provide that breakthrough? Nabil Aziz bowled a couple of overs. It's done all right. Hasn't given away too many. But the situation is such that it's very comfortable for GHK. They don't need too many going at. They need to go at just over 4 runs and over. And because of that, they won't be taking too many risks. Really slowing it down. I think what really 7 District must look to do here is 3 or 4 quiet overs. Create that pressure. Maybe force the 2 batters into taking a risk to release that pressure. This is exactly what's required. Nabil Aziz keeping it there and thereabout.
Yeah, absolutely. Bowling dry is the name of the game. Induce a poor shot. 4 men allowed outside the 30-yard ring. So far, Homaj Gondal has been very resolute in defense, and a tidy over from Nabil. In fact, it's a maiden. Score remains unchanged on 113. So trial by left arm spin continues for SDCA. Partnership up to 73 runs. That's what they're doing well here. Wahab and Nabil in tandem. Just denying the 1s and 2s. Yasir Kaleem off to yet another start following his blistering 100 in the semi-final against Z Game Strikers. What a fabulous knock that was. And the cricket overall in this Bukhatir League has been very balanced, Samir. We've seen big run chases, we've seen runs defended, we've seen big hundreds, but good bowling for performances as well. That just shows that the quality of cricket in this comp has been outstanding.
Can't find the gap still. Yeah, a couple of factors to that, Ahmed. One, Sharjah's wickets have always been very balanced. Never, at least lately, haven't been too one-sided. And of course, this format demands that you've got to be at your absolute best. There's no giggle and laugh about this 50-over format. Or rather hit and giggle as they call it in Australia for the T20. So it demands that you bring your A game, long periods of concentration. And I guess not every cricketer is able to bring that unless you've got a very high skill level and of course a very high game awareness level as well. Cut away again. There is a sweeper cover. But this is good stuff. Wahab Hassan and Nabil Aziz have realized that there's no point going after or searching for wickets with a magical delivery. They just have to keep it nice and tight and see if something can be induced in the form of a risk or an aggressive shot from the 2 batters.
Yeah, you certainly cannot fluke a victory in a 100 over game. It needs to be your quality shining through. Carved away, but can't beat the point fielder. So once again, a quiet over. Only 1 run coming in. 114 on board for GHK. Nabil into his fourth over. Oh, just stepping away to the onside, exposing all three stumps. Yasir Kaleem needs to be a bit careful in case one grips and turns. Nabil, not a huge turner of the ball, relies more on his arm delivery, more on his consistency. But it's all about that one mistake. As we saw how well were Wasi and Farman Ali batting together. But once Farman had that loss of concentration, it induced a collapse for SDCA.
Yeah, and that's what Seven District will be hoping from the batters of GHK. That one little mistake, that one little window for them to get in. Maybe try and fight back into this game. Couple of quiet overs. This is a good phase for them. But how long can they sustain before these two decide to cut loose? Both very capable. Humaj has already got his half century. Yasir has been there for quite a while as well. Seem to be quite comfortable in the way things are moving along. 161 required of 195. Quick on that occasion from Nabil Aziz, but it's in line with the stumps. But yeah, something's got to give here. There's been a lot of straight bowling, wicket to wicket. And they are happy to nudge it around. Humaj is now almost at runner ball. He was going along at a very healthy strike rate, but he's happy to take some time off, cool down a little bit, work through this phase of the two left arm spinners. Good ball. Once again, a very good over from Nabil Aziz. This 18 done, it's 115 for 2.
The run scoring has certainly slowed here for GHK Properties in the last 4 overs. They're doing a good job here. Wahab Hassan and Nabil Aziz. But wickets is the name of the game for SDCA. So far, Yasir Kaleem has been quite resolute. 20 of 30. Oh, shy at the stumps. There was a bit of uncertainty between Humaj and Yasir Kaleem in the end, erring on the side of caution. For the first time in the innings, the required run rate has gone up above 5 per over, but still very comfortable considering the firepower they have sitting in the dressing room. GHK. Up and over, extra cover, thrashed. Oh dear me. Well, it's been that kind of evening for Ibrahim Masood.
Unfortunate. Wahab has been bowling brilliantly. He offered a bit of width. Yasir Kaleem freeing his arms, going up and over. Could have easily been cut off, but it didn't account for the turn. Once it pitched, it just started moving away from the fielder. You got a feel for Ibrahim Masood. He's having a horrible evening so far. The pressure has been released slightly with that boundary. This time a lot more flight on it. Once again driven straight to the fielder. And if they can't use this little phase to get a breakthrough, then I'm afraid it's going to be curtains for Seven District, because they've built up the pressure. They've done everything they can. They've laid the cement and the bricks. Now it's about applying that finishing touch with in the form of a wicket. But Yasir says, I'll take my time.
Yeah, he has the power game to make up for that strike rate. In the blink of an eye, he can go beyond run a ball. We already saw that humongous 6 on the onside. So far, he's been very solid. Not really offering even half a chance, really, to the SDCA bowling. Farman Ali, well, his supercomputer will be working overtime. How does he pry open the game here? How does he break this partnership? Another tidy over, barring the boundary. 120 for 2. Trying to build some pressure here are the SDCA left arm spinners. Well, misfields will certainly not help their cause. I think it was Lahiru at extra on that occasion. That ball was struck firmly. Well, Humaj Gondal, he's been resolutely defending everything against the left arm spinners. Is he going to continue in that vein or look to play a big shot? Seems like it's going to be option A.
Yeah, it did seem like these two had their roles defined. Humaj was the one attacking the bowlers, being aggressive, and Yasir played the more anchor role. But it seems like they've decided to reverse those. Maybe I spoke too soon. He's powered these through the offside for a single. We're just seeing Yasir being a bit more adventurous with his shots now, whereas Humaj is more content in blocking. So perhaps they've decided maybe because Humaj has been out there for so long, he's feeling a bit of fatigue, maybe try and reverse the roles, because Yasir, we know he can change roles in a blink of an eye. That could be a plan that's in motion.
Yeah, the issue is with both spinners, they're not getting turned. They're just tying them down on line and length. Quicker one darted in. Yeah, it was wide. Any amount of bat and that would have been 4. So fair enough, they're bowling economically, but it's not looking threatening. And they lack the fast bowling options. Perhaps Irfan Yusufzai could come in the game, but he's not express pace either. Mohammad Irfan and Lahiru Sandarwan, also military medium maybe. Punched over mid-off, but the long off gets around to it. 20 gone. 1, 2, 3 for 2. Game well and truly in hand of GHK at the moment. 150 odd needed over the next 30 overs. So many batters to come. Wahab Hassan, he's been pretty economical. But how do they get through the solid partnership for the third wicket? 83 runs added by this pair. Bulk of the scoring done by the skipper Homaj Gondal with a fabulous half century. Skewed in the air and just overshot mid wicket. That was the quarter chance they needed to go their way.
Well, he wasn't in control. Wanted to go much straighter because there's no turn on offer. Ended up getting a thick inside edge over mid wicket. Could have easily gone into hand, but it's that kind of night for 7 District. Not many things going their way. Boundary should make Yasir comfortable, but he'll be extra careful now before playing such expensive shots. This is much better. Driven powerfully past the fielder and into the fence for a 4. Previous one, not so convincing. This one, extremely convincing.
Well, that thwack of the blade echoed right around the Sharjah Cricket Stadium. He absolutely nailed it. Stone dead. Wow. Raw power from Yasir Kaleem and timing. So Wahab Hassan being put under the pump here. Oh, nicely bowled. Turn and bounce.
We are seeing what we manifested here, Ahmed. Roles have certainly reversed. Yasir Kaleem being the aggressor now. Looking for those boundary options, whereas Homaj is just going to sit back and relax. Try and play the long innings. Off the back foot, punched comfortably towards long on. Got the boundary in the over. I'll be more than happy to knock it around. That run rate, required run rate, once again below 5. It's getting closer and closer for GHK. It's been a long campaign in the summer of UAE, 50 over format. These players will be looking forward to the end of a final, especially the men in green, successful side of it. This is in the gap once again, but a brilliant effort from the fielder there. Syed Haider Wasi Shah saw him cramping while batting, but he's still throwing himself around and stopping every single that he can. 21 overs done, it's 133 for 2.
So Ibrahim Masood being brought back into the attack, and rightfully so. He is the one player that can change the game here for 7 Districts. Fair enough, he's taken a bit of tap in his first 2 overs, but you cannot keep a champion bowler down, and he certainly is one. They desperately need a breakthrough. They desperately need to dislodge this partnership. Up to 93 runs between Homaj Gondal and Yasir Kaleem. Quickish leg break, but he certainly hasn't been at his absolute best. When he's in complete control, he lands it on the spot. 6 balls out of 6 and can turn it both ways. Straying down leg. It was the attempted googly. Don't think there was bat involved. Homaj Gondal pushing for 2. And there is a direct hit. And I don't think he's turning back towards the crease. He might be run out here. An inspired moment of fielding brilliance from Wahab Hassan has produced a breakthrough. They'll take it however it comes. Fire down the leg side. Wahab Hassan herring after it from short third. Look at this. Pick up and throw immediately. And yeah, he was well short. He's out by a yard. A fighting 50 from the skipper. But now back to the dugout. 134 for 3. So it's going to be the star man, Rohan Mustafa, coming in at number 5. A wicket via a run out. And joining me in the comm box for what should be a very intriguing passage of play is Atiq Nizam once again. Welcome back.
Thank you, Ahmed. Good evening to all our viewers once again. 134 for 3. The GHK properties in the driver's seat. In touching distance now. They've got 7 wickets in hand. And what a time to have a batter of the caliber of Rohan Mustafa, former UAE captain, walk out to bat in this all-important final. Off the mark straight away of the very first ball. This is going to be very interesting how this youngster copes up with this challenge. Rohan Mustafa being a left-hander. He'll bring the ball into Rohan Mustafa, which would put him in the firing line. Hitting arc off the left-handed batter. That's a very good shot there by Yasir. A bit of a fumble there by the fielder will enable them to get a single.
Need to apply some pressure here, SDCA. The fielding needs to be razor sharp. Now you've got a bit of an opening back into the game. Can Ibrahim Masood get one googly going across Rohan? There is a slip in place. Catching short extra and mid-wicket. They need back-to-back strikes. Well, that's way too down leg, but the plan was there to bowl that wrong one to Rohan.
It looks like that's going to be a game plan in Ibrahim Masood's attack towards Rohan Mustafa. He'll not want to give it in his arc. Better delivery, nicely flighted, watchfully played there by Rohan Mustafa. Giving this youngster his due respect. 22 overs done and dusted, 136 for 3.
Wahab Hassan into his 5th over. He's bowled a pretty tidy spell here. allowed them to build some dot ball pressure. But now with the left-hander in the form of Rohan Mustafa at the crease, further challenges. And of course, you're only allowed 4 fielders outside the 30-yard ring, so it is tough going for spinners in ODI cricket, one-day cricket rather. But they have introduced a new guideline, the ICC, that the same ball will be used after 35 overs. Only one ball will be used. We have one ball at each end, down the leg side on that occasion. So perhaps bowling in the latter stages of the innings, the spinners can once again try to create an impact with an older ball. Just to compensate for those fielding restrictions. So far looking to bowl as full as possible to Rohan Mustafa.
Nicely played there by Rohan Mustafa. We've just been told by our co-commentator that today was the first time that rule was used, and it was against, it was on the Sri Lanka versus Bangladesh T20 game that was played in ODI game, I beg your pardon, played in Colombo. Very close fought game. Bangladesh were cruising before they got into a mini collapse. It was a great victory for Sri Lanka as well. 23 overs done and dusted, 138 for 3.
Interesting move here from Ibrahim, coming around the wicket to Rohan Mustafa. Let's see if he can get that googly right, turning away, smothering the spin. Very smartly played by Rohan. And like you mentioned, Atiq, he's been former UAE captain, but still believes he can do a job for the UAE national team. He still says, I'm available for selection. I'm ready to go. And the way he's been performing, to be quite frank, he has a point.
Well, he makes the bat do the talking, isn't it, Rohan Mustafa? Still at his devastating best. A good delivery, a wrong one this time. Coming into the right-hander there. Yasir Kaleem on the other end. 37 of 46, battling it out after that magnificent century in the semi-finals. Well, he goes inside out. Has he got all of it? Yes, he has. It's into the stands. And a huge 6 against Ibrahim Masood, who's been put to the cleaners. He's gone very, very expensive today. Beautiful shot. Look at that. High arm action. And great placement and timing there by Yasir Kaleem. Into the 40s now.
Well, that is an unbelievable shot. That high elbow. Way back into the stands. And that is what GHK have done extremely well this evening. Neutralized the biggest threat in the SDCA bowling attack. That is Ibrahim Masood. And it sent all the fielders scurrying after the ball. All 3 of them. The entire academy is in there. And well done, Aftab Javed. Eagle-eyed. Yet another magnificent innings from Yasir Kaleem in progress.
Well, the amount of runs that Aftab Javed has scored in this tournament seems like he's got his eye in spite of being out. He's followed that ball to wherever it was under the chairs. So well done, Aftab. But Ibrahim Masood, just look at those figures, Ahmed. Speaks a story, isn't it? The spinners not effective today. The 7 districts laid most of their plans against the back of their spinners that they have in their lineup, but unfortunately it's not gone their way so far. Still, anything can happen. We've seen plenty of upsets that can take place, and that's a brilliant shot. What a stroke. Yasir Kaleem rocking on the back foot, a bit too short, a bit too wide, and beautifully capitalized. And Ibrahim Masood struggling big time.
Fabulous shot. Look at that, just a transfer of weight and crashed it just square enough of the deep cover. Well, Tarindu Pereira could be an option. If your first 3 spin options don't work, go for the 4th. Rock solid is Yasir Kaleem. 149 for 3. So Wahab Hassan with a prolonged spell here into his 6th over. We are beyond the halfway point in the run chase. Flashing blade of Rohan brings up the 150 for GHK. And they look in complete control of the game, don't they?
Well, Farman Ali has no answers here. You can feel the shoulders dropping. Seems like they've already accepted their fate here, these youngsters. Well, mind you, you need to give the credit where it's due. These youngsters have been a class apart in the tournament. In the air! Was that a bum ball? Well, we all got excited here in the com box. We thought that was a leading edge back to the bowler.
Well, speak for yourself. I always knew it was a bump ball. Oh, what a firm on drive. The long on was slightly wider, but they'll only amble through for a single. Yeah, not much turn on offer really. Even for Ibrahim Masood, who usually can turn the ball even on a glass top. Just hasn't happened for him. Current run rate of 6.2. They've looked at ease. And with the amount of batting still to come for GHK, the likes of Mohit Kalyan, Harshit Kaushik, Shahbaz Ali, Keshav Sharma, it's really going against the tide, trying to restrict them. Yasir Kaleem coming in slightly earlier this evening at number 4. That was absolutely spot on. Oh, looking for that sweep. There's absolutely nobody at fine. And they'll ease through for 2. So nothing happening currently for SDCA.
Yeah, Wahab Hassan trying to pitch that around that leg stump and try and turn the ball away from the right-hander. But the surface seems to have flattened out. Seems like there's hardly any purchase for the spinners at this stage. Last ball of the over coming up. Well, goes inside out. The fielder in the deep will cut it off. Just a single as we get to the halfway stage. 25 overs done and dusted. GHK Properties in a commanding position. 155 for 3 with Yasir Kaleem on the verge of a milestone. Mr. Ahmed Khawaja, your wish has been granted. Maybe Christmas has come early for you, as Tarindu Pereira has been introduced into the attack. So they certainly are listening. Have you got a microphone in your ears to Farman Ali? Mr. Ahmed Khawaja. But starts off with a rank long hop. Yasir Kaleem, well, followed up that brilliant 100 in the semi-finals with a chanceless innings of a half century in almost a run a ball. What a batter, what a champ.
Stunning shot once more. Punched over extra cover with the straight blade. The big match players delivering the big match performances when they truly matter. And Yasir Kaleem is most certainly a big match player, if there ever was one in the UAE. Well, I also asked for $5 million, but that didn't happen. So it's half and half. But yeah, that's not a good ball from Tarindu. Very experienced campaigner. He's bowling too short and getting punished. Up and over extra once more.
Well, it's running away from the 7 districts, the game here. The GHK Properties are further solidifying their position in the game. Yasir Kaleem, he's on a run a ball 57 now. 163 on the board. Well, you can just certainly feel it here, isn't it? You can feel the tension, the stress that these youngsters are perhaps facing out there. They know that the game is running away. What a brilliant run chase this is. They've been very, very solid out there in the middle. Beautiful looking cover drive. The sweeper cover will cut it off. Last ball of the over coming up, and Rohan Mustafa, well, how often do you say that he goes at a strike rate of 50? But, well, I've always seen the calm before the storm. Sometimes it is times like this that we feel that Rohan Mustafa is just on the verge of explosion.
Yeah, and the match situation just demands that he remain at the crease. There's no hurry. All you need to do is bat the overs and you'll get across the line. 164 for 3. Another change in the bowling. Irfan Yusufzai. He's had to wait all of 26 overs to come into the game. And well, Farman Ali, is it too little too late?
Well, there are a lot of questionable decisions that you can perhaps dissect, but we're not really sure. Sometimes the onus lies on the captain and the team management as to what their plans and how they go about it. Well, today it's not worked for them. It has throughout the tournament. They've been unbeaten. But unfortunately, they say you have your off days. But how unfortunate it is to have that off day during the big game.
Yeah, sometimes you don't realize the frailties in your side when you're winning all your games. Perhaps you get a bit complacent as well. Beautifully glided. Yasir Kaleem is in complete control of this game at the moment. He made it look so simple.
A touch player, a class player, just toying with the field, toying with the bowlers. Yasir Kaleem, he looks like he's on a different level, isn't he? The last couple of games we've certainly thoroughly enjoyed the show from the Combox. Shot and slapped in front of square. That ball went to the boundary like a tracer bullet. Yasir Kaleem growing in stature as we go on into the innings. What a stroke. Stand and deliver.
I'll tell you what, Wasi at that short extra cover position, in his leap, he's actually injured himself. That's the kind of power that Yasir Kaleem possesses. Seems to be okay now. But can this man make it back-to-back hundreds in the Bukhatir League? That would truly be an unbelievable achievement. Irfan Yusufzai hemorrhaging runs. Too short, too wide, repeatedly. That one just swung away. Well, he's persisting with that line. I'm not sure it's going to work.
Well, this is very difficult to fathom here, Ahmed, is that the short ball has not worked much in the favor of the 7 districts, and yet the bowlers seem to persist with that line and that length, because they've just been taken apart right throughout the innings. They've got to go to plan B here. Just look at that for a stroke. So pleasing to the eye. Just seems like poetry in motion when Yasir Kaleem's going through his innings. His absolute pleasure to watch.
Well, most certainly he is. He's been a elite performer on the UAE domestic scene for many, many years. Very familiar name. You ask anybody about Yasir Kaleem and they say, yeah, that man is a top gun. No debate about it. Well directed bouncer, but the damage has been done. 173 for 3. So Nabil Aziz, well, he's stuck to his task, but without much reward. Very tidy bowling figures, just going at above 2 runs per over, but they need wickets from him. Can he make something happen? With the way Yasir Khalim is batting at the moment, it looks pretty unlikely. And just like as I was mentioning in the previous over, sometimes when you're on a winning streak, you think everything is hunky-dory, we don't need to improve, we don't need to introspect and see if we have any weak links. Punched over extra again. Time and again Yasir Khalim has played that shot with absolute control and absolute perfection. Boundary once more.
Beautiful stroke. Fully in control, as he has been throughout this innings. And what placement into the 70s now. For the first time now, the required runs have got into double digits. 99 more required. Quick single. Rohan Mustafa seems to be struggling to get to that striker's end. He was just not able to move quick.
Well, actually, I think he's teasing the fielder, baiting him into a direct throw, and maybe a ricochet could get them more runs. Slashed hard, that's beautiful. Cracked away behind point by Rohan Mustafa. So he's had enough of the ones and twos now. Let's go after them. Crashed away and in the gap. 4 more.
Well, that's more like it. Rohan Mustafa, he's not somebody you can keep quiet for too long. That goes against every fiber in his being. Rohan Mustafa. Flighted. Straight batted shots there. A single to end the over. 28 done and dusted. 183 for 3. Irfan Yusufzai will continue. He's on to his second over. 183 for 3. Yasir on 72 and Rohan Mustafa on 11 of 17. This partnership has climbed to 49 in double quick time, with Yasir Khalim doing the majority of the scoring. Oh, that was close to that leg stump. But however, anything down the leg side will always be called a wide. Getting towards the touching distance now. We're just only inside the 28th over. Required rate just above 4 runs and over. So very, very comfortable for the GHK properties at this stage. Well, the second one down the leg side. This has been the story of the day. for the 7 districts. And now there's a change in the voice here in the com box as Ahmed Khawaja takes a break. Samir Yunus joins me back. Samir, welcome back. Looks like the writing's on the wall, isn't it?
Yeah, been a real struggle this for the SDCA bowlers. Just haven't found any rhythm, any momentum. Had it too easy, GHK's batters. Yasir Kohli especially now, 72 of 68. He's really picked up the pace. And he's joined by another aggressive batter in the form of Ron Mustafa. This was shot down the leg side, pulled away. Very fine. He's a fielder down there. And these two are making batting look very easy. 90 runs away, 130 balls. Looking extremely comfortable here for GHK Properties. 7 District have tried everything. They've made the changes. They've brought in the spinners, brought back the fast bowlers, but nothing seems to be going their way this evening.
In the air, is that a caught and ball? No, it was a bump ball. Yasir still looking quite solid out there. But Rohan Mustafa Samir is on 12 of 18. The question is, how often do you see him going at a strike rate such as this? But I just feel that he's just warming up. And when he gets going, I'll tell you, this game might be over within the matter of the next 7 to 8 overs. Oh, brilliant. Straight to the fielder though. But so pleasing to the eye to see.
Yeah, he's played that pickup shot quite nicely. Especially in the last few overs, he's picked up those spinners inside out, over covers. Very pleasing to the eye, Yasir Khalim, when he gets going. Yeah, the point you make on Ron Mustafa, usually you find him open in the batting. That's where he prefers to be, and that's when he goes all guns blazing. His strike rate is at well over 100, 120 when he's opening. But right now, he knows he can take it easy. This game is well within the grasp of GHK, so he can afford to buy his time, stitch together a partnership with Yasir Khalim. These two have played eons and eons of cricket together, know everything about each other, great communication between the two, and therefore it's a very comfortable, nice phase to be in for Ron Mustafa, and the kind of man you want as well as a team. Someone with experience, a steady head, knows exactly what's required of him at this stage. And I think the difference between the two teams today has been, Atik, the experience. There's no doubt in the skill levels of these 7 district players, but they're still quite young, majority of them, whereas GHK Properties, between them, they must be having, 10,000 plus games, a combination of. We pick up on that on the next over. 29 overs done. It's 188 for 3.
Nabil Aziz to bowl the 30th. None for 22 of 6 overs. Another 88 runs required for victory. Well, one thing here that I believe, Samir, is we've seen it over and over again. Sometimes all it takes is maybe a short period of play to completely change the complexion of the game. Maybe a brilliant catch or a blinding run out. And Rohan Mustafa once again toying with the fielders. He's running slowly, made Farman Ali take an aim at the stumps and nearly getting an overthrow.
The SDCA have had their moments in this second innings where they've controlled the run rate, had quiet periods, but just didn't go their way. Couldn't get the wicket when they wanted to. There was a moment when Humaj and Yasir were batting together. There was about 3 good overs for just 1 run. Those are the moments when you really capitalize, convert that pressure situation into a wicket. But it just hasn't gone their way. And credit to GHK's batters, they did ride those pressure moments and came out of it. They knew exactly what they need, and that's the advantage of batting second, isn't it? You know where you want to be. You're not setting a total. It makes it all the more easier to calculate your chase. Last ball of the over. It's been a good one from Nabil Aziz. But a good one is not going to help. You need something extraordinary from here onwards. 30 done, 189 for 3.
Straight to the fielder. 1 bounce. Irfan would have been slightly interested there for a second. The ball was airborne for a while. Irfan Yusufzai. Seems like it's just a flat deck now, isn't it? There's hardly any thing for the batters to worry about. It's just easy going. It's just plain sailing at this moment. Rohan Mustafa. Well, he's very, very determined to see this through towards the end.
I think you look at the two sides and their compositions and the makeup, it's almost as if it's a UAE former superstars game versus a young and upcoming kids of UAE domestic cricket. That's how the two teams have lined up. Lots of youthful exuberance in the 7 district team versus kilos and kilos of experience on the GHK side. So it's almost as if the superstars that are in GHK are like the daddies of UAE cricket, putting on a show and teaching their kids this is how you chase down a target. But I'm sure this whole tournament, the Bukhatir League, has been a great learning curve for some of these youngsters, the likes of Nabil Aziz, Irfan. Every tournament they play, they take something with them. There's a new learning. And it only does well for their cricketing careers. A long way ahead of them. So much they're yet to see, yet to experience. Only going to do them a lot of good. And they watch the likes of Rohan Mustafa, Yasir Kaleem, chasing down targets professionally, doing those calculative approaches. If you're a smart cricketer, you'll try and learn from them.
Well, couldn't have said it better, my friend. But no matter the result, a lot of credit have to be given to these youngsters, the 7 districts cricket academy, with most of them being teenagers, have certainly given a good run for their money. For all the other oppositions, the other 8 teams that's taken part in this 49th edition of the Bukhatir League, the likes of Ibrahim Masood, I'm sure he's maybe around 16, 17, 18 if I'm not mistaken, not more than that. And the kind of skills that he's showcased using this platform, he will be taken a very serious notice of going forward, and like you mentioned, will have a huge effect to their careers in the coming years. Solid forward defense to end the over. 31 done, 190 for 3, 86 more runs required for victory as the players take drinks. Well, this is how things have panned out for the GHK properties. Well, apart from Mayank Chowdhury, who was dismissed very cheaply of the 4th ball of the innings. Since then, Humaj, the captain, came in and played a prolific knock of 57 of 60. And Sagar Kalyan got a start, was dismissed for 26. And then since then, Yasir Kaleem and Rohan Mustafa have come together and have put on a 55-run stand. Yasir Kaleem on 73, approaching what would be the second consecutive 100 in the 2 big games of this Bukhatir League. Well, for the bowlers, well, nothing much to speak about apart from Irfan and Lahiru Sandaruan both picking up a wicket apiece. Ibrahim Masood, unfortunately, so far has been very expensive, very unlike him. Nabil Aziz, Wahab Riaz, quite economical, but beg your pardon, Wahab Hassan, apologies, have been quite economical. But having said that, 190 for 3 in 31 overs. And as we now build up towards the end of the innings, expect some serious action coming your way. Mohammad Irfan back into the attack to bowl the 6th over, 1 for 34. 85 more runs required. Samir, they'll need something different, isn't it? Another quick wicket or two. just to turn the tides back in their favour.
I'm afraid I don't see it happening for the 7 districts. Unless, of course, Rohan and Yasir have a brain fade and both of them depart, get 2 new batters in. Other than that, it's going to be tough for 7 district to try and make a comeback into this game. These two seem to be well in control here. 85 away from winning the coveted title of the Bukhatir League ODI format. 49 editions of it, rich history for this tournament. 1974 is where it all began, even before the independence of the UAE. That's how long this tournament has gone on for. Kudos to everyone involved at the Sharjah Cricket Stadium administration, making sure that this has gone on, and it's only gotten better and better. Better at the cricket, better in the facilities, and in every way possible. And a platform for all these young cricketers to shine. Pulled away with might and power, and it goes all the way. Yasir Kaleem, he's a powerhouse. And after having been out there for 75 deliveries, he's still hitting it like he's just walked out there.
Well, the 7 districts just seem to not be able to learn a lesson. They continue to bowl those short balls, and it continues to disappear out of the park. That too against a set batter like Yasir Kaleem, who's been out there for 76 deliveries. I'm sure he's seeing the ball like a football. Mohammad Irfan. Well, nothing's gone their way today, hasn't it? The 7 districts. They've only got themselves to blame at this stage. But looks like the writing certainly on the wall, and we are now right at the cusp of GHK Properties claiming victory. Yasir Kaleem on the other end on 79, 21 away from what would be a consecutive 100 in 2 games. The semi-final and final. Well, what an achievement that would be, Samir.
And you can tell it's taken a toll on him. He's been out there batting for a while, not just today, even a couple of days ago, holding his thighs, holding his calves, really cramping out there. High humidity. But he's brilliant. He's a fit man. He continues to put in those performances. That is pulled away again. And this time it's gone even further into the stands. Yasir Kaleem is dealing in boundaries now. So what if he's cramping when you can hit the ball like that?
Well, I truly am losing words to explain what Irfan is up to. He's still persisting on that short ball. He's gone for 47 or 5.5 overs. The 200s come up for the GHK Properties with that humongous 6 from Yasir. He's now on 85, 15 runs away. Can he get there? Last ball of the over coming up. 73 more required. What a run chase this has been. Extremely well calculated. They've been fully in control from ball 1. Apart from that wicket of Main Chowdhury early on, the rest of the batters, they've just been fantastic.
Yeah, they never allowed the game to slip away, GHK. Been on par with the required run rate, made sure it never climbed above over 5 runs per over. Always in control, didn't lose too many wickets. I thought 7 district, yes, they were in control early part of the innings, but they took a little too long to get off the blocks. Despite some wayward bowling, didn't really capitalize. When you're on a track like this, you need at least 320, 330 to make a game out of it. Would have been very different had that been the first innings score. Yes, Wasi Shah tried very hard, but he too was a victim of the cramps, thanks to sweltering conditions out there. Last ball of the over from Irfan has been expensive. 47 for 1 in 5.5 overs. He'll try to close without conceding another boundary. Driven. Oh, beautiful. It's in the gap. Yasir Kaleem is playing a gem of a knock. What a shot. Fantastic stuff. A treat to the eyes.
Well, for me, I feel that was the shot of the night. Look at that. Minimum effort, maximum result. Great placement. Perfect timing. Fielders in the circle had absolutely no chance. 32 overs done, 207 for 3.
Irfan starts off with a short one. Rohan with a cheeky look at the leg umpire, asking if that's a wide. Nadeem will say, the max you'll get, brother, is 1 for the over. 207 for 3, just 69 runs away. These two have come together, and it seems like they'll see the team through. 7 District are not looking anything like being able to break this partnership. In fact, even the previous wicket was a result of a run out. The bowling has left much to be desired from the SDCA boys. Leg side-ish. It was uppishly played by Rohan. It was away from the fielder. And he'll get the single.
Well, let's have a look at that replay. Flicked off the pads. A diving effort. You need something like that to stick, isn't it? To just boost the morale of the fielding team. You need a brilliant catch or a magnificent piece of ground fielding. Sometimes when it goes wrong horribly. Yasir Kalim on 89. Well, he pulls it behind square. A fielder will cut it off, gets it into the 90s. A couple of hits away. Yasir Kalim. Well, what a champ this man is. He's been prolific, especially in the last couple of days. He's hardly put a foot wrong. His shot selections have been impeccable. The timings, the placements, especially in which how he's built his innings. It's a lesson for all these youngsters watching or playing alongside or on the opposite end to see and take a leaf out of his feather. Gets an outside edge. Yasir now back on strike.
.66 away now. Yasir on 90 of 80. How well he's picked up the run rate, the strike rate. 10 runs away from another well-deserved triple figure mark. Oh, looking to hit that extremely hard. He knows that he is not at 100% capacity. That back leg of his, not allowing him to function as per normal, but he's carrying on. He knows his stay out there is important for the team. You don't want a new batter out there. Try and finish the job off. Alongside Ron Mustafa, these two have been brilliant. They've done it so many years together, and they're doing it still in 2025 for their team in the finals of a grand tournament, the Bukhatir League 2025. Uppishly played. This time it's straight to the fielder. Yasir Kalim will not be able to get to the 3-figure mark, but it doesn't matter because he has put his team on the winning path. Played uppishly, wanted to go over the fielder, but he cannot. And finally, the partnership has been broken.
Well, he's been congratulated by the opposition as well. A standing ovation from his teammates and from everybody around, as we've been entertained to a thoroughly enjoyable innings. 90 of 82, very unfortunate to miss out on what would be a consecutive 100 in two of the biggest games of this Bukhatir League. He departs for 90 of 82. It's 210 for 4. Well, new batter is Mohit Kalyan. Rohan Mustafa on the striker's end. 66 more runs required for victory. Well, a 76 run stand for the fourth wicket between Rohan Mustafa and Yasir Kaleem. Been broken, unfortunately. Very unfortunate to miss out on that 100 for Yasir Kaleem. 211 for 4 as Mohit Kalyan takes strike. 65 more runs required for victory of the last 100 balls. Well, to take us further, I've just been joined in the comm box. Ahmed Khawaja. Ahmed, writing certainly on the wall, isn't it?
Yeah, the result looks assured. Just another 65 runs needed. Required run rate below 4. They've huffed and puffed, but unfortunately SDCA just didn't have that cutting edge in their bowling to really put pressure on the GHK batting lineup. They needed a lot more runs. 310, 325 maybe. And Mohit Kalyan himself is in prime form. Oh dear me, Aftab Javed. That is not acceptable. This was the dismissal of Yasir Kaleem, just trying to loft the mid-off fielder. But the wheels are coming off here for 7 districts. Very poor misfield. It's cost them 4 runs more. I can certainly feel for these young lads. Good looking shot from Mohit, but that was straight to Aftab and he has no excuse. Casual, very casual. Look at that poor technique. Not bending down, not laying down his leg to back up that mishandled fielding effort. And it all seems like it's going like clockwork at the moment for GHK properties. In the end, the star power will shine through when it really matters.
Well, certainly sums up the day, isn't it? for the 7 districts. They've had a flawless campaign in this 49th edition of the Bukhatir League. The 7 districts just not able to finish it off well. Very unfortunate to say the least, but nevertheless, these youngsters will certainly learn from this experience moving forward. 34 done, 216 for 4.
You take a break also. So Irfan Yusufzai into his 5th over. Did pick up the wicket of Yasir Kaleem. A wicket thrown rather than earned. But it doesn't matter in the scoreboard. Can he make it back-to-back strikes here? He is a wholehearted performer, Irfan Yusufzai. He won't give it up so easily. He'll give it his best. But it does feel like 7 districts are going to end up second best here. Lost early wickets in the power play. There was that big 100-run partnership between Farman Ali and Syed Haider Wasi Shah, and just when you thought they were going to turn the screws, they lost wickets and lost momentum. What a fabulous square punch. Mohit Kalyan, well, he's really ticking in this tournament. Made a quick 550 in the semi-final to support Yasir Kaleem. A lot to like about this batter, who's still relatively new to the UAE domestic scene. Just been around for about 1 season, 8 to 9 months. But he certainly caught the eye with his attractive stroke play. Very technically sound. And a good player for the longer formats in particular. Still testing Rohan Mustafa with the short stuff is Irfan Yusufzai. But Rohan Mustafa is in no hurry at all. Champion performer, what a season he's had. Perennial winner in the Emirates D tournaments. And now maybe taking home yet another Bukhatir League title as well. His hunger, his desire to compete at the highest level and win and succeed at the highest level is absolutely unmatched. Was part of the Sharjah Warriors as well in the ILT20 season 3. And he just seems to be aging like fine wine, doesn't he? Seems to be getting fitter and better by the day. And I do feel his case has merit of perhaps a recall to the UAE national team. Especially in the 50 over format, a player like him at number 5, number 6, not only as a leader in the squad, but as a genuine match-winning all-rounder, could be worth taking a look at. Well bowled there, the fuller ball within the stumps. But Mohit Kalyan well aware what Irfan Yusufzai is planning. Spare a thought for 7 districts though. They've had an outstanding campaign. 5 wins out of 5. The likes of Ibrahim Masood, Aftab Javed, Syed Haider Wasi Shah have really performed stupendously well in this Bukhatir League. And the future is certainly bright. 218 for 4. Well, Ibrahim Masood, I believe the young man will certainly learn from this. It's been a tough day at the office. Wasn't able to step up as SDCA would have liked, but a young spinner, new to the trade, new to the UAE. There will be growing pains. There will be adjustments. I'm sure he's never played in such a climate, especially back home in Afghanistan. Now making the switch over to the UAE in his very first season, he's already captured the attention of many with his brilliant leg break. Pure match winner. He's been scouted and picked up in the global T20 as well in Guyana. Will be playing for the ILT20 winners, Dubai Capitals. What a massive opportunity for him. So you can see when you perform even at the domestic level in an associate nation like the UAE, you will be scouted, you will be recruited. There are opportunities galore in this era of live streaming and 24/7 cricket coverage. Everybody is looking for the next big thing, the next Rashid Khan, the next Rohit Sharma, the next Virat Kohli. You never know where you can find them. It's this 21-year-old in the UAE, Ibrahim Masood, who has been identified as being a special bowler, and he is a very special bowler. Good fielding at short extra. That was struck firmly. Just hasn't been able to pitch the ball as consistently as he would have liked today. It's been a sedate innings from Rohan Mustafa so far, but he's threatening to unleash. And rotation of the strike has always been outstanding from him. Hard runner between the wickets. Especially if you see him in the 20 or 10 over formats. It's as if he's playing at 1.5x speed. .56 more required. Plenty of buffer on the onside for Ibrahim Masood. Was eyeing that square leg boundary. It was the right idea from Mohit Kalyan. Wanted to just miss that fielder. He would have had 4. Tall batter, has a long reach. And very good against spin. That's his calling card. 36 gone. 221 for 4. Yusufzai will continue. Nicely turned around the corner by Mohit Kalyan. Well, just to give you an overview of the tournament of the 49th Bukhatir League. In terms of the outstanding performers, Aftab Javed will certainly take the plaudits. Highest run scorer, 478 runs, including 400s. Mohammad Shahdad of UAE Kings did really well as well. 357 runs to his name. Lovepreet Bajwa had an outstanding tournament for Z Games. Sagar Kalyan in the top 5 as well. 300 plus runs to his name. In terms of the bowlers, Irfan Yusufzai was brilliant. 11 wickets before this evening. Nav Pabreja of UAE Kings as well, picking up 10 wickets. Wasim Akram had 10 wickets before this encounter as well. So there's certainly going to be a healthy competition on who's going to be the MVP of the Bukhatir League. I do feel that Aftab Javed is a very strong contender. He performed at absolutely historic levels in this Bukhatir League. Banged it in short and left well alone by Mohit Kalyan. Just about 50 odd runs away from victory. In terms of the outstanding teams, no doubt SDCA unbeaten in their run. GHK Properties got a much needed victory. It was a 300 plus run chase led by Sagar Kalyan that confirmed the spot in the semi-finals in the group stage. That was certainly not a straightforward game. And after that, Yasir Kaleem took over. Slower delivery on that occasion, mixing it up nicely. But it does feel like they don't have enough runs on board. Maybe if they had 310, 315, that scoreboard pressure could have told, especially with the early wickets falling. Remember, they were 40 for 2 at one stage when Mayank Chaudhary and Sagar got out. But after that, Homaj Gondal. What a fabulous performance from the skipper. Quick fire half century. Oh, is there an edge on that one? Not quite. Belated appeal. Well, if the bowler is not going to believe, good luck convincing the umpire. And that was that counter attack by Homaj Gondal on Ibrahim Masood when he took him for a ride. 30 runs taken in his first 2 overs. That really shifted the momentum of this run chase. After that, SDCA always looked under pressure, trying to do damage control. And Yasir Kaleem made sure that he shut the door quite firmly on them and didn't allow them back into the contest. No single there, has to be careful. Decent over from Yusufzai. 37 gone, 2-3 for 4. Ibrahim Masood will continue around the wicket to Rohan Mustafa. Oh, beautiful slog sweep, but straight to the fielder, one bounce. Got us excited in the com box there as I welcome back Atiq Nizam. Good evening.
Well, good evening, Ahmed Khawaja. I'm just returning the favor to you. Well, you've got to just speak to yourself that you got excited, because I didn't. I saw the ball going straight to the fielder. But yeah, well, what a run chase this has been, isn't it? Rohan Mustafa playing second fiddle, just making sure that he doesn't want to leave any room for an upset. 23 or 43 balls, very unlike the Rohan Mustafa that we know of. Ibrahim Masood, well, he's had a forgettable day today. Oh, an attempted sweep there. The shot was on. If it was outside off stump, the sweep would certainly be a safe option, but did not make contact there, Mohit Kalyan. Down the leg side, he's got to re-bowl that. This been the story for Ibrahim Masood today. Off colour. And now he's gone for 50 runs of 5.3 overs. That's a huge percentage of runs to give when you're especially defending a mega total. Direct hit could have been interesting. And I hope he's not hurt himself in the process.
Yeah, some days you're the prince, other days you're the pauper. Picked up 3 wickets in the semi-final. It was a match-winning spell. But tonight, just couldn't get his consistency, couldn't land the ball where he wanted. Was taken for runs early. And after that was always on the back foot. Quick single, excellent running between the wickets. That is what Rohan Mustafa demands from you. If you're going to run and bat alongside him, respond to his call and don't hesitate. Otherwise, you'll get an earful. He sets very high standards. He demands the best out of himself and his teammates. And that's why he's a serial winner. A la Jose Mourinho. Oh, that's glorious. Overpitched and slammed onto the roof for 6. Mohit Kalyan.
Vintage. That's a vintage Mohit Kalyan for you. Look at that, straight as an arrow. And that ball's disappeared into the night sky on top of the roof. 38 done, 233 for 4.
Rather eat out. 43 needed of the next 12 overs. Elementary stuff for GHK properties. And looks like there is a hint, just a sign of them changing gears and getting this done and dusted, Atiq.
Well, it's quite definitely on the cards where you feel that Rohan Mustafa is going to go hammer and tons very soon to try and finish things off. He was slowing down just to get within that striking distance, so there's no further hiccups. He didn't want to leave any room for chance, but now that just you have only about another 43 runs required for victory, I feel that Rohan Mustafa will cut loose. Oh, did that get an edge? Was a cutter there from Irfan. The top wicket taker, one of the top wicket takers in the tournament, Irfan. Fortunately today, he's bowled quite decently, 1 for 22 of 6.2 overs, but not on a match-winning cause, to say the least. They needed wickets in regular intervals, the 7 District CA. It's just been a tough going. Oh, there we go. We just felt that coming. Hit that hard onto his pads there. And inside edge, Rohan Mustafa. 234 for 4. Well past midnight. And still we're about another 30 minutes away from close of play perhaps.
Well, I hope it's not past your bedtime. Hang in there. Although the results seemed assured, you'd never really know. Rode the bounce nicely there. Mohit Kalyan, it's difficult to really get a short delivery on top of him. Very tall lad, must be about 6'3", 6'2". I dare say Rohan has not looked fluent this evening. Even though he's been out there for at least an hour and a half, faced 47 deliveries, still struggling to time the ball. But he's been able to graft and still build partnerships. That's the value of experience. Fair enough if you're not feeling it, but you didn't throw your wicket away. And that has been smoked. Forget everything I just said. That's out of the sweet spot for 4.
Well, sometimes you can just feel it. That when Rohan Mustafa is in the verge of exploding into a storm, you can feel it coming. Well, now I believe the charge is well and truly on. 239 for 4. Another 37 more required. Last ball of the over coming up. Where's this gonna disappear? Comes down the track and misses out. Very well bowled there by Irfan Yusufzai. Saw Rohan Mustafa advancing and he immediately changed his length with a cutter that Rohan Mustafa was nowhere close to hitting. 39 done, 239 for 4.
Change in the bowling. Lahiru Sundarwan had an extended spell in Powerplay 1. Now returning on the verge of Powerplay 3. So he should be relatively fresh now. Gotten a long break. But is it too little too late? Just 37 runs needed. Well, just to give you the overall numbers of the 49th Bukhatir League, more than 11,500 runs scored in 22 matches. We've had 18 hundreds, 51 half centuries, 295 sixes. So that has shown that it's been a run feast. 349 wickets have fallen as well over the duration of the last month. Lovely drive once again from Mohit. But it's been a very even contest right throughout the 49th Bukhatir League, and next year's Golden Jubilee event is certainly going to be a very, very special one, Atiq. And I dearly hope that we will be involved once again.
Well, it certainly will be a historical event. The 50th edition of the Bukhatir League. Well, that's pulled and pulled hard. That's into the gap. The ball will go to the boundary like a tracer bullet. 33 Rohan Mustafa moves on to. That was nothing wrong with the delivery. But he's a class apart when he gets going.
Yeah, just a short arm jab on that occasion. Not much cushion on the onside with the mid-on and short mid-wicket. He's shifting gears now. And that has gone very fine. There is a long leg in position. Well, just want to pose a question to you, Atiq Nizam. If 315 had been the target, would that have been enough to challenge GHK properties?
Well, when you do see how things have panned out, I believe even 315 would have not been sufficient. They had to get something in excess of 330 plus if they were to defend against a batting lineup of what GHK properties have. A wayward throw there. Rohan Mustafa just toying with the fielders. He's just bullying them to hit the stumps down.
Yeah, I think I agree with you there. They seem to be a powerhouse in the making, GHK, especially with this kind of batting lineup. You've got class, ability and talent right from number 1 till number 9. Hooked away and all the way into the stands for half a dozen.
Mohit Kalyan joins the party. A short ball once again from the 7 districts bowlers who just not be able to seem to learn the lesson, and they just keep getting penalized over and over again. The 250s come up with that 6. It's 251 for 4 after 40. $251 for 4, 25 more runs required for victory. 4 more hits and it will be a draw. GHK properties, well, they were the underdogs. They've come back very strongly. Rohan Mustafa, oh, another direct hit attempted. Irfan into his 8th over now. Well, this would most likely be the last for the season in the summer in the UAE, as temperatures will keep rising. Oh, look at that. Look at that for a flat batted 6. That was gone all the way over mid-wicket. Brilliant hit there by Rohan Mustafa.
Well, he has literally swatted that over mid-wicket. It was short, but Rohan Mustafa is not in a forgiving mood tonight. He is finding the middle of the stick, and he's had just about enough now. Can he squeeze in an unbeaten half century here? Just 19 runs away from victory. The noise is rising from the GHK dugout. They know they're on the doorstep of a magnificent victory. And Irfan Yusufzai is taking some tap as well. Beats the mid-on and into the fence for 4 more.
Well, runs are coming thick and fast now. Well, within touching distance. In what would be a historic victory here for the GHK properties. Just 3 hits away now. Another 15 more runs required. Rohan Mustafa has sped to 44 of 54 balls. This time pulling that through that mid-on region. That's the bat speed that this man generates. Well, he goes down the ground. He's absolutely launched this all the way for another maximum. What a way to bring up the half century, Rohan Mustafa. Well, he's been magnificent today. And now taking GHK Properties towards the cusp of victory.
The champion delivers when it matters. 50 of just 55 deliveries. He was on 20 of 40 literally 7 to 8 minutes ago. And he's almost made it run a ball. Brilliant. Magnificent. Hard pull again. It's going to the fence again. This one is going to end in double quick time. Thanks to Rohan Mustafa.
Well, once again, another short delivery. Once again, another pull in front of square. Well, this is some scintillating batting here by the former UAE captain. 50 of 55 balls. Five more runs required for victory. Can he finish it off in this over? Oh, slower ball this time. Dug into the pitch. Well, 4 more runs required.
Yeah, rib roaster, as they like to call it. That might leave a mark. But he has certainly left his mark on the Bukhatir League final. 4 runs away from victory.
$272 for 4. Well, 4 more runs required for victory, and it's Haider Wasisha coming in. And a dot ball to begin with. Well, what a performance. What an outstanding performance this has been by the GHK Properties. They've certainly given the 7 districts a good run for their money. Well, this would most likely be the last over. Well played straight to the fielder once again. Not able to finding the gap there, Rohan. But he's itching to go. He's absolutely itching to finish this off in style. Rohan Mustafa. Can this be it? Well, there's a lot of suspense in the air. All right, here we go. 4 to win. Haider Wasisha with the ball. Down the leg side. And it's just going to be a single. They could have easily taken a couple. But they just stuck with 1.
Yeah. They look quite deflated now. You have to feel for the young SDA side. It hasn't been their day, but they'll certainly be better for it. It's all about growing pains in the Bukhatir League.
Mohit Kalyan on strike. Well, he's pulled this. And he's pulled this in style. That's victory. The GHK Properties have emerged victorious in this 49th edition of the Bukhatir League, presented by the 7 districts. And what a performance it has been. It's been a comprehensive victory, chasing down 273 with almost 10 overs to spare. It's been an outstanding effort. Congratulations to the GHK properties and commiserations to the 7 districts who've been brilliant throughout the tournament. They've been unbeaten right up to the run of the finals. And what a time to have an off day in the biggest of stages at the time when you needed your team to click the most. Unfortunately, it's gone pear-shaped for the 7 districts. But the GHK properties, backed by some absolute superstars in their batting, has certainly come to the party, and they've made sure that there were no hiccups and got their team through the line. What a performance. What an outstanding performance, Ahmed Khawaja.
Oh, they have been brilliant, completely outclassed the opposition, and to win with 10 odd overs to spare, a 270 plus run chase. Truly brilliant from GHK properties. A giant is born at the Sharjah Cricket Stadium. Hard luck to 7 Districts Cricket Academy. They played outstanding cricket, but tonight was not their night, and the celebrations can well and truly begin for the men in green. Congratulations, GHK properties. You are thoroughly deserving champions of the 49th Bukhatir League 2025.
Well, the picture says it all, isn't it? On your screen, all of the big heavyweight names out there celebrating this much deserved victory. Sagar Kalyan, Umair Ali today with the ball, 4 wickets. Sagar Kalyan with the bat, provided that impetus early on at number 3. Yasir Kalim with that magnificent 100 yesterday in the semi-finals, in fact. And then today with a brilliant 90 falling short of just 10 runs on what would have been a consecutive 100 in back-to-back games in the semi-finals and finals. Unfortunately not have to be in. So this is the scorecard where the captain leading from the front today with a brilliant 57 of 60 after Mayank Chowdhury, another prolific run scorer, unfortunately departed without troubling the scorer. Sagar Kalyan with that bit of a cameo. And then came together 2 of the big names of the GHK properties, Yasir Kalim along with Rohan Mustafa. A brilliant 76 run stand between them made sure that that team were on set to get towards that victory line without any further hiccups. Well, this is the bowling scorecard. It's been certainly a sorry tale, so to say. Just a wicket apiece for Irfan and Lahiru Sundaruwan, and 1 for Irfan Yusufzai. Nothing much further to speak about. It's been an off day for the 7 districts bowlers, and even the batters. At one stage they did seem they were set for a very big score, but unfortunately it did not materialize.
There you have it then, the match summary of the 49th Bukhatir League final. 7 districts invited to bat first were bowled out for 275 despite the heroics of Syed Haider Wasi Shah, 74 of 114, well supported by Mohammad Irfan and the skipper Farman Ali. Umair Ali Khan, like Atiq mentioned, was brilliant with the ball, 4 for 43. Wasim Akram picking up 2 wickets, as did Rohan Mustafa. And in the run chase, GHK properties did it in style with almost 8 overs to spare, led by Yasir Kalim with a stunning 90 of 82. The skipper Homaj Gondal with 57 of 60, and Rohan Mustafa coming in undefeated on 55 not out. 1 wicket apiece for Lahiru, Irfan Yusufzai and Mohammad Irfan. GHK properties winning the 49th Bukhatir League final by 6 wickets and taking the glory and taking the silverware. Well, what an outstanding tournament we've had. Now it remains to be seen who will get the big rewards. Please stay tuned, as we will have Sabir Yunus conducting the post-final presentation of the 49th Bukhatir League, powered by 7 districts. Stay tuned.
One of the many reasons that this Sharjah Stadium is so iconic is that it is home to many grand occasions throughout its history. And tonight is another one of those grand occasions. We've just concluded the finals of the 49th edition of the Bukhatir League ODI format. The year is 2025 and the Bukhatir League just goes on and on. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for yet another successful tournament conducted by the Sharjah Cricket Stadium. We've just witnessed another fantastic final between GHK Properties and 7 District Cricket Academy. Before we get into the details of the finals and all the amazing awards that are lined up, I'd like to very quickly thank everyone who were involved in this tournament in putting it together. And for the presentation party, I'd like to very quickly introduce onto the stage, of course, Mr. Mazhar Khan, our General Manager for Sharjah Cricket. Sir, please join us on the stage. Mr. Abdurrahman Salah, member of Sharjah Cricket. Mr. Tehseen Javed, also member of Sharjah Cricket, and of course representing 7 District, Mr. Sajjad Abbasi. Please, sir, gentlemen, join us at the presentation party for this one last night of the Bukhatir League 2025. A big thank you to our sponsors, 7 District, who have helped us put together this awesome tournament. Now, there's a lot to be said, there's a lot to be done, but of course it's always nice to hear from the man who's seen it all, who's done it all, who's been here through all those beautiful moments. I'd like to hand over the mic to Mr. Mazhar Khan, the General Manager of Sharjah Cricket, to share with us a few pearls of wisdom. Mr. Mazhar, it's all yours.
Thank you so much. Assalamu alaikum, everybody. Well, it's wonderful to see such a great performance this time. It's amazing. I think you boys have done extremely well. 19 or 18 centuries in just 23 matches is just amazing. And this shows the quality, the caliber you guys have. And I'm sure this will be a good platform for the younger boys to get into the UAE team. So congratulations to all the wonderful performances. And we are indeed proud that, you know, the 49th Bukhatir year has given us so much to cherish. And hats off to the groundsmen. They have done a wonderful job. The umpires, thank you umpires. And of course my management headed by Mr. Khalaf Bukhatir. I think it was his idea to ensure that, you know, we do this Bukhatir League before we close the season. And I'm happy that, you know, I can see so many boys holding on to the wicket, staying there, leaving the ball. It was a totally different game what we have seen in 50 overs. I think this will take you to a better understanding how to stay on the wicket and leave the balls and try to respect the bowler also and play well. So congratulations to all those who have taken a lot of wickets as well as got hundreds. And I would like to thank our chief guest here, Mr. Abdurrahman Salah Bukhatir, the grandson of Mr. Abdurrahman Bukhatir. And thank you, Salah. It's a pleasure for you, all of us. And yeah. And would you like to say a few words?
First of all, I would like to thank everyone for being part of this successful 49th Bukhatir League. It was a wonderful final. I've been watching it since 5 p.m. and I cannot say that I was not enjoying every over. And I would like to thank every team, every player for making this such a wonderful end of our season. So thank you all.
Thank you, Abdurrahman. Thank you very much. I hand over back to you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mazhar Khan and Mr. Abdurrahman Salah, for your wonderful words and appreciation. And as Mr. Mazhar said, there is no tournament that is complete without the amazing work of everyone else other than the players, of course, the ground staff, the umpires and everyone involved with Sharjah Cricket. So big thank you to all of you. Can you please put your hands together for all of them as well? And as you mentioned, Mr. Mazhar Khan, one of the great things about this final was we've got two extremes in the two teams. We had the young rising stars from the 7 districts, and of course we had the former or rather more established superstars from the GHK Properties, and of course they prevailed over in the final, being the experienced men they are. But all in all, like you said, it was a fantastic tournament full of runs, wickets and exciting moments. Right, now we're getting on to handing over mementos and awards. We start off with presenting souvenirs to our sponsors and guests. I'd like to call upon Mr. Abdurrahman Salah to hand over the souvenirs to begin with to Mr. Sajjad Abbasi, representing 7 District, our awesome sponsors. Please put your hands together for the powered by sponsors of the Bukhatir League 2025, 7 Districts. They've done so much for domestic cricket in the UAE and they deserve every bit of recognition and applause. Thank you so much, 7 Districts. we'd like to also hand over a token of appreciation to two very special people. To begin with, one of the media coordinators for Sharjah Cricket. He's seen a lot of cricket and covered a lot of cricket in his life. Please put your hands together for Mr. K.R. Nair, the media coordinator for Sharjah Cricket, sir. Please come forward and collect your token of appreciation from Mr. Abdurrahman Salah. He is a man who's pretty much covered every single Cricket World Cup that has ever been. So big thanks to Mr. K.R. Nair for being part of this historic occasion and being part of an important part of Sharjah Cricket. Thank you, Mr. Nair. And the same goes out to also another well-wisher and a supporter, another media coordinator for Sharjah Cricket, Mr. Gopal Jaspara. Can we please have you also, sir, on stage to collect your souvenir? Thank you, Mr. Gopal, for all your support. Right, now, to award and appreciate the most thankless job in the world. No, it's not the job of being a mother. I think it's even more difficult. It's a job of being an umpire and a match official. Please, can I also ask Mr. Abdurrahman Salah to hand over tokens of appreciation and the plaques to our two umpires today, our match officials, Mr. Asif Iqbal and Mr. Nadeem Anjum. You can come one by one and pick up your mementos. Must keep in mind, in this heat, in the middle of UAE summer, these men have stood there and made important decisions for the players and this awesome tournament. So big appreciation for our umpires, Asif Bhai and Nadeem Bhai. Congratulations and very well done to you. Thank you very much, Mr. Abdurrahman Salah, for giving away those souvenirs. Right, now we get into the things that matter, the individual awards. We start off with the player of the final. I'd like to invite Mr. Tehseen Javed, member of Sharjah Cricket, and of course a very well appreciated match official in most of Sharjah's tournaments. He will be awarding the player of the final. The player of the final with an awesome performance, 2 wickets with the ball and 55 runs with the bat. It is Ron Mustafa of GHK Properties. Ron, let's have a chat once you collect your trophy. A quick one. I know it's late in the night, but I'd like to hear your thoughts. Ron, before we talk about your batting, take me through the dressing room discussion at the halfway stage. 270 odd, you restricted a good batting lineup of 7 district. What was the chat? Did you think that was good enough as a bowling effort?
First of all, thanks to Allah. Of course, we have a very good batting side, and of course, credit to the bowlers, how they bowled in this heat. And you know, they were doing really well from start of the tournament, except one match. And you know, we just went for the basic things, and especially Shahbaz and Wasim, how he was bowling the bouncers. So it was, you know, according to the plan. I think credit to them how they bowl in this heat, because it's quite difficult, even for the spinners difficult. So of course, the fast bowler. And other than that, of course, batting, we have a very good batting side, and we will go credit to Amaj Bhai, how he gave us a start. Honestly, it was a good start, and really playing on this kind of wicket, I think it's quite easy. And later on bowling, it's quite difficult because dew comes in, and you know, alhamdulillah.
Ron, you've played a lot of cricket in the UAE. You've seen it all, you've done it all. A quick word on the Bukhatir League in general. I'm sure you love being part of this tournament.
I think we've been trying a lot of tournaments. We lost in semi-final. GHK, you know, when I was talking to them, this is the best tournament. When I start playing cricket, it was my first tournament. I played this, and you know, there are a lot of memories. And I believe till, you know, it's going on. I think whenever I play this tournament, I believe that this is the best tournament which we play in UAE.
Ladies and gentlemen, that's Ron Mustafa, player of the final. Congratulations and well done to you, Ron. Right, now we go to an award that in general in the modern day is a hard one. The bowler's job, as we always say, is a tough one in modern day cricket. It's become so batter friendly, and I'm saying that only because I'm a bowler myself. So the best bowler of the tournament is the next award, and that will be given away by Mr. Mazhar Khan, our general manager of Sharjah Cricket. Now, there were 2 candidates for this. They both got 12 wickets each in the tournament, but one of them had a better economy rate. It's from the winning side, Wasim Akram. He will also receive 500 dirham cash prize. Bowled well today as well, restricting the opposition to 270 plus. Well done and congratulations, Wasim Akram. Now we go to the best batter of the tournament award, and for that I'd like to call upon Mr. Sajjad Abbasi, representing 7 District. He will give away the award for the best batter. 368 runs in the tournament. He was fantastic. Controlled that middle order for his team. Although he ended up on the losing side, I think we'll all agree that he did deserve the best batter of the tournament. It's Syed Haider Wasisha from 7 District. 368 runs throughout the tournament. Made runs today as well, unfortunately, for a losing cause. 500 dirhams cash prize and a trophy to go with it for the best batter of the 49th Bukhatir League 2025. Congratulations, Wasi. I'm sure you'll keep compiling the runs in the future as well. All right, now for the big one, the CBFS Player of the Tournament. This will be awarded by our special chief guest, Mr. Abdurrahman Salah. And the Player of the Tournament is for a man who made 488 runs in the tournament, and he had 400s in them. Ladies and gentlemen, for a 1,000 dirham cash prize, the Player of the Tournament is Aftab Javed from 7 District. Congratulations, Aftab, and very well done to you. We hope you continue this form for yourself and for your team. Thank you very much. So that'll be the individual awards done and dusted. Now let's go to the big ones. Before we hand over the runners-up trophy, I'd like to call upon the losing captain, Farman Ali, to have a quick chat with us before he picks up his runners trophy. Farman, please join us on stage. फरमान, फाइनल तक आ गए, अनबीटन रहे, सारे मैच जीते, लेकिन एक आखिरी मौका था, अनफॉर्चुनेटली लूजिंग साइड पे चले गए. आपको कहाँ लगता है बैटिंग थी या बॉलिंग की कमी थी? कहाँ पे आपकी मिस्टेक्स हुई?
बिस्मिल्लाहिर्रहमानिर्रहीम. सबसे पहले तो मैं हैदर भाई का शुक्रिया अदा करता हूँ, क्योंकि उन्होंने ये अपॉर्चुनिटी दी हमें लड़कों को और लाइव मैच कराने की. तो माशाल्लाह हमारे ओवरऑल जो बैट्समैन और सारे ओवरऑल आपके सामने करते आ रहे हैं, तो माशाल्लाह बहुत अच्छा लड़कों ने चांस भी अवेल किया. लेकिन फाइनल डे था, लेकिन उस तरह हमारे मैच पे आते हैं तो मैच में उस हमारे टॉप ऑर्डर बैट्समैन जो ओवरऑल टूर्नामेंट में करते आ रहे थे, वो अनफॉर्चुनेटली आज क्लैप्स हुए थोड़े से, जिसकी वजह से हम थोड़े से बैकफुट में चले गए. तो बस यही था, हमने थोड़ा सा वो रन 350 प्लस करना चाहिए था, 350 तक. तो फिर ईजी फ्रंट हो सकता है. बाद में व्यू आई थोड़ा बॉलिंग में इफेक्टिव नहीं मिला, तो इसलिए थोड़ा सा हम बैकफुट में चले गए.
इतने बड़े टूर्नामेंट में, शारजाह का टॉप टूर्नामेंट है, और आपकी जैसी टीम जो इतनी बड़ी टीम है, आपको कप्तान बनाया गया, आप पे वो रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी दी गई और आप फाइनल तक टीम को ले आए. कैसा आपको महसूस हुआ? ये पूरा एक्सपीरियंस कैसा था आपका?
बहुत अच्छा लग रहा था, क्योंकि एक टीम की रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी ली, उसको लेके चले. बट लड़कों ने माशाल्लाह बहुत एफर्ट की, लड़कों ने 100% दिया अपना. बट इन दी एंड फाइनल हमारे हाथ में नहीं रहा, हक में नहीं रहा. तो बस लड़कों ने माशाल्लाह 100% दिया. ओवरऑल आफ्ताब, बसी, इरफान भाई, इरफान यूसुफ भाई, मतलब ओवरऑल लड़कों ने एफर्ट लगाई, जान लगाई. 50 ओवर में एक आपको पता है एक फिटनेस स्टैमिना चाहिए होता है, तो माशाल्लाह लड़कों ने वो दिखाया. बट फाइनल डे हमारे हक में नहीं गया. लेकिन बस यही है कि इंशाल्लाह आगे जो हो गए हम उसको बेहतर करें, ताकि ये जो हमसे मिस्टेक हुई हैं फील्डिंग में, बॉलिंग में, थोड़ा डिसिप्लिन बॉलिंग हमने नहीं की और फील्डिंग उस तरह नहीं हुई हमसे. तो इंशाल्लाह ये है कि हम इसको नेक्स्ट मैचों में इसको ये गलतियाँ ना दोहराएं और इंशाल्लाह हम नेक्स्ट जो भी होगा चैम्पियन बनें.
फरमान, आपका टूर्नामेंट बहुत अच्छा रहा है, मुबारक इसके लिए. और आज रनर्स अप हुए हैं, आगे जाके इंशाल्लाह जीत जाएंगे. मिस्टर मजहर खान एंड मिस्टर अब्दुर्रहमान साले will hand over your runners up trophy to you along with a 5,000 dirham check. Ladies and gentlemen, the runners up of the 49th Bukhatir League 2025, 7 districts, a cricket academy. Farman Ali, the skipper, will collect the check and the trophy. Commiserations to 7 District for ending up on the losing side, but I'm sure they'll be mighty proud of their performances in this tournament throughout the campaign. Thank you very much. Right, now for the big one. Mr. Mazhar, Mr. Abdurrahman Saleh, please hold on, because now you have to award the big trophy. And of course, we all know what happened today. It was the big finals of the 49th edition of the Bukhatir League 2025. There was only one winner, and that is GHK Properties. Can I please have the captain, Mr. Humaj Gondal, to come up and have a chat with us before picking up his trophy. Humaj, first of all, congratulations and well done on winning the entire league. But it seems like you assembled an entire cast of superstars. You've got all the Shah Rukh Khans and Salman Khans in your team. How does it feel leading a team with so many superstars?
They are superstar for the other people. They are very comfortable with me because I treat them as a player, not as an owner, not as a captain. They are very friendly and very good attitude people.
What about your own form? We saw you putting out a brilliant performance in the final where it mattered the most. It seems like you still got a little bit of cricket left in you.
First of all, I am the oldest player playing cricket in A division. I am now, after 1 week, I am getting 50.
No, we don't believe that.
Yeah. And Alhamdulillah, I performed well. And especially because of my performance, team did well. So it's a very proud moment for me.
Take us through the entire league. 8 matches, then the semi-final, then the final. What has your experience been like, and how has the Bukhatir League helped shape you and your team's bond with each other throughout the tournament and your performances?
Yeah, first of all, Bukhatir League is a dream tournament for every team. I played last time in 2007. After that, I played in 2025. Regarding the starting tournament, we lose the first match with a very small side. But they give us a very good boost in coming matches, and especially I'm very thankful to Sagar Kalyan, Rohan Mustafa, Umair and Harshid. They perform very well, and especially the fast bowler, the humid and heat weather, Basim, Shehbaz, Irfan, they are doing a fabulous performance because they bowl all full overs, quota of 10 overs in every match. So it's a very amazing for me, and GHK playing first time and we won the tournament. This dream come true.
I'm sure this is the first of many trophies to come. I won't keep you for too long because I know you want to celebrate with your boys. Congratulations, very well done. You can pick up your check of 10,000 and also the winner's trophy. Very well done, congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, the winners of the 49th Bukhatir League 2025 is GHK Properties. Humaj Gondal, the captain, will pick up the trophy and receive it from Mr. Abdurrahman Salah and Mr. Mazhar Khan. You can pose for the trophy and then your team can join you to celebrate for the rest of the evening. That is all from all of us here at the Sharjah Stadium for the 49th edition of the Bukhatir League 2025. Thank you very much to everyone in the presentation party. The team can now join you to take pictures and enjoy the rest of the evening. Guys, you can come on and get started on your celebrations. That is it from me. I'm Samir Yunus signing off from the Sharjah Stadium. Goodbye and good night.